There were so many suffocating rules before the tyrant Clyden, yet Amelia refused to be intimidated. She walked right up to him and broke the dead silence herself. "Your Majesty, allow me to remove your cloak." Before the tyrant Clyden, one had to keep both hands folded in front, lower one's head in a bow, and never dare meet the Emperor's eyes. No one was allowed to utter a single word unless he spoke first. His orders could never be questioned, and everyone had to remain 3 steps away. Yet Amelia walked straight up and broke the silence herself. "Your Majesty, allow me to remove your cloak." Clyden knew perfectly well that this new maid was exceptionally capable. Whenever he wanted something, she always had it prepared in advance. The moment Clyden sat down to review documents, Amelia immediately stepped forward and presented the organized papers to him. Clyden was stunned. Could this woman read minds? How did she know exactly what he intended to do next? Any other maid would be so overwhelmed by his presence that she could barely walk straight. But Amelia remained unusually calm, making it impossible for him to concentrate. In his mind, Clyden convicted her of 3 crimes. The first was successfully drawing his attention. The second was disturbing his peace. And the final, most unforgivable crime was that she had not fallen in love with him. Even Clyden found himself embarrassed. He could only fake a couple of coughs and quickly shift his attention to the documents. As he watched Amelia leave, he complained inwardly that fighting monsters on a battlefield was easier than dealing with this woman. But how had these two ended up together? The story had to begin 1 month earlier. That day was Clyden's coronation ceremony. As soon as it ended, the attendants hurriedly brought the new maids before him. The chief steward promptly introduced them, saying that all the new attendants came from distinguished families and were more than qualified to serve His Majesty. Clyden merely gave a cold grunt, seeming thoroughly uninterested. At the sight of the Emperor, the young nobles eagerly competed to profess their loyalty, their gazes practically glued to him. The chief steward felt a headache coming on, afraid that these tactless people would anger the temperamental emperor. To his surprise, Clyden did not get angry. Instead, he smiled slightly and thanked them gently. That single smile left everyone completely captivated. The chief steward could not help grumbling inwardly. His Majesty's methods were truly impossible to resist. After all, how could anyone not wish to please this newly crowned emperor? Young Emperor Clyden was powerful and handsome, the very embodiment of perfection. At that moment, Clyden noticed someone standing in the corner and asked who they were. The chief steward quickly explained that they would not be serving him personally and had not originally been meant to be introduced. Before he could finish, Amelia stepped forward herself. The chief steward could only force himself to introduce her. "This is Lady Amelia." He then cautiously asked whether the emperor might have met her in the north before. Clyden replied coldly. The chief steward pondered this in secret. Based on his many years of service, His Majesty's attitude toward Amelia was certainly unusual. So he announced on the spot that Amelia and Lucia would exchange positions, with Amelia assigned to personally serve in the study. Lucia immediately broke down, collapsing to the floor and bursting into tears. She felt it was utterly unfair. That position was supposed to be hers. She had caught more than 50 bugs and watered flowers and swept floors every day, doing all the dirty work just to earn the chance to serve His Majesty. How was she not qualified? Although Lucia's argument sounded perfectly reasonable, the chief steward said the decision had already been made and could not be changed. Watching Lucia continue to protest, Amelia could not help sighing, her face showing extreme impatience. Clyden happened to see it all. The young emperor was utterly taken aback. This woman actually dared show such an expression right in front of him. The next day, Amelia officially began working in the study. The chief steward sternly laid down the rules, requiring her to remain on call at all times. As long as His Majesty was awake, she had to stay fully alert and attend to him. Amelia calmly agreed. The chief steward continued with a grave warning. Everything she saw and heard in the study was an absolute secret of the Empire, to be carried with her into the grave. He warned her not to leave behind any trace of it. Her life and her entire family's lives depended on it. Amelia could only lower her head and agree, though she understood better than anyone how dangerous her situation was. Back when Clyden was still crown prince, He had been exiled to the northern border after killing the sacred beast that symbolized the empire's security. That region happened to be beside the Valletta family's territory. Everyone thought the crown prince was finished for good, yet he fought his way back to the throne. For the Valletta family, that miracle was nothing short of a disaster. When a new emperor ascended, the great noble houses desperately offered gifts. The Valletta family had once been responsible for watching him, and now they had to present lavish offerings to apologize and ease his resentment. But then a monster tide broke out in their territory. Her father had no money to offer as tribute, and with no other option, he could only send his own daughter to the palace as a hostage. And Clyden had made his stance clear the day before. Amelia was to serve personally in his study. His intentions could not have been more obvious. Just as the chief steward was explaining the rules, the study door suddenly opened. With heavy footsteps, Clyden entered. Looking at the man before her, Amelia understood very well that the new emperor had announced in the most direct manner possible his revenge against the Valletta family. On the second day after his accession, Clyden had come straight to work. The chief steward was dumbfounded and hurried forward to ask why His Majesty was not resting. Without even turning around, Clyden coldly said, "The Empire never rests, so neither can I." The chief steward was moved to tears. The former crown prince had never liked working. 5 years of exile had truly transformed him. With a miserable expression, the chief steward told Amelia, "I was planning to familiarize you with the surroundings, but now the entire schedule is ruined. I'll continue your training when His Majesty rests. For now, I will attend to him." To his surprise, Clyden refused immediately, saying he would handle it himself. Both the chief steward and Amelia were stunned. Clyden added coldly that he would personally instruct Amelia today. He would teach her everything about the office. The chief steward immediately understood. The new emperor had not changed at all. He did not truly want to instruct her. He merely wanted an excuse to torment his enemy's daughter. On the night after the coronation ceremony, Clyden lay awake in bed, unable to sleep. Thinking back on his 5 years of exile, his heart was full of complicated feelings. He had been mercilessly cast out of the palace. Yet during those 5 years, one upheaval after another struck the royal family, while a terrifying monster tide erupted in the north. To reclaim what was his, he fought desperately on the northern battlefield. By himself, he drove back the monsters and proved his worth to everyone, earning tremendous military achievements. Though he had successfully become emperor, the mountain of work awaiting him the next day had made Clyden want to rest early. But lying in bed, all he could think of was Amelia's expression that day. Her cold, impatient gaze felt painfully familiar. 5 years earlier, when he had been exiled for killing the sacred beast, the bystanders had looked at him in exactly the same way. But everything had changed now. He had repelled the monster tide and become the Empire's hero. He had saved the whole Empire. Those who once despised him now cheered for him, even praising him as a hero favored by the gods. Everyone had selectively forgotten the past. The moment the crown was placed upon his head, all that remained in their eyes was awe and worship. Clyden felt that everything had returned to its proper course. Yet Amelia was the exception. Lying in bed, Clyden could not understand why she looked at him that way. It was not fear, it was an indifference that bothered him beyond measure. The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became, until he sat up abruptly. He could not accept that this woman disliked him. After all, he considered himself the embodiment of the Empire's perfection and had absolute confidence in his own charm. What had happened that day was indeed abnormal. There were countless rules before the Emperor. No one could speak first unless the Emperor did. Yet Amelia had stepped forward and asked a question on her own. The chief steward beside them had been terrified, afraid that the young lady's temper would flare and she would resort to the northern way of doing things, brute force. The tense atmosphere made the chief steward break out in cold sweat. Clyden, meanwhile, stared fixedly at the woman before him, wanting to see what trick she intended to play. Amelia knew perfectly well that she came from the northern Valletta family, while Clyden had suffered greatly during his exile in the north. Her presence was like rubbing salt into an old wound, but she had no interest in those grudges. She only wanted to endure these 3 years quietly and return home safely. To avoid making mistakes and causing trouble, she had to learn everything about the study as soon as possible. Amelia took a deep breath, broke the silence, and asked, "Your Majesty, may I ask you a question?" Hearing Amelia take the initiative, Clyden told her to speak freely. But the moment she opened her mouth, she suggested that the chief steward be the one to familiarize her with the study, saying that His Majesty did not need to trouble himself with such trivial matters. Clyden was thoroughly displeased. Once again, he saw that maddening look in her eyes. He suspected she was mocking him for having been exiled for 5 years, and therefore not knowing the layout of the study. Feeling slighted, Clyden coldly demanded, "Are you questioning my knowledge?" To prove he knew the place inside and out, he ordered Amelia to open a drawer and accurately described even the kinds of paper and the arrangement of the ink and pens inside. This time, Amelia was surprised. Half doubtful, she turned and pulled open the drawer to see whether the Emperor truly remembered it so clearly. When Amelia opened it, everything inside was exactly as he had said. She turned back and calmly replied, "That is correct." Her flat reaction stunned Clyden. He had expected admiration, but received such a lukewarm response instead. To recover his dignity, Clyden went on to describe all the remaining drawers, which ones contained important documents, which held contract originals. He remembered every detail. Amelia opened and checked them one by one, finding everything exactly as he had said. She was puzzled as well. How could an emperor who had been exiled for 5 years know this place so well? Amelia calmly explained, "The chief steward has always been meticulous. This room has remained arranged as it was under the late emperor. Since your majesty is the master of this palace, it is only natural that you would know these things." Finally, she apologized for her own ignorance. It sounded like praise, but for some reason Clyden only felt more irritated. Not wanting to continue arguing with her, he ordered her to leave and rest. Amelia gave a slight bow and said she would report to the chief steward before taking her leave. Clyden immediately developed a headache and quickly stopped her, saying there was no need to make the chief steward come all the way back. But Amelia insisted on following protocol. She said everything concerning the study had to be reported to the chief steward, including the fact that His Majesty was resting there alone. If the chief steward insisted on coming in and disturbing him, she would not be able to stop him. Her utterly unyielding attitude left Clyden speechless. Since Amelia was so insistent on the rules, he said stubbornly, "Then don't leave. Stay in the study and familiarize yourself with it properly." But Amelia stopped him again, saying that this was the Emperor's study. If she happened to see any confidential material, it would be problematic, so His Majesty should assign her work in advance. Her reasoning was flawless, leaving Clyden with no answer. He found no weakness to exploit and could only swallow his frustration. But after calming down, he had to admit that this woman was intelligent and composed. Even her appearance was as captivating as a frost flower of the north. Looking at Amelia, Clyden seriously remembered her name for the first time. She really was infuriating. Clyden consoled himself inwardly. As Emperor of the Empire, there was no need to argue with a mere female official. He took the initiative to break the silence. "Amelia, aside from this desk, you may inspect anywhere else in the study." Amelia bowed slightly. "Thank you for your guidance, Your Majesty." As he watched her busy herself with her back turned, Clyden's gaze was drawn to her again. She spoke softly, yet her movements were remarkably clean and efficient. Clyden wondered inwardly how to describe her. Northern Fairy seemed rather fitting. What puzzled him even more was that Amelia made no sound when she walked. Had she acquired that survival skill after living in the northern forest for so long, always guarding against monster attacks? The mention of the North filled Clyden's mind with visions of that harsh land overrun by monsters. Thinking back to his years of exile, the people of the North lived roughly, yet their every word and action carried a calmness of their own. Looking at Amelia, Clyden felt that she perfectly matched all his memories of the North. She was the very image of a northern woman. But what truly confused him was why this woman could unsettle him so deeply. Before he could understand the reason, a crisp sound suddenly reached his ears. Watching Amelia work nearby, Clyden felt increasingly displeased. This woman really did work hard. But had she forgotten that the room held only the two of them? In her eyes, could those cold bottles and jars truly be more appealing than him, the Emperor? It dealt a serious blow to Clyden's pride. At banquets, whenever he appeared, the entire hall would descend into chaos. Noble ladies and society matrons would even trip over one another on the dance floor for one more glimpse of him, falling in clusters like stalks of wheat. The men, meanwhile, were filled with envy. He had always shone like the sun. No one could possibly look away from him. Yet Amelia was the exception. She seemed completely unable to see that brilliance, leaving Clyden utterly baffled. After calming down, Clyden suddenly realized that perhaps the matter was not so simple. There was probably some resentment hidden beneath it. Amelia was from the Valletta family, and perhaps during his 5 years of exile in the north, he had offended them unknowingly. If that was the case, her coldness toward him made sense. But Clyden searched his memories carefully and realized he had never met her before. The only Vallettas he had encountered were the border marquis of Valletta and his son. So, where had this inexplicable hostility come from? As he mulled it over, a scene suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it have been during his time in the north? He had lived in a shabby wooden cabin and often bathed in a nearby stream. Every time he went to wash, women from the Valletta family would hide nearby and secretly watch him. Clyden could not help wondering whether Amelia had been among them. But the thought was immediately dismissed. With his absolute confidence, he thought that if Amelia had seen his perfect body, she could not possibly be so indifferent now. Since they had never met before, her hostility probably came from his old bad reputation. Clyden admitted he had been rebellious in the past, but he had since performed great deeds and even driven back the monster tide alone. Just as he was feeling wronged, Amelia came forward to report. Clyden was somewhat surprised and asked whether she had already become familiar with the room. Amelia calmly answered, "Thanks to the chief steward's careful arrangements, I have learned everything." Clyden felt uncomfortable hearing that answer. Not only was this woman flawless in her work, she was even speaking well of the chief steward. He could not understand why such an elegant, proper woman was so cold toward him. Clyden secretly resolved that she was only putting on an act and would eventually reveal a flaw. But before he could criticize her, Amelia took the initiative to point out that, although the office supplies were complete, it lacked the tools needed to maintain writing instruments. She would have someone prepare them immediately. Clyden froze. He had never expected this woman to notice even such a detail. He found her increasingly impossible to understand. Upon reflection, the late emperor had been old and had long ceased using pens himself, so there truly were no maintenance tools in the study. Amelia had not only noticed what was there, she also knew exactly what was missing. Her attention to detail was almost frightening. Before Clyden could recover, Amelia continued, "Now that I have become familiar with the study, I will devote all my attention to your majesty." The moment she said it, Clyden became completely unsettled. Devote all her attention to him? How could she say something so easily misunderstood with such a calm face? Was she not embarrassed at all? To conceal his panic, Clyden quickly cleared his throat, ordered her to leave, and then used the excuse of returning to his room to rest. The next day, Amelia took a deep breath outside the imperial office. She was somewhat uneasy. Clyden's expression had been so unpleasant the previous day that she decided she had to work twice as hard today. She absolutely could not anger the new emperor again. When she pushed open the office door, the chief steward and administrative officer Hines were already waiting. Hines held a thick stack of documents, ready to report on the empire's affairs of the past several days before His Majesty began work. Looking at the mountain-like pile of documents, Amelia could only hope that everything would go smoothly and that nothing else would go wrong. At that moment, the door opened heavily and Clyden entered with a grim expression. Seeing this, the chief steward quietly reassured Amelia that the report would end soon and that she need not be too nervous. He motioned for Amelia to prepare tea first. It was her first task since becoming a maid. Amelia silently resolved to brew the perfect cup of tea. Meanwhile, Clyden was already seated at his desk, signaling Hines to begin his report. Hines first offered congratulations on the new emperor's first day of rule, then moved to the main issue, a detailed report on the changes across the empire over the past 5 years. Clyden coldly called Hines's name, startling him so badly that he immediately tensed up. Clyden impatiently asked why he had not started yet. Hines nervously explained that he needed blue ink. The chief steward quickly gave Amelia a look. She understood at once and turned a hand over the ink. After thanking her, Hines began reporting on the empire's grain output. But almost as soon as the report started, he became flustered. One moment, he could not find a territorial file. The next, he was searching for data from the past 5 years. He had even brought out a heavy historical record. Watching Hines's panicked state, Amelia felt somewhat helpless. Clyden suddenly spoke, directly asking for the exact grain yield. The unexpected question instantly stumped Hines. Observing quietly, Amelia saw that Hines urgently needed a document from the middle shelf. To help him out, she stepped forward to take out the brown folder. But before she could hand it over, Clyden coldly interrupted her and even called her by her full name, saying she had taken the wrong file. Amelia was completely stunned, at a loss. She could only ask the new emperor why. In truth, Clyden's patience had already reached its limit. Administrative Officer Hines's report had been a disaster. He was babbling incoherently about production and efficiency, never getting to the point. Clyden had wanted to stop the whole ordeal, but Amelia was simply too competent. She stepped forward to organize Hines's papers. Whenever he forgot his words or got stuck, Amelia promptly handed him the relevant documents and helped the report continue smoothly. Whether he needed territorial records or historical data, she could locate them accurately at once. Watching Amelia busily work at Hines's side made Clyden feel even worse. She certainly worked hard, but had she forgotten there was someone else in the room? Could that old man, Hines, really be more attractive to her than he was? The Emperor's pride was severely wounded. Amelia had clearly said yesterday that she would devote all her attention to him. Yet today, she had immediately gone to help someone else. It was a blatant lie. The more Clyden thought about it, the angrier he became, and he decided to pick a fight. He coldly interrupted Hines and demanded that he repeat what he had just said. Hines tried to muddle through it, but Clyden would not accept that. He coldly pressed him for the exact grain yield. Hines was rendered speechless. Fortunately, Amelia had an excellent memory and immediately handed him the brown folder containing the figures. Seeing her so actively help someone else made the fire in Clyden's heart burn even hotter. Why did this woman not pay more attention to him? In his eyes, this was practically disloyalty. So Clyden deliberately found fault. He coldly declared that she had brought the wrong document. Amelia was utterly confused, with no idea what she had done wrong. Hines also looked puzzled and asked what His Majesty meant. Clyden insisted with complete confidence that he wanted the annual grain tax records. Amelia, somewhat helplessly, pointed out that the document in his hand was precisely that file. Clyden could no longer save face. He coldly demanded, "Are you correcting the Emperor?" Hines tried to smooth things over, but Clyden sharply silenced him, saying that he was discussing tax records with the maid. Hines felt terribly wronged. He was the administrative officer responsible for the report. To calm the Emperor's anger, Amelia could only lower her head, admit fault, and turn away to prepare the documents again. Amelia was deeply confused. That document had clearly been correct, so why had Clyden gotten angry for no reason? Perhaps he had been away too long and mixed things up. To make things easier to find, she decided to organize them again. When Hines took the document and examined it, he found that it was indeed correct. Still unaware of the situation, he tried to ease the mood by praising the office's orderly document management, then continued his lengthy report. But Clyden could not listen at all. His mind was full of the foolish mistake he had just made. It was humiliating beyond words. Amelia's earlier apology and withdrawal had actually been meant to preserve his dignity as emperor. She had deliberately gone to retrieve the supposedly wrong document, quietly slipping the correct one back into his hand so he could switch them without anyone noticing. Clyden's feelings became a tangled mess. Was this woman humoring him like a child simply because he was emperor? Still, no woman had ever made him this restless before. Looking at Amelia beside him, calm as though nothing had happened, Clyden felt somewhat relieved. At least the awkwardness had not hurt her feelings. But then he thought again. Perhaps she simply had not taken the matter to heart at all. While he was lost in thought, Hines suddenly leaned over and asked whether he was listening. Irritated, Clyden bluntly replied, "No." Hines was frightened out of his wits. To conceal his embarrassment, Clyden pointed to two spots on the map and asked Hines whether he noticed anything strange. Hines was confused, unable to understand why His Majesty was asking. Clyden pointed out that one territory always claimed it lacked water and paid its grain taxes in wool instead. Then it applied for aid on the grounds of famine. It used the same trick every time. Hines was even more confused, thinking that such matters should be asked of the local lord. Clyden snatched the map away, trying to distract himself with work. But when he looked up, Amelia's face remained perfectly calm. Her impenetrable demeanor only frustrated him more. Wanting to demonstrate his ability before her, Clyden pointed at a lake on the map and continued his analysis aloud. Another territory had been secretly drawing water, causing the unequal distribution of water resources. Heinz suddenly understood and nodded repeatedly. Clyden went on to point out that when their grain production had been stable, these two territories had been major taxpayers for the empire. Was this not a problem that needed to be resolved? Heinz was thrilled, repeatedly praising the plan for bringing immense profit to the empire. He even began imagining how the empire would flourish if the central government intervened to mediate. Seeing Heinz so excited, Clyden was confused and asked whether he meant the matter of sharing the lake water. Heinz was moved to tears, saying he was actually praising His Majesty's extraordinary wisdom and martial prowess. As he wiped his tears, he sighed that everyone used to worry endlessly about Clyden when he was crown prince, never expecting him to become so dependable now. At that moment, Amelia offered Heinz a handkerchief and told him to wipe his face. Heinz thanked her and accepted it, then, right in front of Clyden, loudly blew his nose into it. Watching Heinz abuse Amelia's handkerchief like that, Clyden went completely rigid. After blowing his nose, Heinz asked with a satisfied expression whether today's report had been especially enlightening. But Clyden was bitter beyond measure. That was Amelia's handkerchief. Even he, the emperor, had never received one, yet Heinz was using it to blow his nose. Clyden suppressed his fury and answered through clenched teeth, it certainly was enlightening. He would see whether tomorrow's report would be just as wonderful. Seeing Clyden's face darken again, Heinz was utterly baffled, unable to understand why the new emperor was angry once more. Clyden kept staring at Amelia, making Heinz nervous. He assumed His Majesty was dissatisfied with him because of the earlier mistake and thought he had to seize an opportunity to show his loyalty. Heinz cleared his throat, leaned close to Clyden, and quietly suggested that he would tell the chief steward about the maid's mistake. The moment he said that, Clyden exploded, loudly scolding Heinz for talking nonsense. Clyden irritably demanded, "Didn't you see how completely focused Amelia was on helping you just now?" Looking at Amelia, silently working nearby, Clyden awkwardly turned his head away and had no choice but to admit that she had actually done an excellent job. What truly irritated him was that the more flawless her work was, the less he could do about her. The feeling drove him mad. Seeing Clyden's ever-changing expression, Heinz felt another headache coming on. The new emperor was becoming harder and harder to serve. To break the awkward silence, Amelia stepped forward and apologized, saying that she would be more careful in the future. But Clyden only replied coldly that he saw nothing wrong with her conduct. Then he directly ordered both of them to leave at once. As he watched Amelia's departing figure, Clyden could not calm down. She had done more than well enough, so why was she still so hard on herself? Then Heinz came over again and asked whether he wanted some refreshments brought in. Clyden refused immediately. He worried it would tire Amelia out after she had just been dismissed. Feeling unsettled, Clyden used the excuse of returning to his room to rest, intending to end this terrible day. But the tactless chief steward followed after him, cautiously asking about Amelia's performance that day and offering to train her again. Clyden stopped walking and coldly replied that he saw nothing wrong with her. The chief steward immediately sighed in relief, then began rambling again. He worried that Amelia, as a northerner, might be too reserved to adapt to life in the imperial capital. Before he could finish, Clyden suddenly turned and stared at him coldly. Reserved? Is that not the most valuable quality in the palace? The chief steward was terrified by that look and quickly nodded along desperately. But Clyden simply continued staring at him, leaving the chief steward anxious and completely unable to fathom the new emperor's thoughts. Clyden verbally acknowledged that Amelia possessed many fine qualities, too many to count. Yet it was precisely because she was so perfect that she irritated him even more. Elsewhere, the chief steward walked alone through the corridor, still shaken. He feared Clyden had been speaking sarcastically, and worried even more that Amelia might be hiding somewhere in tears. The terrible atmosphere reminded him of the past, when Clyden had been a mischievous crown prince who always tormented new attendants until they cried and screamed. The chief steward had thought Clyden had grown into a mature and dependable emperor, but now it seemed things were not so simple. Remembering the way Clyden looked at Amelia, he felt increasingly uneasy. He even began to wonder whether His Majesty truly hated her. To find out, the chief steward decided to speak to Amelia personally. He came to her room and knocked gently. Amelia was surprised to see him, but politely invited him inside. Looking at this gentle and courteous young woman, the chief steward sighed inwardly. Most palace attendants came from noble families, all hoping to gather information for their clans. But Amelia never fought or competed with anyone, always remaining humble and polite. The chief steward finally understood. Clyden's earlier words had not been sarcasm. He truly admired Amelia's abilities. The more the chief steward thought about it, the more he felt Amelia was in real trouble. After all, facing a subordinate with no faults to pick at, Clyden would only grow more frustrated. The chief steward comforted Amelia, praising her performance on her first day. But Amelia doubted herself, feeling that she had not done enough. The chief steward almost wanted to laugh. In the past, new attendants would be scared into wailing on their first day by Clyden. Amelia's ability to endure, it was already a miracle. He analyzed the differences in their personalities. People in the imperial capital liked to speak indirectly, while Amelia, a northern girl, was too straightforward. That was why Clyden found her difficult to deal with. The chief steward told Amelia to relax. Worriedly, Amelia asked whether His Majesty truly disliked her. The chief steward quickly denied it, saying that if His Majesty had truly been angry, he would have warned her in advance. Only then did Amelia feel slightly relieved. The chief steward suddenly lowered his voice and asked whether Amelia was worried that His Majesty harbored resentment toward her family because of their territory. He sighed and admitted that Clyden was indeed difficult to read, but he still spoke up for him, saying the new emperor was actually quite reasonable. Growing more animated, the chief steward advised Amelia to be more proactive in the future and express more admiration and loyalty toward His Majesty. But at that point, Amelia's tone abruptly changed. As a personal maid, I must never sway the emperor with false flattery, nor may I use private emotions to cloud the emperor's judgment. Otherwise, it would be a grave dereliction of duty. The atmosphere in the room immediately froze. Amelia's stance was resolute. As a maid, she would only fulfill her duties. That was how she and her family would demonstrate their loyalty. The chief steward was left completely speechless. He sighed inwardly that this girl was just as stubborn as Clyden. The North's rigid temperament had not changed at all. Convincing her to flatter the emperor was simply impossible. He could only awkwardly agree a few times before getting up to leave. But just as the chief steward reached the door, Amelia suddenly called out to him. A gentle smile appeared on her face as she sincerely thanked him for coming all this way to check on her. The chief steward froze. He had never expected that the usually cold-looking Amelia would be so beautiful when she smiled. Seeing the chief steward standing there blankly, Amelia curiously asked what was wrong. Only then did he come back to his senses. He hurriedly made an excuse and fled in embarrassment. Soon, the next day arrived, and the reports in the imperial office continued as usual, though the atmosphere seemed somewhat strange. Judging by Clyden's expression, he was clearly dissatisfied with something again. Amelia, meanwhile, remained completely focused, arranging every document in perfect order. Watching this, the chief steward recalled their conversation the night before. He suddenly realized something. Amelia was completely different from all the previous maids. The others either feared Clyden or wanted to please him. But when Amelia looked at the young emperor, there was no unnecessary emotion in her eyes whatsoever. Clyden was not testing Amelia at all. He was simply sulking because he had never met a woman who cared so little about him. Clyden believed Amelia's attitude came from the northern temperament and that she disliked him. Amelia, meanwhile, believed the emperor was targeting her because of the issue involving her territory. The chief steward felt miserable. If the two of them continued misunderstanding each other like this, the person who would suffer most would definitely be him, the one caught between them. Even the Marquis of Valletta far away in the north would have to worry along with them. To ease the tension, the chief steward hurriedly stepped forward to flatter Clyden, praising him for his hard work handling state affairs and adding a few good words for Amelia. He had expected Clyden to be pleased, but the new emperor only gave a cold snort and turned away, too lazy to respond. Seeing an opening, the chief steward quickly continued. He smiled and said it was good that His Majesty felt that way, then advised Clyden to build better relationships with those around him, to improve Amelia's standing. The chief steward even began lying outright, saying that Amelia had been praising His Majesty constantly these past few days and especially admired his performance yesterday. But before he could finish, the atmosphere completely changed. Clyden's face darkened at once. He stared coldly at the chief steward and said that Amelia had never said any of those things to him personally. Noticing the tension, the chief steward hurriedly smiled and tried to smooth things over, explaining that Amelia came from the north and was simply not very good with words. To support his point, the chief steward even used his wife as an example, saying that northerners were naturally reserved and could remain calm even over something as major as giving birth. He continued explaining that he had met Amelia several times and that she truly was not skilled at expressing herself the way people in the imperial capital did. Clyden became thoughtful after hearing this. He muttered to himself, "If she is simply not good at expressing herself, does that mean she does not hate me as much as I thought?" Thinking over the past 3 days, Clyden realized Amelia was indeed a woman with strong convictions who would not easily be swayed by others' opinions. Since Amelia had not believed those rumors, it meant she did not actually dislike him. Seeing a chance, the chief steward quickly pressed on, advising His Majesty that if he displayed more of his personal charm, affection would naturally grow over time. Those words struck straight at Clyden's heart, and he immediately regained his spirits. Outwardly, the chief steward looked confident, but inwardly he was anxious. The emperor had been so temperamental in the past that nobody could stay by his side for long. Now the only solution was for Clyden to show more patience. But could this proud emperor really do that? Realizing his flattery had gone in the wrong direction, the chief steward quickly coughed twice and explained that Amelia needed time to adapt. She had come alone from the distant north, and naturally, she would be intimidated by the emperor's majesty. Life in the north was completely different from life in the imperial capital. It could not be easy for a young woman. Clyden found this quite reasonable. The chief steward took the opportunity to urge Clyden to find a way to close the distance between them. Instead, Clyden began to worry that his innate majesty might make that difficult. Watching Clyden suddenly become full of himself, the chief steward could only sigh inwardly. This narcissistic habit was truly exhausting. It had been a long time since he had dealt with such a troublesome task. He hurriedly explained that he merely hoped His Majesty would take more initiative and help Amelia relax. But Clyden became even more confident, convinced that any woman's nervousness around him came from being completely captivated by his charm. He even began seriously planning to reveal his charm gradually. Watching Clyden's self-satisfied expression, the chief steward sighed helplessly again. This narcissism was truly unbearable. In truth, what Clyden cared about was not whether Amelia was attracted to him. It was the 5 painful years he had spent exiled on the northern border. That dark past was the humiliation he most wanted to erase, and Amelia's arrival had brought those deepest memories back to the surface. Amelia had her own pride as well. She never wanted to be looked upon with contempt again. Yet instead of becoming angry, Clyden smiled and patted the chief steward on the shoulder, praising him for being such a great help this time. The chief steward was completely bewildered. He could only offer awkward thanks while silently apologizing to Amelia in his heart. Day after day passed, and soon it was the last day of the chief steward's work reports. As usual, Amelia pushed open the door and politely greeted Emperor Clyden. Clyden suddenly turned around and gave Amelia an exceptionally radiant smile. Taking the initiative, he said, "The weather is wonderful today." The unexpected friendliness made Amelia uncomfortable. She could only use preparing tea as an excuse to avoid him. But Clyden became even more enthusiastic, saying he was very much looking forward to her tea. Seeing Clyden's dazzling smile, Amelia was filled with confusion. As she prepared the tea, she found that smile far too blinding, making her feel uncomfortable all over. Yet Clyden clearly had no idea there was a problem, continuing to radiate his excessive charm nearby. As Amelia made tea, she wondered how she should describe that smile. Beautiful? Noble? Neither seemed quite right. Then a word flashed in her mind. Perfect. Clyden's smile was flawless. So perfect that it seemed unreal, almost unlike the smile of a living person. Amelia thought that this was probably the sort of smile worn by nobles in the imperial capital. It was unlike people from the north. On that cold and dangerous northern border, people struggled every day just to survive. They had to endure harsh weather and food shortages while constantly guarding against monster attacks. In a place like that, no one could smile so easily. This faultless perfection made Amelia feel strangely uneasy. Lost in thought, she accidentally voiced her thoughts aloud, murmuring, "Too perfect." Hearing Amelia mutter the word perfect, Clyden was briefly stunned before immediately taking advantage of it. With a smile, he declared loudly, "Then this tea must be perfect as well. Hurry and pour me a cup so I can taste it." Faced with his sudden enthusiasm, Amelia did not know what to do and could only nervously hand him a teacup. Clyden accepted the tea and took a sip, closing his eyes to savor it carefully. Amelia's heart began pounding, and she cautiously asked for His Majesty's opinion. Clyden suddenly leaned closer and praised it with a smile. "This tea is simply perfect." The abrupt closeness made Amelia freeze where she stood. Seeing Amelia's nervousness, Clyden smiled and amended his words. "Well, perhaps not absolutely perfect, but it is certainly very good." He reminded himself inwardly that he needed to speak to her more gently in the future. Clyden had complete confidence in his charm. He believed that his gentle interaction just now, combined with his flawless perfect smile, would surely leave Amelia utterly captivated. He was already expecting her praise, but Amelia was completely unaffected. Instead, she turned away and avoided his gaze. Her indifferent reaction left Clyden utterly confused. Watching her avoid him so eagerly made him feel incredibly dejected. What he did not know was that Amelia had been so dazzled by his smile that she could barely keep her eyes open. She even felt that if she kept looking, she would go blind. Clyden suddenly remembered the chief steward's reminder. Amelia had come from the north and grown up in such a gloomy environment. Perhaps she simply did not know how to appreciate the refined beauty of the imperial capital. Amelia was deeply conflicted. Though Clyden's smile dazzled her terribly, she could hardly tell the emperor to turn his head away. At that moment, Heinz pushed open the door, carrying the newly organized construction budget report, and took the initiative to report to Clyden. At the sound of official business, Clyden's expression instantly turned cold. He merely replied, "I understand." Then he turned back to Amelia, his trademark perfect smile returning to his face as he asked whether they should begin today's work. Seeing Amelia at a loss, Clyden secretly felt very pleased with himself. He thought that if he smiled more often, this northern girl would eventually grow accustomed to his beauty. Amelia was completely bewildered, and even the hand holding her teacup began to tremble. She could not understand what had gotten into the emperor today. Clyden's dazzling smile made Amelia feel uncomfortable from head to toe. She did not even know where to look, so she could only force herself to agree. Just when the awkward atmosphere reached its peak, Heinz finally could not bear it anymore and cleared his throat twice to break the silence. He began reporting several major events that had occurred in the empire over the past 5 years. Since it was only a simple verbal overview, Amelia relaxed slightly, yet she still felt uneasy. Clyden's gentle gaze and that flawless smile were simply too difficult for her to handle. She even thought that if the emperor had treated her as before, shouting at her or showing contempt, she would at least know how to respond. This sudden gentleness, however, left her completely lost. While Amelia was caught up in these thoughts, Heinz had already reached the main topic, a difficult case that appeared to be a domestic dispute, but actually involved a struggle between two major powers. Seeing Amelia continue to deliberately avoid his gaze, Clyden finally had no temper left. He had never imagined that his unfailing charm would be completely useless before this woman. At that moment, Heinz began formally reporting that two great families in the South had allowed a lover's quarrel to escalate into a territorial war. This was not merely a conflict between territories. It was also the hottest gossip in high society. But Clyden's mind was nowhere near the matter. Looking at the papers in his hand, all he felt was frustration. He even began calculating that if his failure to please Amelia caused him to lose face in society, then he would have to settle that account with Amelia. But on second thought, Clyden felt he was being childish. He had never actively tried to please anyone in his life. Having encountered someone unmoved by him for the first time, he could only blame himself for being too impatient. Since childhood, Clyden's status and face had always gotten him whatever he wanted. Yet now he had to actively try to win someone over, something unprecedented for him. And Amelia did not respond at all. She was as cold as ice, treating his efforts as thin air. It left Clyden feeling deeply aggrieved. While Clyden sulked to himself, Heinz finished his work report and casually asked whether there were any questions. Clyden's mind was full of Amelia, and he had not listened at all. He irritably replied. No, faced with Clyden's cold attitude, Hines could only endure it. Just as Hines was about to leave, Amelia hurried after him and called out to him. With a smile, she thanked Hines warmly for his guidance during this time. That gentle smile and gratitude left Hines flattered, and he smiled back. But Clyden, standing nearby, was completely dumbfounded. He could not understand it. He had just worked so hard to display his perfect smile, yet Amelia had not even wanted to look at him. Now she was smiling so sweetly at an old man instead. His pride was shattered completely, and he even began to suspect that the girl's taste was the problem. At that moment, Hines withdrew, leaving only the two of them in the room. Amelia asked Clyden with concern whether he was feeling unwell. Clyden was briefly caught off guard by her unexpected concern. After all, the chief steward had said that a girl from the north would need time to adjust, so he had not intended to push her too hard. To break the awkward silence, Clyden took the initiative and invited Amelia for a walk with a smile. Watching her follow behind him, a strange thought suddenly crossed his mind. If this woman had been a man, what would their relationship have become? This girl had actually managed to resist his charm. If their circumstances were different, perhaps they really could have become rivals. But reality had no room for such what-ifs. Clyden's current situation was dire. The military faction in court had been cultivated by the late emperor. When Clyden was exiled, those people had even clamored for his execution. Although he had now ascended the throne, those old men were still plotting against him in secret. To secure his throne and fight the monsters, he had to weaken their power as quickly as possible. The key was to win back the Marquis of Valletta, who guarded the border. As the Marquis's daughter, Amelia was the most suitable diplomatically. So, not only for his pride as a man, but also for the Empire's future, Clyden had to win this woman over completely. He decided not to waste any more time. It was time to make the first move. Since he had decided to act, he intended to be direct. He remembered the chief steward's advice. Amelia needed to see more of his admirable qualities. To win this girl's heart completely, Clyden planned to display his strength today. He took Amelia directly to the Royal Guard's training grounds. Looking at the knights lined up neatly on both sides, Clyden could hardly contain his pride. He was sure Amelia had been intimidated by the spectacle, and that her cold heart must finally be beginning to waver. Smiling, Clyden asked whether the knights had frightened her. Amelia hurriedly denied it, saying she was not afraid at all. This was a training ground. After all, not the usual imperial office. Clyden was somewhat at a loss. He did not know how to arrange things for this girl from the north. Since Amelia was only responsible for work in the study, the male attendants at the training ground did not know whether they should step forward to serve her. To break the deadlock, Clyden turned around and called Amelia. She immediately answered respectfully. Clyden pointed to the side and told her to stand there properly and watch. Then Clyden summoned the captain of the knights. The captain promptly stepped forward to receive his orders. Clyden motioned for him to prepare and announced that a sparring match was about to begin. Clyden had already planned it out. He would use this sparring session to show off his strength before Amelia and make her completely convinced of his superiority. Then Clyden suddenly gave a soft laugh. He drew the sword at his waist and confidently declared that he had forgiven Amelia. That sudden statement left Amelia bewildered. She had no idea what Clyden meant by saying he forgave her. If she had truly done something wrong, why could His Majesty not simply tell her directly? Before she could figure it out, an officer beside them loudly announced that the selected knights would have the opportunity to spar personally with the Emperor. Amelia, who came from the north, felt no excitement at the sight of the training ground. In the freezing northern territories, combat was simply part of everyday life for her. Still, she had to admit that the Royal Guard of the imperial capital was extraordinarily well funded. The budget for this training ground was astonishing. The sparring officially began. Clyden's first move was swift and clean. With a sharp clash of blades, his opponent was forced back in a single strike. Then, with a heavy crash, another challenging knight was knocked to the ground. Amelia watched in fascination. Having grown up watching her father practice swordsmanship, she naturally understood its intricacies. The formidable skill Clyden displayed was clearly beyond that of an ordinary master, and this seemed to be no more than a warm-up for him. Clyden called for the next opponent with high spirits, while the defeated knight could only smile bitterly and beg his majesty to show mercy. Watching the confident Clyden on the field, Amelia suddenly noticed the smile on his face. He had been smiling all day, but his earlier smiles had all seemed forced. Only this smile came from the heart. At that moment, Clyden was completely absorbed, every swing of his sword crisp and decisive. His pure focus on swordsmanship made Amelia smile as well. Before anyone could react, another cry of pain rang out from the field. Clyden easily won the round, instantly earning cheers from everyone present. He sheathed his sword with flair, and the knight on the ground conceded wholeheartedly, sincerely praising his majesty's peerless swordsmanship. Clyden planted his sword in the ground, declaring the warm-up over. Amid the crowd's cheers, he directly removed his coat, revealing his sculpted physique. He casually tossed it aside, leaving Amelia utterly stunned. How could he just take it off without warning? Seeing Amelia's flustered reaction, Clyden secretly felt pleased. It seemed this woman really had been watching him all along. Holding his sword, he strode toward the next opponent. The knight on the ground retreated in terror, stammering that he had already surrendered. But Clyden merely smiled faintly, showing no sign of stopping. Before his opponent could react, Clyden had already swung his sword. Another miserable cry echoed through the training grounds. Clyden was immensely pleased with himself. He was certain that his unparalleled charm would leave Amelia utterly captivated. But just as he confidently prepared to continue his display, he realized something was off about the atmosphere. He suddenly turned around and found that Amelia was not watching him at all. She was carefully brushing dust from her clothes. Clyden was completely dumbfounded. He had performed so enthusiastically for so long, yet she had not even lifted an eyelid. It was blatant disregard. In truth, it was not only Clyden who had noticed something. The knights in the training ground had seen through him as well. Their usually stern and cold emperor had worn an unusual smile all day, attacked more fiercely than usual, and even performed a series of flashy, exaggerated moves. He was obviously showing off like a peacock for someone. As for the person His Majesty was trying so hard to impress, the watching knights had already guessed. Everyone was holding back laughter as they watched their emperor make a fool of himself. Looking at the bare-chested Clyden before them, the knights below practically worshipped him. In their eyes, His Majesty was not only an exceptional swordsman, but his unconstrained personality was charming as well. To serve such a ruler was a blessing earned over 3 lifetimes. After the sparring ended, Clyden called to Amelia and prepared to return to the study. But on the way back, Amelia was deeply uncomfortable. Looking at the emperor striding ahead bare-chested, she could not help wondering whether a sovereign of an entire nation walking around half-naked would truly not damage the royal image. Should she take the initiative and help him put his clothes back on? But that was clearly beyond her duties. At that moment, she desperately wished the chief steward would appear and solve this awkward problem. Meanwhile, Clyden was still feeling pleased with himself, certain that his unmatched charm had already captivated Amelia completely. He even began imagining how unbearable her days would be if she could no longer see his perfect body. Just as Clyden was immersed in his fantasy, Amelia suddenly stopped and called out to him. Then, with a perfectly calm expression, she suggested that he return to his bedroom. Clyden froze on the spot, his mind instantly blank. He never expected this normally icy girl from the north to make such a bold suggestion. Clyden's mind was still racing, wondering whether she was being far too forward, when Amelia spoke again and poured cold water over him. It turned out she simply thought that his bare chest was too inappropriate for them to continue handling official matters normally. That was why she was urging him to return to his bedroom and get dressed. Clyden was utterly speechless. She was not interested in him at all. She simply found his appearance embarrassing. Seeing Amelia's serious expression, he felt as though he had instantly turned to stone. The perfect body he had taken such pride in had somehow become a source of awkwardness in her eyes. Looking at Amelia before him, Clyden felt chilled to the bone. It was exactly like being bare-chested on the northern border while a blizzard struck him head-on. Amelia's disdainful words shattered his confidence in an instant. Clyden spent the entire night tossing and turning in bed. He could not understand how the perfect body he was so proud of had become embarrassing in her eyes. The next morning, Amelia took the initiative to greet him. Seeing his calm expression, Amelia finally felt relieved. In truth, Clyden was merely putting on a brave face. The moment he sat at his desk, he could not help sighing. As Amelia prepared tea as usual, his heart remained completely unsettled. Looking at the warm tea she brought him, Clyden felt that Amelia's personality was like that cup of tea, utterly calm and undisturbed. When she asked him about it, he shook his head somewhat hurriedly. Though he stubbornly claimed not to care, every time he closed his eyes, yesterday's scene at the training grounds filled his mind. He had wanted to impress her with his swordsmanship and physique, only to suffer the most embarrassing defeat possible. Even the finest black tea tasted bitter in his mouth. The more Clyden thought about it, the more unwilling he was to accept it. By all logic, any woman should have been moved by his charm, perhaps even struggled against it. Yet Amelia was completely unmoved and had even treated him like air. How could he, the Emperor of the Empire, tolerate someone being so indifferent to him? Clyden secretly made up his mind. Not only would he conquer this woman completely, he would make the entire Northern Territory submit as well. Just as he was silently competing with himself, Amelia suddenly called to him. She asked whether he had any further orders. Clyden shook his head, but could not resist asking what she had been looking at earlier. Amelia explained that she had merely been looking at the sky, adding that the sky over the imperial capital was clear. Her words reminded Clyden of the cold, frozen, deep blue night sky of the northern border. Amelia softly said that the night sky in her hometown was the most beautiful. The stars there shone more brightly than anywhere else. Seeing the earnest expression on her face when she spoke of home, the Emperor was briefly lost in thought. Amelia quickly explained that she simply had the habit of observing the weather each day. In the frigid north, they had to prepare in advance for snow and ice. As for the color of the sky, she had never paid much attention to it. Clyden immediately felt reassured. It seemed this girl's sense of beauty was rather dull, but that was no challenge for him. He smiled slightly and suggested a walk. The two then made their way to the royal garden. Clyden pointed at a magnificent peacock ahead and told Amelia to look carefully at the color of its feathers. Amelia was completely confused. Clyden asked whether she could feel its beauty. Amelia stared at the feathers for a long time, then said that since they were so glossy, the gardeners must be feeding the birds very well. Clyden was instantly dumbfounded. He had not expected her to focus on the feed. He could only sigh inwardly. To draw closer to her, Clyden sat directly on the grass and pulled Amelia down beside him. Amelia was caught off guard and quickly apologized to the Emperor, but Clyden motioned for her to look ahead. Several peacocks were walking toward them step by step. Watching the peacocks approach, Clyden proudly boasted to Amelia that the arrogant birds were coming over because they recognized the Emperor. But before he could finish speaking, he was humiliated without warning. The peacocks passed right by him and gathered around Amelia, even affectionately rubbing against her. Left to the side, the Emperor gritted his teeth in anger. Who was the true master of this palace? These freeloading creatures, or him? He had wanted to show off his imperial dignity, but instead became the biggest decoration in the scene. The attendants hurried over to drive the peacocks away, but Clyden waved them off. As long as Amelia was happy, that was enough. Amelia hesitated, then said she had something she wanted to tell him. Clyden assumed she was about to discuss work again and immediately interrupted her. This was not the study, nor was it that awkward bedroom from last night. Amelia quickly explained that she only wanted to fulfill her duty of serving the Emperor. Clyden's gaze darkened as he sternly reminded her, "The only person you need to be responsible for now is me, Clyden." Seeing Amelia fail to respond for a long time, Clyden impatiently asked whether his words were truly so hard to understand. Amelia suddenly came back to her senses and hurriedly apologized for being slow, saying she would report the matter to the chief steward at once. Clyden gave a proud snort. "I will reluctantly forgive you this time." Amelia pondered it silently. So His Majesty disliked being served by other people, which was why he had specifically chosen only her. She felt she had been far too slow to notice. She needed to tell the chief steward immediately so she could devote herself fully to serving His Majesty. Seeing Amelia staring blankly to the side again, Clyden wondered what exactly was going through her mind. A breeze swept over the grass, and the surroundings fell quiet. Looking at Amelia before him, Clyden suddenly felt emotional. Ever since she had entered his life, everything seemed to have quietly begun changing. This was the first time in his life that he had enjoyed leisure like this. But before he could relax for long, the servants brought over a large table filled with exquisite desserts. Looking at the dazzling selection of cakes and black tea, Amelia was confused and could not help asking the Emperor what this was for. with his arms folded and a proud look on his face. Clyden said that it had all been specially prepared for her and ordered her to eat it immediately. Looking at the feast before her, Amelia suddenly had an idea. This could not possibly be so simple. His Majesty clearly wanted her to act as a food taster. At that thought, Amelia immediately became fully alert. To prove her competence, she picked up a cookie without hesitation and put it in her mouth. She silently reasoned that His Majesty must want an all-purpose maid, one who could even handle dangerous work like testing food for poison. But the moment the cake touched her tongue, she froze. It was far too delicious. It was so delicious that she even felt a little guilty. If only her younger brother back in the north could taste it too. Clyden picked up a strawberry and asked how it tasted, then told her to try the remaining desserts as well. Amelia immediately said that she would test every single one. Watching Amelia eat with such enjoyment, Clyden quietly thought that at least her sense of taste seemed normal. Just then, the peacocks approached again. Amelia immediately protected the plate, insisting that these belonged to His Majesty. But Clyden exposed her misunderstanding. The desserts had been prepared especially for her because he did not like sweets at all. In truth, Clyden had never been worried about poison. He simply wanted to test something. He had noticed that Amelia was insensitive to beautiful things. Since she was not sensitive visually, he decided to begin with taste instead. He believed no woman could resist sweets and a picnic. This method would surely make Amelia lower her guard. Watching her eat happily, Clyden was immensely pleased. He even began looking forward to whether she would cry with emotion after tasting the signature dishes he had prepared. But before he could enjoy his triumph for long, Amelia solemnly reported, "Your Majesty, the cakes are indeed not poisoned. You may eat them without concern." Clyden was left speechless. He had not come here to eat leftovers, so he impatiently ordered Amelia to describe the flavors in detail. Amelia obediently began evaluating them one by one. The cream was smooth, with cheese mixed into it, and it paired perfectly with the raspberries on top. Hearing Amelia deliver such detailed comments in the calmest possible tone, Clyden finally felt reassured. It seemed the desserts had truly won over her stomach. Sharing food was the best way to grow closer, though it could not be rushed. After Amelia finished describing the desserts, Clyden deliberately found an excuse to make her eat more. "I hate wasting food. Finish all the remaining desserts." But Amelia hesitated, feeling that sharing food with a maid was improper according to palace etiquette. The moment those words left her mouth, Clyden's expression darkened immediately. He directly asked Amelia who, exactly, was in charge in this palace. Seeing Amelia too afraid to speak, Clyden was secretly delighted. He had deliberately saved the dessert she liked best so she could eat to her heart's content. Faced with the enormous pile of sweets, Amelia ate until she realized she was completely full. Then she noticed something. Clyden had not touched his own portion of dessert at all. Seeing Clyden watching her with an unreadable smile, Amelia's heart skipped a beat. Why was he suddenly being so attentive? Could he be seeking revenge? This was not a baseless suspicion. When Clyden had been exiled to the north, his reputation had been so terrible that no one would have cared if he had died there. Back then, the Valletta family's knights had made more than a few attempts on his life. If Clyden had not been so skilled in combat, he would never have lived to become emperor. So if Clyden wanted revenge, it would only be natural. Now that he had just ascended the throne, he was likely only suppressing his rage for the sake of the bigger picture. To protect her entire family, Amelia was prepared to give everything. If eating all these desserts could calm the emperor's anger, she would do it. So she began desperately stuffing sweets into her mouth. Just as she was about to choke, Clyden handed her a glass of water and smilingly asked whether they were truly that delicious. Amelia quickly accepted it and forced herself to answer that it truly was a flavor she had never tasted before. Seeing Clyden's satisfied smile, Amelia felt bitter inside. These were not desserts at all. They were revenge flavored with torment. Looking at the empty plates, Clyden smiled and suggested they return to the study first. Although Amelia believed this was revenge, as long as it could ease His Majesty's anger, she could only grit her teeth and accept it. She even thought that this revenge somehow tasted a little sweet. The two had only just returned to the study when the sight before Amelia left her staring blankly. Who would have thought there would be an enormous basket of candy in the room? Looking at the candy basket, Amelia was momentarily confused. Why were there sweets again? Clyden walked forward and complained that he had merely asked for work snacks. Yet the servants had brought him candy reserved for the emperor. But then he abruptly changed his tone. Since Amelia liked sweets, he would simply give the entire basket to her. Amelia quickly lowered her head in thanks and casually said she would share the candy with the other maids. The moment she said that, Clyden's expression changed. He stepped toward Amelia and coldly asked why she thought anyone else deserved to eat candy he had given her. She alone was to eat it all. Every piece had to be finished. Only then did Amelia realize she had nearly committed a grave offense. This was a gift bestowed by the Emperor. Sharing it carelessly with others would be a serious act of disrespect. She hurriedly lowered her head in thanks and said she would enjoy it all by herself. Seeing Amelia obediently comply, Clyden was delighted, feeling that his plan was proceeding perfectly. Since the day's work had already been completed, he rose to return to his chambers to rest. Before leaving, he gently reminded Amelia to return and rest early as well. But as Amelia carried the large basket of candy through the palace corridors, all the servants stared in amazement. They whispered privately about who had given her such a gift. Everyone wondered how she had received such a reward. Yet Amelia knew clearly that as long as the Valletta family could be preserved, she alone could endure this much torment. After finally returning to her room, Amelia looked at the glittering basket of candy on the table and found herself at a loss. It was an imperial gift. She could not give it away or casually throw it out. What was she supposed to do with it? Even worse, after all that turmoil, she had not even had dinner yet. Looking at the basket of sickeningly sweet candy gave her a headache. If Clyden's revenge against her family only consisted of forcing her to eat sweets, she could eat them every day without complaint. But Clyden's awkward attitude had left her thoughts in disarray. The Emperor in the rumors was arrogant and ruthless, someone who had even dared to slay a divine beast. So why was he tormenting people in such a way now? The contrast even made him seem a little cute. Amelia could not help laughing. By the time this revenge was over, she was probably going to gain a great deal of weight. Just as Amelia was worrying, there was suddenly a knock at the door. It was the chief steward, who had come specially to check on her because he was concerned that she had not eaten dinner. But the instant the chief steward entered the room, his gaze fell upon the basket of candy. He immediately lost his composure. This was the special gift every emperor had used to apologize to his empress. Amelia hurriedly explained that it was merely something His Majesty did not want. Looking at the basket of exquisite candy, the chief steward was deeply puzzled. This was a custom-made royal product. No matter how he looked at it, it did not seem like a means of torment. He could not help asking what else His Majesty had said. Amelia answered honestly that His Majesty had said the only person she needed to be responsible for now was His Majesty himself. At those words, the chief steward finally understood. Clyden was not treating her as an enemy from the north at all. He was clearly protecting her as one of his own. Amelia meaningfully added that the way His Majesty looked at her was definitely not the way one looked at a prisoner. This only left the chief steward more confused, and he could not help asking what kind of look it was then. In response, Amelia thought carefully and recalled Clyden's expression at the time. Then she blurted out, "His Majesty looked very happy." Those words completely baffled the chief steward. He could not understand how Amelia had reached that conclusion. In his eyes, His Majesty's gaze had clearly been filled with possessiveness. How had it become happiness in this girl's interpretation? The chief steward felt that his mind could not keep up. The two of them were simply not on the same wavelength. He was certain there was some hidden truth he did not know. Sighing, he reminded Amelia that gaining His Majesty's approval would not be easy, and that Clyden's true attitude was still impossible to determine. After hearing the chief steward's words, Amelia calmed down. She began to reflect on whether she had been too impatient. After all, how could 5 years of resentment between the North and the royal family possibly be resolved in just a few days? But the Valletta family would not give up so easily. No matter how difficult the road ahead became, she had to persist. To prepare for monsters that could appear at any time, Amelia's father trained diligently every day. As the heir of the Valletta family, she too had to show the same determination when facing the monster known as Clyden. The chief steward comforted her by saying that time would resolve everything, but he knew very well that after working in the palace for over 30 years, anyone who truly angered this emperor could lose their life that very day. However, judging from the current situation, Clyden's attitude toward Amelia was clearly different. The chief steward decided to help her a little, reminding her that although dinner time had passed, she could eat some candy to fill her stomach first. Looking at the huge basket of cloyingly sweet candy, Amelia felt deeply troubled. She suddenly thought she might never want to touch sweets again for the rest of her life. Late at night, the chief steward came to the emperor's study, only to see a sight that made him question reality. Clyden, who usually could not be bothered with such things, was seriously handling state affairs in his private time. The unusual sight made the chief steward wonder whether he had truly reached the age to retire. If this emperor had genuinely begun to care about the empire, he would surely become a great ruler. But the chief steward had not come tonight to admire the emperor's diligence. When Clyden asked, he quickly stepped forward and reported on the arrangements for Amelia. According to Clyden's prior orders, beginning tomorrow, Amelia would officially become his personal maid. Her duties would be extensive, covering the study, the training grounds, and even the emperor's bedroom. When Clyden heard that Amelia would be responsible for his bedroom as well, he was immediately displeased. With such a heavy workload, when would she have time to rest? Seeing this, the chief steward smoothly suggested returning the bedroom duties to the original head maid. Clyden immediately saw through the chief steward's intentions and coldly asked whether he was doing this on purpose. The chief steward hurriedly explained that he was only considering the bigger picture. Besides, Amelia was so exhausted that she had returned to her room and gone straight to bed without even eating dinner. The chief steward even deliberately mentioned that Amelia had not touched the imperial candy. Then he casually added that he knew it was a gift the kitchen had delivered by mistake. At that, Clyden could not sit still any longer, but he still stubbornly argued that the girl usually loved sweets, so she had surely eaten too much in secret and could not manage dinner. He even casually complained that she was childish. Watching the emperor struggle to maintain his composure, the chief steward understood everything. Faced with the two people's entirely contradictory accounts, though, he was momentarily unsure whom to believe. But Clyden looked completely confident, believing no one in the empire could refuse the candy he had chosen. To test the emperor's true feelings, the chief steward deliberately lied, saying that his wife from the north especially disliked such sweet flavors. If it were Lady Amelia, in order to win your majesty's favor, she would probably force herself to say even insects tasted good. After all, she is a loyal Valletta. The chief steward even made his point directly, asking whether that was why his majesty had deliberately kept her by his side as a maid. Clyden immediately became wary and coldly asked what he was trying to say. The chief steward calmly replied that he had originally believed his majesty had kept her close to test the patience of the northerners and to take revenge on the Valletta family. In response to the chief steward's probing, Clyden merely snorted and explained that he was simply rewarding those who had rendered meritorious service to the empire. And he asked whether there was anything wrong with that. The chief steward did not dare say another word and quickly lowered his head, saying there was no problem at all. Clyden could not be bothered to say more and directly dismissed him for the day. Although Clyden's words sounded perfectly righteous, the chief steward knew that his majesty had not revealed his true thoughts. He respectfully bowed and withdrew, leaving Clyden standing alone in the empty room. The next day soon arrived. After a long state council meeting, Hines entered through the door and hurriedly reported to Clyden that sealing the cave near Valletta territory was an impossible task because the bridge leading there had mysteriously collapsed. Hearing the news, Clyden sneered and asked how it could possibly be such a coincidence. A monster tide had just erupted from that cave, and a bridge that had been fine yesterday had collapsed today. Facing His Majesty's question, Hines had no answer. He could only stammer that the cause was still under investigation. Seeing Hines being scolded so badly, Amelia secretly felt relieved. It seemed she was not the only unfortunate person being tormented by His Majesty. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, an announcement came from outside. Marquis Manhwa Rune requested an audience. Amelia was full of questions about the Marquis's sudden visit, but Clyden remained perfectly calm and ordered that he be admitted. Clyden knew the man must have another purpose for coming at such a critical moment. After all, he had just had a fierce argument with the military nobles during the council meeting. Those men were precisely the enemies who had once vehemently demanded Clyden's execution. Though the Rune family was also one of the military noble houses, Their position had become ambiguous ever since their eldest son, Manhwa, inherited the title. Their true stance was difficult to read. Yet despite the conflict between the two sides, Manhwa had still dared to come to him of his own accord. As the doors slowly opened, the young Marquis finally entered. Manhwa walked before Clyden, gave a slight bow, and took the initiative to greet him. "Your Majesty." Amelia silently observed him, calculating the situation in her mind. Just a few hours earlier, at the State Council meeting, Emperor Clyden had demanded that the monster cave near Valletta territory be sealed immediately. But Duke Brondel had poured cold water on the plan, claiming that the bridge to the north had completely collapsed and that the operation could not be carried out. Seeing the so-called bridge collapse report, Manhwa sneered inwardly. That bridge had remained intact even through massive earthquakes. How could it have collapsed so easily? Duke Brondel was clearly plotting something in secret. Yet Clyden simply went along with it and demanded that the Duke repair the bridge and seal the cave as a coronation gift for him. When the Duke offered every possible excuse, Clyden shamelessly played the rogue in front of everyone, sneering that he had never received a satisfactory gift. This blatant extortion caused the atmosphere to drop to freezing point. Just as the Duke was about to explode, Count Dallas hurriedly stepped forward to mediate and ease the tense confrontation. Watching Clyden's endlessly smug sneer, the nobles below all felt uneasy, wondering whether this new emperor had gone completely mad. In Manhwa's eyes, the 24-year-old emperor's behavior at the meeting, throwing a tantrum and demanding gifts, was like that of a 4-year-old child. Manhwa had just been about to explain why he came when Clyden coldly interrupted him and ordered him to wait on the sofa to the side. This humiliating treatment made even Heinz break out in a cold sweat. Who would have thought His Majesty would give a Marquis so little face? Clyden ignored Manhwa entirely and motioned for Heinz to continue reporting on the bridge repair and the cave ceiling. In the study, Clyden continued with his bandit logic, insisting that the territory Duke Brondel had offered already belonged to the royal family, so it did not count as a gift. The Duke still had to make up for it by repairing the bridge and sealing the cave. Heinz was stunned by such shameless reasoning, while Manhwa silently scoffed, thinking this emperor's mental age was exceptionally childish. But Clyden suddenly turned around and directly asked Manhwa whether he was right. Caught completely off guard, Manhwa could only stand there awkwardly. Clyden snorted and ignored him again, instead ordering Heinz to present the budget report for repairing the bridge. But when he saw the figures in the report, Clyden's expression darkened instantly. This confidential budget should have been known only to the emperor, yet the nobles at today's meeting had known every detail. That meant there was definitely a spy in the chief administrative officer's office. Confronted with the serious leak of confidential information, Clyden angrily rebuked Heinz and demanded to know why the news had spread throughout the capital. Cold sweat ran down Heinz's face as he hurriedly promised to investigate immediately. Clyden coldly warned him that the Imperial Guard was being sent this time only to assist. If there was a next time, the Imperial Guard's task would be to arrest people directly. At that suffocating moment, Manhwa began frantically signaling to Heinz with his eyes, urging him to perform even better. But Heinz completely misunderstood the gesture, thinking the Marquis was having an eye twitch. He could only tremblingly swear loyalty to the Emperor. Witnessing this absurd scene, Amelia silently remarked to herself that the Marquis must have a serious eye condition if his eyelids were twitching so badly. Clyden coolly ordered Amelia to pour Manhwa a cup of tea. As Amelia turned away to prepare the tea, the entire study fell deathly silent. The oppressive atmosphere made it hard to breathe. Seeing Amelia remain calm and composed, Manhwa was secretly impressed. To stay so composed under such terrifying pressure, this maid was certainly no ordinary person. But then he considered that she might merely be an ignorant northern maid who did not understand politics and therefore did not know enough to be afraid. As Manhwa stared absently at Amelia, Clyden suddenly leaned close and abruptly asked whether he had been secretly looking at his maid's backside. The crude question terrified Manhwa out of his wits, and he hurriedly denied it in panic. Seeing Clyden's inscrutable smile, Manhwa felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that no matter how childish this man behaved, he was ultimately the ruthless tyrant of legend. In Manhwa's memory, Clyden had once been a swordsmanship prodigy renowned throughout the Empire, but also a sinner infamous for killing a divine beast. When rumors claimed that Clyden had quelled a monster tide on his own, Manhwa, like Count Dallas and the other military nobles, had thought it nothing more than hollow boasting by the royal family. Some had even suspected that the border marquis of Valletta had secretly helped him and loudly demanded an investigation. Even so, Manhwa had retained a small measure of respect for the exiled prince, believing he had shown some courage in a crisis. But after meeting him today, every impression of a formidable man had shattered. This petty, childish new emperor was a tremendous disappointment. Watching Clyden gesticulate like a child before him, Manhwa sighed inwardly and even began regretting placing his family's hopes on him. Manhwa brought up the plan to seal the cave. He asked whether the emperor had deliberately leaked the news beforehand. Clyden smiled faintly and gave an affirmative answer. He intended to use this bait to draw out the spy in the chief administrative officer's office completely. The answer shook Manhwa to the core. He finally understood that whether the cave sealing plan was carried out or not, the emperor had already firmly seized the initiative. This man was no madman, but a master of strategy whose depths could not be measured. A chill rose in Manhwa's heart. He knew that after tomorrow, another bloody storm would sweep through the court. Manhwa hurriedly tried to dissuade him tactfully, pointing out that driving away all the attendants at his side, who came from influential families, had already caused strong dissatisfaction among the nobility. If Clyden continued provoking the nobles so openly, he would eventually invite a devastating backlash. Keeping the children of great families nearby was an important means of preserving the empire's balance of power. But Clyden dismissed this with contempt, coldly saying that those driven away had only themselves to blame. Then he made an astonishing declaration. Amelia alone was enough at his side. The domineering statement left Manhwa speechless. Looking at Clyden's unquestionable expression, Manhwa felt his head throb. He began wildly doubting whether tying his family's fate to such a madman was a fatal mistake. The position of head might be the closest to Emperor Clyden, but it was also the center of the storm. Amelia knew very well that this was not a desirable assignment at all, but a battlefield where she could lose her life at any time. Before she left, her father had repeatedly warned her, with a grave expression, that there were no true friends in the palace. She must never become entangled in power struggles, nor attempt to protect the family's interests. You need only live like a shadow, then return safely to my side. This is the sole task you must accomplish for the North and for me. In her father's memories, the palace was undoubtedly a living hell. Those words had clearly been spoken out of such worry that he could barely sleep. Amelia silently reminded herself that she had to do everything flawlessly, while ensuring that her existence remained as unnoticed as a shadow. At that moment, Clyden finally addressed the main matter. Looking at Manhwa across from him, he asked why he had made a special trip here today and what serious business he had. Since he had drunk the tea Amelia poured, his reason for coming had better be important enough. Seeing Clyden's excessive protectiveness toward Amelia, Manhwa was troubled. Was this new emperor using the opportunity to completely purge the noble influence surrounding him? To test Clyden's true intentions, he decided to take the initiative. He explained that, to celebrate the emperor's accession, the Rune family had presented an entire box of precious Lucas pearls and had even gone into debt for 3 years to acquire them. Clyden thought about it for a long while, only to respond with disdain that such a tiny box, no larger than a palm, was far too shabby. The words left Manhwa speechless. Clyden smiled and teased him, asking whether he was so eager to seek peace because he was afraid of being extorted again. Manhwa decided to be direct, stating that the emperor needed the military noble's support and that he had come today to offer his family's allegiance. But Clyden had no interest in it at all. He bluntly said that the Rune family's territory lay in the east, and if war broke out, they would be of no help whatsoever. That calm military assessment secretly surprised Manhwa. This new emperor was far more clear-headed than he had imagined. Clyden coldly stated that if a family could not be of use at a crucial moment, it held no value for him. If they want an alliance, They first had to show sufficient sincerity and prove they were worthy of drinking this cup of tea. Manhwa sighed inwardly. Every conversation with this new emperor made him feel as if his lifespan were rapidly shortening. He could not help looking toward Amelia, unable to understand how this maid tolerated him. Then he noticed Amelia's gaze. It felt like an eagle watching its prey. How could the only maid the emperor kept by his side possibly be an ordinary person? Collecting his thoughts, he cautiously asked Clyden whether His Majesty always acted so recklessly. Clyden smiled slightly and replied, "Who knows? Perhaps I do. Perhaps I do not." Seeing Clyden's flippant expression, Manhwa was utterly speechless. Rumors said that the new emperor could drive every woman in the empire mad. Now it seemed he truly could drive people mad, only in the literal sense. Manhwa sighed and said that if neither the pearls nor his family's army held any value in His Majesty's eyes, then it seemed he had no ability to persuade the emperor. But Clyden immediately refused to let him leave. Manhwa felt even more uncertain, unable to guess what this new emperor intended. Then Clyden suddenly called to Amelia and told her to cover her ears. Amelia was puzzled and asked whether, if it was confidential, she should leave instead. But Clyden asked where she thought she was going, then ordered her to cover her ears and make enough noise that she could not hear anything. Amelia remembered her father's instructions to live inconspicuously like a shadow. Covering her ears was not a difficult task. Since this was her battlefield, she could not retreat. Who would have thought Amelia actually turned around, tightly covered her ears, and began shouting loudly? The ridiculous sight left Manhwa stunned. While he was still reeling, Clyden suddenly asked him what he thought of the border marquis of Valletta. It turned out the emperor had deliberately made Amelia cover her ears so he could inquire about her father right in front of her. The whole arrangement was absurd beyond measure. Manhwa could not even work up the energy to be angry, but he still had to answer honestly. After all, the border marquis was one of the empire's great contributors. If that man had not defended the line to the death back then, the empire would likely have already fallen. Thanks to him, the northern border had the peace it enjoyed today. Manhwa spoke for quite some time, but Clyden did not respond at all. Instead, he stared directly at Amelia, who was still shouting. Manhwa was deeply puzzled. Had the emperor gone to all this trouble merely to watch his maid make a fool of herself? But looking at Clyden's serious expression, Manhwa soon noticed something was wrong. At some point, the harsh shouting had transformed into a melodious song. The emperor had not been fooling around. He had been quietly appreciating her melody. The clear, ethereal song echoed through the room, and Manhwa was immediately entranced. It was unmistakably a folk song unique to the northern border, one that made people forget the open and hidden struggles of the court. As Manhwa became absorbed in it, Clyden softly asked whether the singing was not beautiful. Manhwa could only answer honestly, "Yes, Your Majesty. It is indeed beautiful." Clyden smiled faintly and said that his answer was good. Then he suddenly dropped a shocking revelation. Duke Brondel was not the one who had destroyed the bridge. The true mastermind was someone else, and the emperor already had evidence. Before Manhwa could react, Clyden directly dismissed him, ordering him to leave quietly because he wanted to listen to Amelia's singing a while longer. As Manhwa prepared to go, Clyden's cold voice came from behind him again, warning that if he dared reveal today's conversation, the Imperial Guard's next target would be his family's territory. Faced with the naked threat, Manhwa could only agree through gritted teeth. He walked out of the room in a daze, filled with confusion and helplessness. In his heart, he could not help questioning his late father. Why had he never told him, while he was alive, that this new emperor was so terrifying? Once Manhwa had finally left, Amelia breathed a sigh of relief and quickly stopped singing. But before she could recover, Clyden suddenly walked up to her and casually said, "During northern festivals, you are always the first to sing that song." Amelia froze and could not help asking how the emperor knew. Clyden smiled faintly and explained that during every festival, people talked about it everywhere in the taverns. It would have been impossible for him not to know. Then he handed her an exquisite red box, which Amelia accepted in confusion. Inside the box lay an exquisitely embroidered golden handkerchief. Clyden brought up the earlier incident and asked whether the handkerchief that had been taken during the previous training session still had not been returned. Then he domineeringly declared that she was to use this new one from now on and simply throw the old one away. Amelia could not understand why His Majesty would was giving her such a valuable gift. But Clyden suddenly leaned close and stared straight into her eyes, asking whether his judgment had been wrong. Faced with Clyden's sudden approach, Amelia became so nervous that she did not know what to do. She could only softly answer, no. Somewhat flustered, she explained that she merely felt the gift was far too valuable. Looking at the girl before him, Clyden proudly said that since the gift was valuable, it ought to serve its proper purpose. He even generously allowed her to express her gratitude to him as much as she wished. Amelia was momentarily speechless at the Emperor's domineering words, but she still obediently bowed and said that she would accept it with gratitude. To Clyden's surprise, he leaned closer again and seriously asked whether Amelia truly meant it. The question left Amelia completely bewildered. She could not understand the new Emperor's intentions at all. In truth, Clyden was conflicted as well. He was merely worried that the gift might not be to her liking. After all, the candy he had given her before had failed to produce the desired result. Amelia, however, did not think that deeply about it. Gently stroking the soft handkerchief, she suddenly had an idea. Since arriving at the Imperial Palace, she had not sent her younger brother in the north a gift yet. This exquisite handkerchief would be perfect to send home. After accepting the gift, Amelia felt that the new emperor was actually quite thoughtful. She smiled and thanked Clyden. Clyden said nothing more. Using the excuse that dealing with those old officials had exhausted him, he simply sent Amelia away to rest. After she left the room, Clyden stood alone in the empty chamber, quietly repeating Amelia's name under his breath. Then, as if he had discovered some great secret, he suddenly slammed a fist onto the table. He had noticed Amelia touching the handkerchief earlier. That meant her sense of touch was perfectly fine. Recalling her gentle smile, Clyden could not help covering his face and laughing, muttering that she was actually rather cute. It seemed he would finally be able to sleep well tonight. In the blink of an eye, morning came. Early that morning, the Emperor's office was already packed. These high-ranking nobles had gathered for one reason: the cave project mentioned at yesterday's meeting. Judging by their manner, they clearly intended to join forces and pressure the Emperor. Faced with this aggressive group of nobles, Clyden remained unusually calm. He merely flipped through the book in his hands, as though they did not exist. Seeing how unhurried he was, the nobles below finally became restless and began coughing one after another. At last, Clyden closed his book and mocked them, asking whether they felt uncomfortable if they went a day without attention. Before anyone could react, he suddenly turned his sights on Count Lorigard, the second in command among the military nobles. He bluntly demanded to know whether construction on the Holleton Bridge had begun. Who would have thought that the true mastermind behind the destruction of Holleton Bridge was Count Lorigard himself? Although the Lorigard family and Duke Brondel usually kept each other in check, whenever their shared interests were involved, they immediately joined hands. But in Clyden's eyes, the two were no different. Exposed in public, the nobles grew flustered and hurriedly changed the subject, claiming they had come today precisely to discuss this matter. Clyden sneered and told them to continue, warning that they had better give him an answer he wanted to hear. Watching from the side, Amelia realized that the Emperor intended to crush the arrogance of these two powerful noble factions before everyone. Duke Brondel then explained that there were still no clues concerning the origin of the magical beasts. Their appearances occurred in different locations each time, so the cave had no value for investigation. Clyden gave a cold laugh and asked whether the Duke believed this young emperor knew nothing and was simply talking nonsense. Duke Brondel hastily explained that it was only because His Majesty was too young and impulsive. Clyden cut him off at once, stating that if not for his youthful impulsiveness, the magical beast would already have invaded the Imperial Garden, while these nobles would be fighting for their lives in the mud. His words rendered all the nobles present speechless. Amelia understood very clearly that while these nobles kept insisting the cave was useless, the person who knew the most about the monster tide was undoubtedly Emperor Clyden. Even she, someone raised in the north, could not compare to Clyden in her knowledge of magical beasts. The real combat experience he possessed was something these pampered nobles could never attain in their entire lives. He was the man who had faced magical beasts head-on the battlefield and won. Even when Clyden was still crown prince, he had not merely defeated a single magical beast. By himself, he had forcefully driven back an entire monster tide. Even now, as someone raised in the north, Amelia still remembered that day vividly. What happened that day had been engraved deeply into her mind. Years ago, the northern Valletta territory was suffering from a rampaging monster tide when news suddenly arrived. An enormous magical beast had appeared on a mountain ridge. While everyone was at a loss, the young crown Prince Clyden suddenly appeared, bringing only 3 knights. He swept through the entire monster tide with thunderous force. The horror and shock of that battle remained unforgettable to every knight who witnessed it. From that moment on, Clyden became famous throughout the Empire. He even outright rejected the title of Swordmaster. He had no regard for such an empty title, believing it meaningless. It sounded unbelievably arrogant, as though he were declaring that he had surpassed the limits of martial prowess itself. Yet neither then nor now had anyone dared to stand up and contradict him. Amelia understood that this arrogance was tolerated only because Clyden possessed absolute strength. Before Clyden's emergence, humanity had never achieved a true victory against the monster tide. The Empire's traditional strategy was simply for northern lords to hold the line at the front while nobles in the rear sent reinforcements. In truth, it was merely passive defense. At best, they temporarily drove the beasts away, but they could never resolve the problem at its root. The nobles maintained vast private armies under the pretext of defending against magical beasts. If Clyden solved the magical beast problem by himself, they would have no choice but to surrender their military authority. Duke Brondel tried to justify himself by claiming it was all for the salvation of the common people, only for Clyden to expose him on the spot. Clyden mercilessly pointed out that he had saved not only the commoners, but also these spoiled nobles, allowing them to continue eating, drinking, and idling their lives away. Duke Brondel was left unable to say a word. At that moment, Manhwa stepped forward in support of Clyden, pointing out that sealing the cave would clearly define the defensive perimeter and would be beneficial in the long run. The situation began to shift. Seeing that the negotiations had reached an impasse, Manhwa took the initiative and suggested ending the meeting for the day. Clyden nodded in agreement. Duke Brondel and the other nobles finally breathed a sigh of relief and withdrew. Once the irrelevant people had left, Manhwa could not help remarking that Clyden's expression earlier had been exactly like the late emperor's. No wonder those old men had been angered so badly. Clyden did not care about that at all. Instead, he confidently declared that he was far more handsome than the late emperor and that the two could not even be compared. Manhwa was speechless at Clyden's vanity. He even began admiring Amelia, who stood nearby serving tea, wondering how she managed to remain so calm. After recovering his composure, Manhwa turned to serious matters. He said that Clyden had gone too far in provoking the nobles, since those people regarded driving back magical beasts as the glory of their entire lives. Clyden righteously replied that he had risked his life to deal with the magical beasts, and now he could eat whatever he wanted. No one had the right to interfere. Manhwa sighed beside him and could not help advising him that he should have compromised a little. Clyden ignored him and instead complained that those nobles were the ones who truly did whatever they pleased. Hearing this, Manhwa silently thought, "The most willful one here is clearly you, your majesty," only for Clyden to catch him at it immediately. Seeing that things were taking a bad turn, Amelia had already slipped away at lightning speed, faster than a magical beast. After the joking ended, the two quickly returned to serious business. Manhwa reminded Clyden that when the meeting reconvened, the nobles would certainly make an issue of rebuilding the bridge. Clyden felt that whoever had damaged it should repair it. That was only natural. But Manhwa pointed out that they would surely claim the cause was unclear and demand a complete redesign of the Empire's transport infrastructure in order to fight over the profits. Officially, they would say it was for defense against magical beasts, and all territories would be forced to share the reconstruction expenses. Clyden understood at once. Those old foxes merely wanted to stall for time. Yet what he cared about more was something else. He directly asked about the gift he had given Amelia. This sudden leap in thought gave Manhwa a headache. He reminded Clyden that he had been on the throne for less than a month. Even the late emperor had listened to their advice. Clyden did not care, smiling as he said they had been his father's friends, not his. Manhwa was completely speechless. Feeling thirsty, Clyden asked where Amelia had gone. Manhwa replied that she had gone out to tidy the tableware, then left to call her back. Once he was alone in the room, Clyden leaned back in his chair and began calculating. If everything proceeded as Manhwa said, the whole process would take at least 5 years. Those old men were employing such miserly delaying tactics, simply because they did not want to pay for the bridge repairs. Thinking of those nobles as troublesome as venomous snakes, Clyden's expression turned solemn. Clyden waited until his mouth was dry and could not help complaining about why Amelia had not returned. Then he suddenly realized that he was the emperor of the empire. How dare that girl keep him waiting? In reality, Manhwa had only been gone for 3 minutes. A servant came in to ask whether he wanted tea. Clyden grumpily refused, telling them to take the tea away and leave only some food. Once the room was quiet again, he became increasingly uneasy. Amelia was normally diligent at work and absolutely was not the type to sneak off and slack around. Yet official business had ended, and she was still nowhere to be seen. He began imagining all kinds of things, even wondering whether she had secretly gone off to eat by herself. But then he thought of Amelia's poor sense of taste and decided she probably would not delay her work merely for food. The less he understood, the more irritated Clyden became. He could only sit at the desk, tapping his fingers incessantly. Where exactly had that girl gone? Then he realized something serious. He knew almost nothing about Amelia. That feeling of having no control made Clyden restless. To him, Amelia was practically like a magical beast. She usually hid her presence so thoroughly that no one could fathom her thoughts. But whenever she appeared, she brought an unexpected impact that caught people off guard. To deal with whatever might happen, Clyden had no choice but to remain alert at all times. He hated this feeling of being passive. Why did that girl have to make an emperor like him so unsettled? The further Clyden thought, the more absurd his thoughts became. He even began to feel that Amelia was flawless, before quickly realizing that he must be hallucinating from dehydration after waiting too long. To give himself a legitimate reason to lose his temper, Clyden decided to continue enduring his thirst. He had to remain dehydrated so he could properly reprimand that girl when she returned. Just as he was making these calculations, the door finally opened. Amelia entered carrying tea and apologized for being late. The tea she brought was actually Tyrant tea, a northern specialty. The moment its familiar fragrance drifted through the room, Clyden froze. This tea could not be bought anywhere in the imperial capital. Amelia had clearly brought it with her from the north. After taking a sip of the hot tea, more than half of Clyden's resentment instantly disappeared. He even secretly wondered how this girl could be so good at making tea as well. Clyden casually asked why she had taken so long. Amelia apologized and explained that she had dealt with an urgent matter on the way. Hearing that, Clyden immediately felt displeased. What could possibly be more important than his command? But the moment his mind wandered, he choked on the tea. Amelia hurriedly offered to summon a physician and urged him to take better care of himself, saying he had been working far too hard lately. Clyden's cursed competitive streak immediately flared up. He felt as if she were looking down on him. Amelia earnestly explained that no matter how strong someone was, they could still become weak. But Clyden refused to accept that. Rising to his feet, he asked whether she thought he was merely an ordinary man. He was a man who had personally slain a divine beast. How could he possibly fall so easily? Amelia hurriedly explained that her exile had actually been an opportunity, and that she had only said those things because she wanted to care for his majesty wholeheartedly. Clyden did not appreciate it at all. Instead, he leaned closer and teased her, asking whether she was trying to take care of him like a child. Since she was so confident, then she should take proper care of him to her heart's content. Amelia was completely at a loss. After teasing her enough, Clyden finally turned serious and demanded to know where she had gone earlier. Amelia honestly admitted that she had gone to the royal library. She had specifically checked the maps and discovered that the cave where magical beasts appeared lay right beside the Loki Mountains. Amelia explained that the cave structure was actually very unstable. If it suffered even a slight external impact, the entire mountain could collapse. Just as she was speaking enthusiastically, Clyden suddenly interrupted her. Amelia was startled, believing that she had angered the emperor by speaking out of turn. She quickly apologized in a panic and tried to withdraw, but Clyden called her back. He had no intention of letting her leave. Clyden had suddenly realized that this girl had brought him a perfect solution. If the plan worked, he would only need to send a few mages there to seal the cave permanently. That way, he would not need to seek help from the nobles. He could also put them in their place and thoroughly consolidate his imperial authority. Looking at the woman before him, Clyden could not help asking why she was helping him this way. Amelia honestly replied that sealing the cave was indeed the best solution, but Marquis Manhwa's proposal was important as well. To avoid bringing trouble upon herself, Amelia asked the emperor to pretend that she had never come to see him today. With that, she turned and left. Watching her departing back, Clyden understood perfectly well why she was being so cautious. After all, in order to clear out informants, he had dismissed every servant around him with ties to the nobility. Now Amelia was the only one left by his side. This undoubtedly made her a target. Those dismissed servants had long placed all their jealousy and resentment on her. Following Manhwa's line of reasoning, Clyden immediately saw through the tangled interests behind this. The nobles wanted to use the bridge reconstruction as an excuse to force every territory to share the costs. Amelia's family had long been living beyond its means and had even been forced to send her into the palace to work. Her advice today was actually meant to save her own territory from this enormous expense. Thinking of this, Clyden felt somewhat uneasy. He believed that even if Amelia had not offered her help tonight, he would eventually have solved the problem. But what concerned him more was whether Amelia had helped him for her family's sake or for his. The next morning, Clyden sat in his office looking distracted. Only when he heard Amelia greeting him did he barely come back to himself. Yet Clyden did not even lift his head, treating her as though she were invisible. Amelia's heart sank. As a mere maid, she truly should not have interfered in state affairs. Worse still, Clyden had been exiled to the north years ago and already harbored resentment toward the Valletta family. Their relationship might now be impossible to repair. In truth, Amelia had not stepped forward this time merely to preserve her family. Back then, Clyden had slain a divine beast, and the nobles, afraid of divine punishment, had united to exile him. Now that he had returned with overwhelming force, those nobles lived every day in fear that he would settle old scores. Amelia hoped that Clyden could put aside past grudges and lead the empire further forward. That was also the original reason she had pledged her loyalty. With that in mind, Amelia decided to apologize voluntarily and clear up the misunderstanding. But the moment she spoke, Clyden coldly interrupted her and directly told her to leave. Clyden had originally intended for Amelia to return first, so they could speak after everyone had calmed down the following day. But Amelia did not want to go. She desperately wanted forgiveness and even bowed before Clyden for a third time, pleading with him. Just as Clyden was about to stop her, he suddenly began coughing violently before he could finish speaking. The servants heard the disturbance and rushed into the room. Clyden anxiously shouted, demanding to know where Morris was. The servants nervously explained that someone had already been sent to summon him, but Morris was conducting a dangerous experiment and had set up a powerful barrier, so he could not arrive immediately. As the situation became increasingly urgent, Clyden gave a deadly order. If Morris did not come out soon, they were to blast the magic tower apart with cannons. The servants did not dare delay. They ran out in panic to relay the command. Once Clyden was alone, his condition rapidly worsened. He weakly slumped against the chair, and even breathing became difficult. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, a blue light suddenly appeared in the room. An enormous teleportation circle materialized out of thin air, followed by the elusive Archmage Morris, who teleported directly into the chamber. Seeing this late arrival, Clyden forced himself to perk up and sneered that Morris had come too slowly. Morris, full of grievance, explained that the moment he heard the summons, he had forcibly broken through the barrier to rush over. He was about to complain further when he noticed Clyden's terrible complexion. He could not help teasing the newly enthroned emperor, asking why he looked like someone who had been bullied. Although Clyden was weak, he refused to concede verbally, insisting that he was the one who bullied others. Then he quietly muttered that he had already been bullied by that maid. Morris was utterly confused. Looking at the weakened emperor, he wondered why Clyden had driven all the servants away despite being injured like this. What exactly was he doing? Clyden became embarrassed under his gaze and angrily demanded to know whether Morris was worthy of being an archmage after arriving so late. Morris was completely speechless, feeling that he had been scolded for no reason. They had not seen each other in 5 whole years, yet Morris was yelled at the moment they met. He casually picked up the teacup on the table, only to discover that Clyden had just used it. Disgusted, he set it down and stated that he had no desire to indirectly kiss the Emperor. He then began gossiping about the new maid. Clyden impatiently urged him on, saying he had not even touched the cup and telling him to drink a few sips already. Morris helplessly took a sip, but the moment the tea entered his mouth, he noticed something strange about the flavor. Clyden explained from the side that it was northern lemon tea and was supposed to taste like that. Before Morris could savor it, his entire body froze. Seeing the strange smile on Clyden's face, he instantly realized that the tea was poisoned. Morris cursed furiously and demanded to know whether Clyden had gone mad. How could he drink poisoned tea while reviewing official documents? Clyden merely coldly told him to shut up, believing that such a small amount of poison was nothing. Morris bluntly remarked that he could completely understand the poisoner. After all, anyone who met Clyden would probably want to strangle him. But he soon realized that Clyden had deliberately made him drink the tea because he wanted to use him as a poison tester. Clyden openly admitted it. Since Morris had personally tested the poison, preparing an antidote should be no problem for him. Morris sighed helplessly, feeling that this man was arrogant beyond measure. To prove he was immune to all poisons, Clyden had actually endured the severe pain by force. Complaints aside, Morris still cast a spell to suppress the poison in Clyden's body. Once the poison was suppressed, Clyden immediately felt as if he had come back to life. During the treatment, Morris discovered that the poison was not lethal. It was simply designed to inflict unbearable pain, making it an extremely sinister method. The more he considered it, the stranger it seemed, and he could not help asking who had brewed the tea. Clyden did not hide it. He directly said that it had been brought by his maid. Morris immediately understood, since Clyden had not arrested her outright and had instead gone to such lengths to summon him. There had to be another reason behind it. Clyden did not deny it, joking that mages were either madmen or geniuses. Morris neither agreed nor disagreed with that assessment. Instead, he criticized the maid who had supposedly poisoned the tea, saying that using such half-baked poison was unbelievably foolish. At once, Clyden's face darkened. He warned Morris not to disrespect Amelia and insisted that she was innocent. In Clyden's eyes, Amelia was clever and cautious. She would never use such a crude method to harm him. Hearing how strongly Clyden defended her, Morris rolled his eyes, thinking that attempting to assassinate an emperor was hardly unusual. Yet Clyden became more and more convinced that something was wrong. If Amelia truly wanted to harm him, she would absolutely use a more discreet method. How could she poison him one moment, then sincerely come back to care for him the next? This contradictory behavior thoroughly confused Clyden, even making him doubt his own judgment. Watching Clyden struggle with himself, Morris could only think that the man was seriously ill. Still, Morris was curious about the maid whom the Emperor favored so openly and asked about her family background. Upon hearing that she was from the Valletta family, Morris asked whether, during his northern exile, Clyden had driven their border marquis insane. Clyden gave an awkward cough and abruptly changed the subject, demanding to know how long Morris had been hiding inside his barrier. Before Morris could react, Clyden strode forward and grabbed him by the collar. The more Clyden thought about it, the angrier he became. He demanded to know whether Morris had deliberately hidden away because he feared Clyden would begin a massacre. Shaken so hard that he began coughing, Morris simply admitted it. Clyden had been exiled for 5 whole years. Who knew whether he would return insane? Clyden sneered and asked whether Morris was worried about his own life. Morris's answer was both absurd and amusing. He was not worried about himself at all. He was afraid Clyden would order him to kill people. Morris even teased that while Clyden was a madman, he was actually quite compassionate. This left Clyden dumbfounded. Furious, he cursed at Morris, telling him to either insult him properly or praise him properly, rather than speaking in such a sarcastic manner. Morris believed that investigating the poisoning was the priority and suggested bringing the maid in for questioning immediately. But Clyden said not to disturb her yet, because she might be in a bad mood. Morris was stunned, wondering whether Clyden had lost his mind. He was actually concerned about a suspect's feelings. Clyden explained that Northerners always preferred direct confrontation. They would never use such slow-acting poison. Moreover, the tea had been brought from the north by Amelia. If an investigation were made public, she would surely be framed by others. Morris finally understood. Clyden had gone to all this trouble to summon him just to protect that maid and have him uncover the true culprit. He could not help complaining that this was not work a mage should be doing. But Clyden used Morris's own reasoning against him, leaving Morris no choice but to accept his fate. Still curious, Morris asked what exactly that woman was to Clyden. Clyden was silent for a moment before saying only that she was an extremely troublesome maid. Morris sighed and offered to investigate Amelia's room. But Clyden stopped him again and told him to go tomorrow instead. Clearly, he wanted Amelia to rest properly that night. Morris agreed to investigate at dawn and promised not to disturb the maid's rest. Before leaving, however, Morris could not help asking one more question. If the true culprits turn out to be those great nobles, what did Clyden intend to do? Clyden said nothing. He merely gave a cold smile. Morris understood at once and teleported away. By the next morning, the sun had risen, but Amelia had not slept all night. Looking out the window, she remembered her family's warning: never become involved in the Imperial Palace's power struggles. Her father had told her to live like a shadow and simply return home safely. Amelia regretted it deeply. If only she had listened to her father. How could things have turned out this way? She recalled the look on Clyden's face when he drank the tea. At the time, she had thought he did not dislike the North, which had made her genuinely happy. She had wanted to help him as much as she could and convey her feelings, but now it was too late. Looking at herself in the mirror, she felt that she had been incredibly foolish. Then Amelia left her room. Soon afterward, Morris teleported into Amelia's room through a magic circle. Looking around, he remarked that although it was the Emperor's maid's room, it was actually quite small. Muttering to himself, he began searching the room for clues. Morris found an old, worn nightgown in a drawer. He could not help commenting that a noble young lady dressed surprisingly poorly. But being poor was one thing, poisoning someone was another. He then found the box containing the time and tea. Seeing the tea box placed so openly in plain sight, Morris became even more convinced that Amelia had been framed. After all, how could the real culprit leave evidence somewhere so obvious? His emperor really knew how to give him trouble for the sake of protecting this woman. Still, an order was an order. Just as he prepared to continue searching, the door suddenly opened, and Amelia stared directly at him. Both of them froze. In a panic, Morris raised his hands and explained that he was looking for something. Then he looked down and realized that he was holding her intimate nightgown. The misunderstanding had become enormous. Seeing Amelia's murderous expression, Morris was thoroughly flustered. Morris hurriedly insisted that it was a misunderstanding, but Amelia refused to listen. Coldly, she asked whether he knew how perverts were dealt with in the North. The method made Morris shake his head in disbelief. They were hung from trees and fed to crows. Before he could explain further, Amelia had already clenched her fist. Before she was punished herself, she intended to deal with this pervert first. Faced with the fist rushing straight toward a vital point, Morris had no time to dodge. But at that moment, Amelia suddenly stopped, staring at the tea box in Morris's hand. She warned him to put it down immediately, because it belonged to His Majesty. Morris became even more confused. Why was Amelia so anxious over an ordinary tea box? Amelia urgently demanded the tea box back, saying it was the only thing from the North that His Majesty truly liked. Morris refused to return it, insisting that it was important evidence. To clear himself of the pervert accusation, he finally revealed his identity as the royal chief mage. But Amelia did not care. She only wanted the tea box back. Morris finally dropped a bombshell, telling her that His Majesty had been poisoned after drinking this tea. Amelia froze completely upon hearing this, anxiously asking after the Emperor's condition. Morris proudly said that with him present, the poison had long since been cured. Learning that the Emperor was safe, Amelia felt slightly relieved, but she immediately came to her senses and asked in disbelief whether His Majesty had truly been poisoned by drinking her tea. Morris gave a definite answer, saying he had personally verified it. The poison had come from this tea box. Instead of arguing at this conclusion, Amelia felt her heart turn cold. To her, it seemed obvious that Clyden intended to use this as a pretext. His Majesty had always deeply despised the Valletta family. If she were charged with attempting to murder the Emperor, not only would she die, but her family in the north would suffer with her. It seemed he intended to destroy her entire family. Seeing Amelia's suddenly cold attitude, Morris also felt that something was wrong. Her reaction was far too calm. Morris cautiously asked whether she had ever shown the tea box to anyone else. Amelia shook her head, saying that the palace maids were all proud and looked down on the coarse tea that northern commoners drank. Why would she ever show it off to them? Morris thought to himself that if no one else had seen the tea, then Amelia really was the prime suspect. Amelia had clearly considered the same possibility. She gave up defending herself and told Morris to take her to the Emperor so she could confess her guilt. Seeing her prepared to face death, Morris hurriedly stopped her and explained that things were not as she thought. The Emperor had sent him here because he wanted to clear her of suspicion. Amelia was completely stunned and could hardly believe what she had heard. After all the evidence was laid out in plain sight. How could Clyden possibly want to help her? It made no sense at all. Morris assured Amelia that since His Majesty believed in her, he would certainly help uncover the truth. After all, he was the second-ranking figure in the Magic Tower. Amelia immediately asked whether they could follow the clues and catch the real culprit. Seeing her anxiety, Morris felt conflicted. This girl genuinely seemed worried about the Emperor's safety. If it were any other servant who had served in the palace for years, hearing that the Emperor had been poisoned might make them think that day had finally come. Amelia solemnly declared that once she had become Clyden's maid, she had stepped onto a road from which there was no turning back. Therefore, they had to catch the true culprit. Morris did not understand the deeper meaning behind her words, but he still decided to take the tea box away for examination first. At that moment, a noisy argument suddenly broke out outside the door. From the sound of it, the chief steward had arrived with others, shouting that the culprit must be severely punished and even preparing to force the door open. The door was thrown open, and Lucia barged in aggressively alongside the chief steward, loudly demanding that they be caught in the act. The moment he entered, the chief steward froze. In addition to Amelia, the room contained Morris, the second-ranking figure of the Magic Tower. He hurriedly tried to smooth things over by saying it had to be a misunderstanding. Lucia did not know Morris at all and pointed at him while yelling that she had seen Amelia bring a strange man back with her own eyes. Morris could only roll his eyes, feeling that this woman's intelligence was truly concerning. The chief steward was terrified, afraid that if Lucia said one more word, Morris would destroy her on the spot. He rushed forward, respectfully saluted Morris, and loudly announced that he was the Empire's chief archmage. Hearing how important Morris was, Lucia was stunned. Morris had no interest in wasting words. He coldly ordered the chief steward to arrest the woman who was spewing filth. Lucia flew into a rage and immediately brought up her family background to intimidate him. Morris did not care in the slightest, coldly asking what it mattered, even if she belonged to the Lorgard family. Seeing that the atmosphere had turned dangerous, the chief steward hurriedly tried to calm everyone down, but Lucia refused to let it go. As the Count's niece, she had always been arrogant and domineering, and she even began bringing up old grievances in public. Amelia tried to explain that she had absolutely not brought Morris back to her room, but Lucia immediately accused her of adultery. Amelia calmly replied that she was not married, so calling it adultery was logically incorrect. This left Lucia speechless. She angrily tried to argue that this was not the point. Even Morris could not help admiring how Amelia's northern way of thinking focused strictly on facts and refused to follow conventional logic. Unable to argue with her, Lucia changed the subject again. She accused Amelia of abandoning her duties and claimed that she had heard sounds of lovers fighting inside the room, including words such as pervert. The chief steward broke out in a cold sweat, while Morris and Amelia both looked utterly speechless. Lucia refused to stop, even implying that Amelia had attacked Morris. She also insulted Northerners as crude. Amelia knew she could not act impulsively now and could only remind herself to endure. Morris stepped forward and explained that he had come on the Emperor's orders to carry out official business. To completely dispel Lucia's suspicion, he suggested using a lie detection artifact from the Magic Tower. Lucia immediately agreed, convinced that this would expose them completely. Morris then explained that the Emperor missed the taste of the North, so he had come to collect the northern tea Amelia had brought. He handed the tea box to Amelia and told her to hurry and brew tea for the emperor. Then he proposed taking Lucia to the magic tower immediately to retrieve the lie detection artifact. But upon hearing that she would have to go alone with an archmage, Lucia panicked and loudly refused. Amelia was left staring in bewilderment. At the mention of the magic tower, Lucia immediately became flustered and refused to move no matter what. Morris watched coldly, waiting to see what other tricks she would attempt. Unable to avoid the matter, Lucia pointed at the tea and shouted that the leaves had been trampled by magical beasts and were filthy. She even tried to snatch the tea box, but Morris effortlessly avoided her with a lift of his hand. As she continued making a scene, Amelia stepped forward and calmly explained that the monster tide only occurred once every few years, while tea plants were annual plants. There had been no magical beast rampage last year, so how could there possibly be tea leaves harvested last year from beast-ravaged land? Her reasoning was flawless. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Lucia had not only failed to find fault, but had thoroughly exposed her own ignorance. Even Morris secretly admired her, thinking that this girl would definitely survive for a long time beside the emperor. Then Amelia abruptly changed her tone. Leaning close to Lucia's ear, she whispered that this year, the northern soil had been soaked in the blood of magical beasts slain by His Majesty. She said she was looking forward to next year's tea leaves and would certainly invite Lucia to enjoy them properly. Lucia was instantly terrified. Lucia staggered backward in fright and desperately invoked her family background to protect herself, claiming that she absolutely respected the magic tower. But Morris had no intention of letting her go. He flashed behind her and coldly asked whether she was questioning the North and refusing to believe Amelia's explanation. With such a huge accusation placed on her, Lucia was frightened out of her wits and could only nod along repeatedly. She hurriedly changed her words, claiming it was a misunderstanding. She even grabbed Amelia's hand and forced a smile as she invited her to her room for tea. She claimed she wanted to apologize in person. This sudden change left even the chief steward confused. But Morris sneered inwardly. Was this woman insane? She was actually inviting someone to drink poison tea. Morris had already seen through everything. Lucia was the true poisoner, and Amelia clearly understood as well. Lucia had originally only wanted to target Amelia. She had never dared to harm the emperor. Now, her sudden insistence on drinking tea was merely an attempt to destroy the poisoned leaves. She must have an antidote. If she took it beforehand and drank the poisoned tea, she could pin the crime squarely on Amelia. It was an exceptionally vicious plan. As Lucia pulled Amelia away, Morris suddenly pressed down on her from behind. A powerful magical pressure instantly rendered Lucia unable to move. Morris shook the tea box in his hand and leisurely offered her a condition. If she swore never to speak a word about what had happened today, he would dispose of this box of poison tea. Hearing this, Lucia seemed to grasp a lifeline and anxiously asked whether he truly meant it. Morris smiled and confirmed it, but was taking advantage of an archmage ever that easy? Amelia watched with mixed feelings. Although Lucia had targeted her, the emperor's poisoning was also real. Was it really right to let her go like this? Just as she was about to call out to Morris, her father's warning flashed through her mind. Never become involved in the open and hidden struggles of the palace. Be a shadow and return home safely. With that thought, she swallowed her words. Meanwhile, in order to save herself, Lucia frantically swore that she would keep her mouth shut. She even swore that she had never monitored Amelia. Seeing her miserable state, Morris did not bother wasting more words. He waved his hand and released her. Lucia fled the scene in panic, as though she had been granted a reprieve. Watching Lucia run away in a hurry, Morris was also confused and asked the chief steward what had happened. The chief steward assumed Lucia had simply been agitated. What puzzled him even more was why someone as busy as Morris was here, and why Lucia had been so fixated on the tea box. Seeing that the chief steward was about to get to the bottom of things, Morris quickly gestured for him to be quiet. The chief steward was a clever person and immediately changed the topic, turning to tell Amelia that Hines, the administrative officer, was looking for her. Hearing that name, Amelia finally felt the weight on her hard ease. It seemed he had not been implicated. After all, following the previous turmoil, nearly every administrative officer in the palace had been purged. Once the chief steward bowed and left, only the two of them remained in the room. Morris looked at Amelia in confusion and asked why she had returned to this room if she was going to see His Majesty. Amelia was silent for a moment before saying that she had come back to write a letter of resignation. Hearing the words letter of resignation, Morris froze. Amelia helplessly explained that she had committed a serious offense against His Majesty before and that she was actually going to apologize to him now. In her memory, Clyden had been ice cold that day and had directly ordered her to leave at once. As an ordinary maid, she had overstepped her bounds by interfering in state affairs, which was a grave taboo in the imperial palace. She believed Clyden must have been furious. To Amelia, the best course was to admit her mistake quickly, pack her things, and leave. Yet her calm demeanor allowed Morris to see something unusual. He silently considered that she had not reacted even when she had been insulted, yet she was stubbornly attached to rules and logic. Moreover, she deliberately did not mention Lucia, even though Lucia was the one who had harmed her. That did not seem like ordinary northern caution. Morris suddenly began to suspect that this seemingly delicate maid might be a formidable person hiding her true nature. But in reality, Amelia was only strictly following her father's advice. Never become involved in palace conflicts. No matter what happened here, she had to be blind and deaf, honestly serving as a shadow. Amelia gave Morris a slight bow, saying that she was going to see His Majesty now and thanking him sincerely for his help today. But before she could take a step, Morris suddenly stopped her and poured cold water on the idea. She absolutely could not see the Emperor today. Amelia looked utterly confused and asked why she could not go. Morris advised her to rest properly today and not worry about the poisoned tea, because in His Majesty's eyes, that little poison was nothing at all. Amelia was rendered speechless by that answer. Morris quickly lowered his voice and warned her never to show concern that the Emperor might die from poison in front of him, or His Majesty would immediately lose his temper. To Clyden, the idea that such trivial poison could bring him down was an insult to his strength. Every morning, he still sat there as steadily as ever, drinking poisoned tea like water and treating it as nothing. Amelia finally understood. Clyden's earlier outburst had not been about what happened the previous day. He had been enduring the pain of the poison taking effect. It had been an enormous misunderstanding. Morris assumed she had known the Emperor for a long time, but Amelia shook her head and said she had first met His Majesty only after entering the palace. Morris silently thought that, if it were him, he would never let his precious daughter get close to someone that dangerous. He then changed the subject and asked how she wished to handle Lucia's poisoning, even hinting that he could offer special assistance to eliminate the problem entirely. Faced with this tempting proposal, Amelia refused without hesitation. Since she was so firm, Morris said nothing more. He only told her to rest well today, as His Majesty was busy organizing clues and had no time to deal with anything else. With that, he turned and left the room. Looking at the empty room, Amelia could not help sighing. Too much had happened in a single night. But since the magic tower had become involved, she probably no longer needed to worry about His Majesty's safety. Meanwhile, in the Emperor's office, Clyden was grimly reviewing reports. Morris suddenly teleported in and immediately began complaining, assuming that another troublesome task from the magic tower had come up. He shouted that someone else should handle it. The people at the magic tower could collapse at any moment, and merely calming them was already more than enough work. He had no ability to divide his attention. Clyden could not be bothered to listen to his grievances and directly asked why the investigation had taken so long. But when Morris opened his mouth, what he brought back was actually praise for Amelia. Morris had not only investigated her background, but also complimented her repeatedly. Before leaving, he even specifically warned Clyden to watch how he spoke around the young lady. This completely baffled the Emperor. Clyden was speechless after hearing this. He had sent Morris to investigate the true poisoner. So what nonsense was he talking about? Still, hearing that Amelia had no fiancé gave him some interest. Clyden then asked whether Morris had met Amelia and whether he had mentioned the poisoned tea. Morris became somewhat guilty and tried to muddle through an answer. Under Clyden's questioning, Morris finally told the truth. While searching through the tea box, he had accidentally pulled out Amelia's nightgown and been caught red-handed. To avoid being seen as a pervert, he had no choice but to reveal the poisoning. Clyden angrily rubbed his temples. Not only had this man failed to safeguard the tea properly, but he had frightened the poor girl badly. Morris hurriedly explained that Amelia had indeed been terrified, but her first reaction had actually been to worry about His Majesty's safety. Clyden's expression shifted slightly at that. Learning that Amelia had been worried about him, he secretly felt delighted. It seemed the girl had not come to hate him over yesterday's events. But he quickly composed himself and asked about the real culprit. Morris did not keep him in suspense. He stated that the culprit had delivered herself to them. Furthermore, the poisoning had never been intended for the Emperor. Its target had been Amelia. It was Lucia, Count Lorigard's niece. She resented losing her position as a maid in the imperial office. That was why she had acted in secret. She had wanted to get rid of Amelia and reclaim her position, never expecting that the poisoned tea would nearly reach the Emperor's lips. Instead of becoming angry, Clyden proudly praised his own maid for being clever. He even possessively asked how Lucia had dared to harm his person. Morris mercilessly pointed out that Lucia was also his maid. Clyden awkwardly changed the subject and asked whether Morris could produce evidence. Morris said that he had long ago marked the evidence with magic and could reconstruct the traces Lucia had left at any time. Morris added that he had secretly cast a silencing spell on Lucia, ensuring that she could not utter a single word. Then he asked Clyden how he intended to deal with her. Clyden was silent for a moment before mentioning the sword stored in his drawer. At that moment, Morris casually mentioned that Amelia had barely slept at all last night, and that he had advised her not to come out and disturb anyone today. The moment Clyden heard this, he could no longer sit still. He slammed the table and anxiously declared that Amelia must have lost sleep because she was worried about him. He even began worrying that her body would not be able to endure it. Watching Clyden move himself so deeply, Morris quietly muttered that the girl might have been unable to sleep for an entirely different reason. Clyden immediately shut him down with a single "be quiet." Morris sighed helplessly and decided not to dwell on the matter. Instead, he turned to another question. Why had Clyden helped Amelia this time? Could this also be one of the methods he had planned to use? Morris suddenly brought up Marquis Valletta, saying that it was practically a miracle the Marquis had spared Clyden's life back then. After all, when Clyden was exiled, he had sheared every sheep in an entire village to keep himself warm. Clyden immediately panicked and loudly defended himself, saying that he had been freezing to death at the time and had had no other choice. The scene returned to several years earlier. Clyden had been banished to a cabin on the northern frontier where the winters were cold enough to devour people alive. Curled up in a corner, his legs had long since gone numb from the cold. If he did not find a way to warm himself, he would never survive the night. To avoid freezing to death, Clyden had no choice but to knock on the door of a nearby farmer. The man asked what he wanted. Yet even in such dire straits, Clyden still carried himself like the crown prince. Arrogantly, he ordered the man to hand over his last blanket. The farmer flew into a rage, accusing him of killing the sacred beast and now coming to steal from them as well. Without any courtesy, he drove Clyden out. Clyden shivered uncontrollably in the wind and snow after being thrown out, but he was not someone who gave up easily. To survive, he could only go back and lower his pride, saying that even an unwanted blanket would do. But the villagers would not indulge him. They coldly told him to endure it himself before shutting the door. Looking at the farmer's flock of sheep, Clyden felt bitter. They would rather let their sheep keep their thick wool than spare him a single blanket. Just then, he noticed a pair of shears hanging on the fence. An idea immediately came to him. If no one would help him, then he would have to do it himself. He sheared all the sheep and wrapped himself in a thick layer of wool to keep warm. With that wool, he barely endured the day in his drafty cabin. But he knew that once night came, that little warmth would never be enough. As he worried over it, a sudden sound came from outside. Clyden ran out and found a donkey carrying thick clothes and blankets. It was exactly what he needed. But before he could celebrate, a cold arrow suddenly flew toward him with a note tied to it. When Clyden opened it, he found a warning from Marquis Valletta telling him not to touch anything belonging to the Northerners. Clyden was completely baffled. How could the man possibly know all of his embarrassing history? Back in the present, Clyden stared at Morris and demanded to know whether he had been spying on him all along. Morris hurriedly explained that he had merely been worried about Clyden's safety. In fact, It had been an order from the former emperor, who required Morris to report every week whether Clyden was alive or dead. Clyden sighed after hearing this and irritably asked whether watching him make a fool of himself had been entertaining. Morris honestly admitted that it had been, then casually mentioned Clyden's past incident of cutting down the sacred tree of the Northerners. Embarrassed, Clyden quickly interrupted him and said he had only picked the largest tree. He had not known it was their sacred tree. Morris solemnly reminded him that the incident had nearly become a catastrophe. At the time, the Valletta family had wanted nothing more than to cut off his head. To calm the Northerners' anger, Marquis Valletta had no choice but to slap Clyden hard in public. It was the first time in Clyden's life that he had ever been struck, and the humiliation had been burned into his memory. But it was also then that he first painfully realized that he could never destroy things that were truly precious to others. Back in the present, Clyden rubbed his cheek and remarked that the cruel memory had taught him a great deal. He then looked at Morris and asked whether he had reported that incident to the former emperor as well. Instead of getting angry at Morris's answer, Clyden unexpectedly thanked him. This sudden politeness left Morris utterly bewildered, and he even wondered whether His Majesty had taken the wrong medicine. But Morris soon regained his composure and raised the important question again. He suspected that Clyden had kept Amelia by his side to retaliate against Marquis Valletta, using the young woman as a hostage. Clyden scoffed at the idea, saying Morris's mind was too twisted and that he should go to the north to clear his head in the wind. Morris still would not let it go and casually asked whether Clyden had fallen in love with her instead. Clyden burst out laughing as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He called Morris insane and vehemently denied it. He could not help complaining to Morris about how maddening Amelia was. Morris had heard so much of it that his ears were practically calloused, so he casually asked what exactly Amelia had done. The question stumped Clyden. He thought for a long time before finally forcing out one answer. She had actually done nothing. In Clyden's eyes, Amelia was a flawless maid. She had neither fallen for him nor reacted to any of his moods. Every day, she simply carried out her duties diligently. Morris was left speechless and bluntly pointed out that this completely contradicted all of Clyden's usual complaints. Having been struck where it hurt, Clyden could no longer save face. He immediately turned cold and asked why Morris was still standing around instead of leaving. Morris found this inexplicable and complained that the emperor changed his face faster than turning a page. Clyden also took the opportunity to mock mages in general. With no other choice, Morris opened a portal and left. Once Morris was gone, Clyden was alone in the room, though he continued muttering that Amelia was irritating. He could not stop thinking about what she might be doing at that very moment. Meanwhile, Amelia wondered what Clyden was doing as she knocked on the chief administrative officer's door. But when she pushed it open, the sight inside surprised her. The once bustling office was now strangely deserted. Because of the earlier budget leak, everyone involved had been forced to resign. Only 2 people remained in the entire department. Seeing Amelia enter, Heinz, who was buried in work, warmly greeted her. Heinz introduced her to the young administrative officer, Adonis. As soon as Adonis learned who Amelia was, he respectfully bowed to her. Heinz had specifically sought her out to ask about routes through the north. The royal family was preparing to send people north, not to Valletta territory, but farther beyond the border. Their destination was the northern cave that had caused such an uproar at the previous meeting. The royal family was determined to get to the bottom of what was happening there. But Heinz looked troubled, explaining that the bridge leading to the cave had collapsed long ago. Taking the mountain route would be too arduous for those being sent, since they did not know how to ride horses at all. They cannot ride horses? Amelia immediately realized that the people being sent north were those physically delicate mages. Since mages disliked moving around during the day and preferred traveling at night, Heinz had been worried about transportation. Amelia offered a solution. They could travel by water to Port Road, then transfer to carriages for the rest of the journey. The suggestion immediately solved their urgent problem. When Amelia learned that the mages had not yet arranged lodgings, she promptly wrote Heinz a letter of introduction, assuring him that accommodations in the north would be no problem with it. Heinz was deeply grateful and casually asked whether she wanted to send a letter home to the north. At the word home, Amelia froze. Remembering the handkerchief Clyden had given her, she took the opportunity to ask Hines to bring it to her younger brother in the north. Elsewhere, Clyden was reviewing the plan for the expedition north. When he learned that the clever water route had been Amelia's idea, he was immensely pleased and proudly declared that she was his person. But Hines then casually added that Amelia had also helped organize their office. At those words, Clyden suddenly froze. Hines was so startled that he could barely speak. Clyden slapped the desk and stood up, furiously demanding to know how Hines dared order Amelia to work. Who did he think was the master here? Terrified, Hines hurriedly explained that Amelia had volunteered and that she had entrusted him with a handkerchief to bring back to her northern home. The instant he heard the word handkerchief, Clyden went still. Hines kept talking, saying it was a delicate handkerchief embroidered with gold thread, and Amelia must have intended it for someone important. Jealousy immediately surged through Clyden. He had only just given Amelia that new handkerchief, yet she was already passing it on to another man. Though he was seething inside, Clyden forced himself to remain composed. He told Hines to arrange the interviews for the next day, then casually asked about the staffing shortage in the administrative department. Hines finally breathed a sigh of relief, thanked him profusely, and withdrew. Clyden suddenly stopped Hines and pointed at the handkerchief in his hand, coldly ordering him to hand it over. Hines was completely stunned. Before he could react, Clyden added that Hines was to throw it away in front of him. Hines had no idea what was going on. He could not even remember whether the handkerchief truly belonged to Amelia. But with the Emperor's command, how could he refuse? He obediently threw it into the nearby wastebasket. Only after seeing it disposed of did Clyden's expression soften. He politely dismissed Hines, who hurried out in relief. Once he was alone, Clyden stared at the closed door and quietly murmured Amelia's name. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. How could the handkerchief he had given Amelia be passed on to another man? Then he remembered Morris saying that Amelia was neither married nor engaged. Clyden could no longer sit still. He slammed his palm onto the desk and cursed Morris as a liar. To his surprise, Morris immediately opened a portal and stepped out, loudly protesting his innocence and asking what he had done wrong. Clyden was startled and irritably demanded to know why Morris had suddenly appeared. Morris looked wronged and said he had heard the Emperor calling his name. He then asked what lie Clyden thought he had told. Clyden was embarrassed. He could hardly order the chief archmage to investigate whether there were other men around Amelia. Seeing that Clyden remained silent for so long, Morris decided not to press his luck. He said goodbye and prepared to leave, while Clyden impatiently waved him off. After all that, Clyden found himself back where he started. He still knew nothing about Amelia, especially the question tormenting him the most. Was there another man in her heart? Though Amelia's work was faultless, Clyden could not get past this. In his view, Amelia was his personal maid. Aside from her family, she must never place anyone above him. The possibility that someone else occupied her heart felt like a direct provocation. His competitive spirit was fully awakened. He treated it as a declaration of war from Amelia. For the sake of the Emperor's dignity and pride, he swore that he would become the most important person in her heart. Early the next morning, Amelia came to see him. Clyden looked calm on the surface, but inwardly he was in turmoil, desperate to ask whom she had given that handkerchief to. Before he could say anything, however, Amelia apologized first for speaking out of turn during the meeting. Clyden generously pretended nothing had happened and dismissed the matter in a single sentence. Amelia relaxed slightly, but that was not the only reason she had come. She suddenly dropped to her knees and apologized for her oversight the day before. Not only had she failed to notice that the Emperor was unwell, but even the tea she had served had been compromised. She said that she had failed to notice the Emperor had been poisoned and was willing to accept any punishment. But Clyden had no intention of blaming her. Instead, he pulled her to her feet and imperiously told her that, as Clyden's maid, she must never bow her head easily to anyone again. Amelia was somewhat surprised and cautiously asked what had happened to Lucia, the one who had poisoned him. Clyden sneered and said Lucia had been returned completely unharmed. Morris had also sealed her mouth with magic so that she could not utter a single word. Count Lorigard, Lucia's uncle, was probably losing his mind by now. Amelia was still afraid. Clyden had nearly been poisoned to death. So how could he let the culprit off so easily? But Clyden did not take the poison seriously at all, confidently saying that nothing in this world could take his life. Seeing his absolute confidence, Amelia remembered Morris's earlier words. It seemed that the poison truly was not a serious matter to the Emperor. Still unable to understand, Amelia asked why Clyden had specifically sent Morris to protect her. Clyden's answer was domineering. Amelia was his personal maid, and aside from Clyden himself, no one had the right to touch even a single hair on her head. But Amelia interpreted those words entirely differently. She thought Clyden meant to keep her alive so that he could personally take revenge on the Valletta family someday. Though nervous, she could not deny that Clyden had saved her. Amelia respectfully lifted the hem of her skirt and curtsied. She declared on the spot that she would serve him wholeheartedly and repay his kindness through her actions. Clyden was pleased by her declaration on the surface, but inwardly he was still obsessed with the handkerchief. All he could think about was the man who had received it. Just then, Amelia looked at Clyden and could not help asking what he was doing. Clyden was about to explain when Morris emerged from a portal again, startling Amelia. Clyden had no patience left for Morris's sudden appearances and angrily demanded to know why he always appeared out of nowhere. Watching the two of them, Morris could not help wondering whether this emperor was clever or simply missing a few wits. Clyden had clearly said he would personally punish Amelia, making it sound like a threat, yet Amelia had somehow found it touching. Morris innocently explained that someone had called his name, and this time it had been Amelia. Clyden's face darkened as he warned Morris not to treat the emperor's office like his own home. Morris explained matter-of-factly that he had set a summoning spell there, so he would automatically teleport in whenever he heard his name. Since the emperor had nearly been poisoned immediately after taking the throne, the chief archmage needed to remain vigilant at all times. Moved by Morris's dedication to protecting everyone, Amelia clasped her hands and repeatedly thanked him. This made Clyden extremely unhappy. Looking at Amelia's grateful eyes, he felt awful. In his view, that admiring, touched expression was supposed to belong to him, the emperor. How could Morris be allowed to have it instead? Morris was no fool. He keenly noticed Clyden's unusual behavior and found the emperor's jealous-ridden expression rather amusing. It seemed there really was something between these two. To break the awkward atmosphere, Clyden coldly interrupted them and ordered Amelia to make him tea. Though Amelia found it somewhat strange, she obediently agreed. As she prepared Clyden's tea, she remembered how he had nearly been poisoned before. For safety's sake, she decided to taste it herself before serving it. Who would have thought that such an ordinary act of testing the tea would leave Clyden utterly stunned? His mind was filled with only 4 words: indirect kiss. Amelia brought over the tea and respectfully announced that it was ready. Clyden, who had just been solemn-faced, suddenly became gentle. Even Morris was speechless at how quickly his attitude changed. After taking a sip, Morris said that the tea Amelia brewed was far more fragrant and delicious than anyone else's. Amelia smiled shyly and generously offered to let him take some tea, leaves home later. Morris naturally accepted with delight, and Amelia turned to put the tea things away. But then the silent Clyden suddenly stood up and walked to the window without saying a word. Morris was completely confused. Looking closely, he noticed that Clyden's face was unnaturally red and his entire body seemed stiff, as though he might explode at any moment. He had just drunk tea that Amelia had tasted. Did that not mean he had indirectly kissed her? Holding the cup, Clyden brooded to himself, feeling that today's tea tasted much sweeter than usual. Seeing him stare out the window, Morris could not help teasing him. Even if His Majesty disliked him, there was no need to keep turning his head away. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. The chief steward entered and reminded Clyden that it was time for the council meeting. Clyden turned around and deliberately called out to Amelia, gently telling her that he would return soon. Amelia was surprised, but obediently agreed. Clyden then looked at Morris, and his gentle expression instantly vanished. With a dark face, he demanded to know whether Morris intended to keep lingering there. Seeing Clyden's murderous glare, Morris knew he was clearly being driven out. Morris wisely opened a portal as he said goodbye, teasing that if anyone tried poisoning Clyden again, Amelia should call him. Amelia politely bid Morris farewell, while Clyden snorted, obviously displeased with his jab. Once that third wheel had finally left, Clyden's expression immediately brightened. Smiling at Amelia, he said that they should go to the council chamber. When the scene shifted again, the meeting had ended. Back in the office, Manhwa looked on the verge of collapse, clutching his head in agony. Apparently, today's meeting had been a nightmare for the nobles. Clyden, on the other hand, looked completely relaxed. He even smugly told Manhwa to properly recount for Amelia how the emperor had dealt with the nobles that day. Forced to tell the story, Manhwa helplessly asked where he should begin. Clyden bluntly told him to begin with how he had mocked the nobles. Manhwa could not help complaining that it had not been mockery at all, but a one-sided barrage of venom. He began imitating Clyden's words from the meeting, saying that the dukes were as timid as aspen leaves, trembling the moment they heard a bridge had collapsed. Clyden had sarcastically asked whether they planned to guard nothing but their own front yards. He had even said that the thought of governing the empire alongside them had made him cry himself dehydrated the previous night. Finally, Clyden had declared that he would personally deal with that cave, which was apparently as large as the nobles' courage. Clyden listened with obvious satisfaction, believing those people should learn from his abilities. Amelia, listening beside him, finally understood everything. Clyden truly intended to follow her suggestion and deal with the cave. It was simply that His Majesty had a very unconventional way of conveying his intentions. He had clearly used the matter as an excuse to torment the nobles again. Amelia could only smile awkwardly, relieved that the meeting had at least ended without incident. Manhwa laughed heartily. Clyden, meanwhile, grumbled inwardly. He had been so impressive just now, so why had Amelia shown no reaction? Then he realized that it had been her idea in the first place, so naturally she was not surprised. Manhwa then stopped laughing and seriously asked whether Clyden had another plan, considering how confidently he had spoken before the nobles. Clyden confidently said that he did and urged Manhwa to quickly bring back what he wanted. Manhwa immediately got a headache and asked whether he meant Amurad. That was something from across the sea, and procuring it would take a great deal of time. But Clyden ignored the explanation and coldly told him to run there, leaving Manhwa speechless. Amelia, meanwhile, became very curious about this thing called Amurad. At that moment, the chief steward entered carrying a tray with a letter on it. Clyden glanced at it and directly told Manhwa to take the letter away. Manhwa initially wanted to refuse, thinking it would be useless for him to take it. But when he saw what the letter was made of, he froze. It was written on paper reserved exclusively for the royal family. The letter was no ordinary matter. Aside from the current emperor, only the former emperor and former empress could use that paper. Recognizing that what followed was beyond his place to involve himself in, Manhwa immediately rose to take his leave. But Clyden did not intend to let him off so easily. He coldly stopped Manhwa, again urging him to bring Amurad back as soon as possible and emphasizing that he hated waiting most of all. Manhwa helplessly complained that no matter how urgent it was, he could not run across the sea. Besides, even Amelia could not do something like that. The moment Manhwa mentioned Amelia, Clyden became displeased and retorted that he would never make his maid do such exhausting labor. Seeing this, Manhwa wisely bowed and withdrew, leaving them alone. Clyden opened the letter and read it carefully. Just as expected, the nobles had complained to the former emperor and former empress about the cave being closed. Clyden sneered. The letter was clearly a reprimand from the two of them. It seemed that the former emperor and former empress intended to interfere. Their political positions had always conflicted with those of Clyden. Their heir, Duke Brondel, the head of the old noble faction, was not only the former emperor's closest friend, but had also fought beside him to drive out magical beasts, earning great military merit. Meanwhile, the former empress's natal family was the Lorigard family, which had always opposed Clyden. It was these marital and wartime alliances that had made the former emperor's rule so stable. Their methods may have been right in that era, but times had changed. Looking at the letter in his hand, Clyden knew that persuading his stubborn parents or overturning the order they had upheld all their lives would be no easy task. Worse still, the chief steward brought another piece of news. The two had recently been meeting legal officials in private. Clyden could not understand what they wanted with legal officials at a time like this. The chief steward then revealed a secret. Since the incident involving Prince Julian years ago, the former emperor and former empress's relationship had completely fallen apart. Their frequent meetings with legal officials likely meant that they were planning to divorce. Amelia was stunned by the news. They were the former emperor and former empress. If the matter became public before the coronation ceremony, The consequences would be unimaginable. All they could do now was hope that the two would delay until after the coronation. But who could say whether that would happen? Clyden looked at the letter with utter disdain. He tossed it aside and warned the chief steward not to bring him such boring things again. Curious about the letter's contents, the chief steward asked about it. Clyden sneered and explained that the two were accusing him of suppressing the nobles. In their eyes, he was still the crown prince from 5 years ago, someone they could manipulate at will. The chief steward sighed and advised the emperor to visit them more often to clear up the misunderstandings between them. But Clyden rejected the idea entirely. He said this was not a misunderstanding. He intended to fight those old powers to the end until he got what he wanted. Seeing the emperor's resolute attitude, the chief steward could say no more. He simply bowed and left to handle the administrative officer interviews. Clyden suddenly stopped and turned to stare at Amelia, asking what she had been thinking about. Was she pitying his situation? Amelia looked somewhat uneasy and quietly explained that if it were her, she would surely be deeply saddened by something like this. Clyden gave a self-mocking laugh. It was indeed nothing to be happy about, but if the two elders were determined to divorce, there was nothing he could do to stop them. They had devoted their lives to the empire. If they now wanted to live as they pleased, then he would let them. Watching Clyden walk away, Amelia was greatly surprised. She had assumed that, given the emperor's temperament, he would rush over and strongly object. She had not expected this reaction from him, but it was, after all, a royal family matter, and as an outsider, she should not speak carelessly. So she merely answered respectfully. But Clyden seemed to see through her thoughts. He suddenly stopped and asked whether she thought he was too cold-hearted toward his parents. Amelia quickly shook her head and denied it, saying she absolutely did not think His Majesty was cold-hearted. But Clyden was clearly not going to let her off, pressing her to reveal what she truly thought. Amelia lowered her head awkwardly and admitted that she was afraid of saying the wrong thing and making him angry. Hearing this, Clyden slowly stepped closer, looked at her gently, and said he would never lose his temper with her. Since the emperor had put it that way, Amelia could only treat it as an order to answer honestly. Taking a deep breath, she boldly advised him that he should make one final attempt to determine whether the former emperor and former empress could reconcile. Clyden quietly listened and gestured for her to continue. Amelia drew another breath and said that His Majesty wished to sever the collusion between the royal family and the old noble faction, thereby bringing a new spirit to the empire. Those old nobles cared only about their own interests and had repeatedly interfered with the emperor's decisions in secret. To build a new empire, their power had to be weakened. But if the former emperor and former empress divorced now, it could become a weakness that political enemies could exploit against His Majesty. Still, Amelia believed Clyden's concerns were just as valid. The new empire he wanted to build was destined to weather turmoil and bloodshed. If so, perhaps allowing those two elders to let go now and seek their own happiness would be a good thing as well. Hearing this, Clyden could not help staring at Amelia and asking what kind of empire she thought he wanted to build. Faced with Clyden's persistent questioning, Amelia admitted that she did not know. How could she presume to guess the emperor's thoughts? Yet she could sense His Majesty's sincerity. He truly wanted the empire to become prosperous and strong, not merely maintain prosperity through force. He was seeking a way for every territory to make the most of its own strengths. Clyden stood there in complete shock. He had never before experienced the feeling of being so thoroughly understood. He had always kept those thoughts buried deep inside and had never shared them with anyone around him. Yet the woman before him understood him so perfectly that he could not help reevaluating her. Realizing she had said enough, Amelia quickly explained that she had only answered because she had been ordered to. Clyden gave a cold snort and stood up. Though he still refused to yield verbally, he had already completely surrendered inwardly. He only thought that this woman's arrogance was strangely adorable. Looking at Amelia, Clyden generously announced that he would forgive her this time. From now on, he would personally select new administrative officers, capable people who genuinely cared about the empire rather than merely their family's interests. Amelia smiled and agreed. The scene shifted, and the administrative officer interviews officially began. But as Clyden sat in the examiner's seat, something began to feel wrong. One candidate on the stage was enthusiastically introducing himself, describing his siblings, his strict father, his gentle and virtuous mother, and how he had aspired to become an administrative officer since childhood. Looking through the documents in his hand, Clyden grew increasingly suspicious. This was already the third candidate. Why were all their introductions exactly the same? Were all noble families throughout the empire built on the same formula of strict fathers and gentle mothers? Looking at these identical noble offspring, Clyden could no longer endure it. He coldly interrupted them and asked whether they were actually brothers. The question left the candidate on stage completely dumbfounded. Clyden shook the documents in his hand and pointed out how suspiciously similar their family backgrounds were. The overlap was so great that it was impossible not to be suspicious. The candidates could only laugh awkwardly, trying to treat it as one of the Emperor's humorous jokes. Seeing this, Heinz hurriedly stepped in to smooth things over, asking Clyden whether there was anything else he wished to know. Clyden did not answer right away. Instead, he remembered Amelia's earlier advice that he should confirm whether the former emperor and former empress still had any chance of reconciling. Returning to his senses, Clyden looked at those noble candidates who claimed to come from harmonious families and asked a devastating question they had never expected. Had their parents ever had a serious fight? If they had, then explain how they had eventually reconciled. At first, the candidates tried to laugh it off, but they quickly noticed that the emperor's expression had become terrifyingly grim. The entire room instantly fell silent. Everyone understood that this was an ultimate test from the emperor. If they answered poorly, they would be sent packing on the spot. By the time the interviews ended, the noble candidates stumbled out of the examination room one by one, looking as though their souls had been drained. Clyden selected several genuinely capable people from the list and left the remaining screening to Heinz before turning and leaving. As he walked, he reflected on the varied answers from the interviews. Some had said their parents never fought. Some said they fought in front of their children. Others admitted their parents had long been living apart. These answers made Clyden think of his own parents. One was a hero who had pacified the empire, while the other was an empress from a prestigious family. Both were incomparably stubborn, and neither would lower themselves or compromise. It seemed the reconciliation Amelia had mentioned was simply impossible. By the next day, the newly appointed administrative officers had officially begun work. Clyden and Amelia walked side by side down a corridor. Clyden broke the silence by asking whether Amelia had noticed the newly reorganized office. Amelia hesitantly suggested that, to commemorate the establishment of the new office, they should paint a portrait together. At this unexpected suggestion, Clyden was overjoyed. He thought she was finally willing to confess her feelings for him. Turning to Amelia, he raised an eyebrow smugly and asked whether seeing him in person every day was not enough for her. But Amelia had meant nothing of the sort. She merely thought that, with new administrative officers taking office, they ought to replace the portrait of the former emperor in the office. Clyden was mortified. He had simply been flattering himself. But since the words had already left his mouth, he could only go along with it and tell the chief steward to arrange a new portrait. The moment Amelia left, Clyden summoned Morris. Morris, who had just finished an experiment, began begging for mercy the instant he arrived. Morris looked around the room as soon as he entered and asked where Amelia was, hoping to get a cup of tea while he was there. Clyden coldly replied that she would be back soon. Seeing Clyden's gloomy face, Morris teased him, asking who had offended His Majesty this time. Clyden did not bother with small talk and directly asked how powerful Morris's magic was. Morris proudly declared that he could easily destroy 2 empires. Satisfied with that answer, Clyden then asked a strange question. How deeply would someone have to hate another person to become completely blind to that person's good qualities? Morris laughed and said that hating someone required no reason. Even their breathing could be wrong. He then added that anyone who had seen the emperor's true nature would be too busy becoming his enemy. This enraged Clyden. Morris became curious about who could have angered the emperor so much. But Clyden had no intention of telling him and ordered him to shut up. This only made Morris feel that something was very unusual. Morris suddenly became gossipy and asked whether there was some unspeakable secret between Clyden and Amelia. He mentioned that when Clyden had been poisoned, Amelia had personally said that she had crossed a river from which there was no returning and could no longer continue serving as his maid. At the time, Morris had assumed she was merely blaming herself. But now, it seemed there was definitely something between them. Having been struck at the heart of the matter, Clyden directly threatened Morris, asking whether he wanted to see his magic tower torn down. Seeing that the Emperor seemed ready to silence him permanently, Morris immediately made an excuse and fled. Left alone, Clyden pondered Amelia's words about there being no way back. He suspected she meant that their relationship had already become irreversibly changed during his northern exile. Though he understood why she might feel that way, hearing her say it so decisively still irritated him. Clyden was beside himself. He believed he had tried hard enough, and that the past ought to remain in the past. Why could Amelia not compromise just a little? In Clyden's view, he had intelligence, looks, and every advantage. Whether winning allies or defeating enemies, he had always succeeded. Yet Amelia would not respond to any of it. She did not want to be his enemy, his ally, or even have any kind of relationship with him. It was enough to drive Clyden mad. He realized that Amelia had already drawn a clear boundary and was stubbornly staying behind it. Just like when they had discussed the portrait, Amelia clearly knew what he wanted to hear, yet deliberately acted oblivious to maintain her distance. As a maid, she was beyond reproach, but she refused to give Clyden the response he wanted. He even wondered whether this was her small revenge against him. The more he thought about it, the more his head began to ache. Clyden suddenly called Morris back and asked whether there was magic that could make a person unable to lie. Morris immediately sensed there was a story behind it and curiously asked whom Clyden intended to use it on. Clyden had his own pride. Making someone fall in love with him through magic was not his style. He merely wanted to break through Amelia's defenses and hear her true feelings. Morris immediately guessed that it was Amelia. Morris gave a knowing hum. Having been seen through, Clyden became embarrassed and angrily demanded to know whether such magic existed. Morris answered very straightforwardly that he had already cast it. Clyden was startled. He had merely asked and had not told Morris to act immediately. Morris was unconcerned, saying that for the next week, Amelia would speak her heart completely. Clyden became worried when he heard it would last a week and demanded to know whether Morris was trying to ruin him. Morris asked whether he wanted the spell to last a lifetime instead. Clyden guiltily denied it. Morris then asked what exactly he wished to confirm from Amelia. As they spoke, Clyden heard movement at the door and turned to see that Amelia had returned. But the moment Amelia saw Morris, she bloomed into a radiant smile and greeted him sweetly. Clyden was completely dumbfounded and painfully jealous. She looked so beautiful when she smiled. So why did she always keep a straight face around him? Amelia stepped forward to report that the painting would be ready the next day and His Majesty could come by it any time. Trying to save face, Clyden quickly forced what he thought was a handsome smile and gently praised her. But when Amelia looked up and saw Clyden's dazzling smile, she immediately wore an expression of disgust. She even raised a hand to shield her eyes, bluntly saying that His Majesty's smile was too blinding. If there was nothing else, she would take her leave. Clyden could only awkwardly permit Amelia to leave. But before she could go, Morris struck up a conversation with her by mentioning that he had made himself tea. The instant Amelia heard that Morris had been drinking coarse tea, she enthusiastically offered to brew him a fresh pot and apologized for not properly entertaining him last time. As the two chatted and laughed, Amelia eagerly began sharing her knowledge of tea preparation. Clyden, standing nearby, was almost furious enough to explode. Morris really was a bastard. Still, Clyden noticed that Amelia was noticeably more talkative today and seemed much brighter than usual. Though seeing a different side of her was nice, Clyden felt terribly sour inside. This was not the situation he wanted. Amelia gave all her gentleness and warmth to someone else, while all he received was her cold remark that his smile was too blinding. Clyden suddenly realized something. Perhaps Amelia had not called his smile blinding because she disliked it. To test that idea, he abruptly pulled open the heavy curtains. Thinking she had made another mistake, Amelia hurriedly promised that she would make sure to draw the curtains tightly from now on. Clyden had not intended to blame her at all. He could only turn away awkwardly and stubbornly say that changing the scenery once in a while was fine. Looking at Clyden's cold back, Amelia felt perplexed. This emperor was truly impossible to understand. Morris, delighted by the spectacle, immediately joined in and laughed that even after knowing His Majesty his entire life, he still could not understand what Clyden was thinking. Morris deliberately helped Clyden by asking Amelia what it felt like to stay by His Majesty's side every day. Clyden instantly became tense, pretending to cough while listening more closely than anyone. But Amelia's answer poured cold water over him. To her, being at the Emperor's side felt like walking a tightrope over a cliff every second, with the possibility of losing her life at any time. Still bothered by her earlier mistake, Amelia began confiding in Morris. She felt that she could never understand the Emperor's thoughts and did not know when she would finally become a qualified maid. Morris found it both funny and exasperating, wondering whether she was simply too sensitive. But Amelia only grew more serious. She even compared serving Clyden to facing a savage magical beast, saying that every day had to be treated like a final battle and that she had to remain constantly tense against danger. After hearing this, Morris secretly glanced at Clyden behind her and wondered what kind of image the Emperor had in his subordinate's heart. Smiling, Morris advised Amelia to relax and stop pushing herself so hard. But Amelia firmly insisted that she had to become the perfect maid. Becoming more emotional, she elevated the matter to the honor of her family and vowed to become the perfect maid in order to protect her father and the soldiers fighting on the front lines. This grand declaration left Morris completely stunned. Amelia herself became overwhelmed by emotion and could no longer continue, sounding close to tears. Clyden could not bear to watch any longer and told Amelia to return and rest first. Once Amelia left, Morris was about to slip away when Clyden coldly called him back. Clyden was genuinely angry now, demanding to know why Morris had made Amelia cry and how Morris intended to settle the matter. Morris was more wronged than anyone and loudly protested. He threw the blunt truth in Clyden's face, saying that the true culprit behind Amelia's tears was the Emperor himself. Morris launched into a fierce tirade, criticizing how demanding Clyden usually was with her. Just over a trivial matter like opening the curtains, he had frightened the poor woman terribly. The words pierced Clyden like knives. He could only weakly defend himself, saying that he had already forgiven her and had not even held the handkerchief matter against her. But the cruel truth was right before him. In the end, Clyden completely shut down, collapsed onto the desk, and admitted that it was all his fault. In a lifeless voice, he told Morris to remove the spell. Morris replied that he had already done so. Then Morris asked a fatal question. What did Clyden plan to do to comfort Amelia now? Clyden was silent for a long time before asking something that left Morris utterly speechless. He wanted to know whether, in other people's eyes, Amelia truly hated him that much. Morris looked at the troubled Emperor and did not know what to say. Anyone could see that Amelia was simply an excessively dutiful and loyal maid. How had she become a bitter enemy who hated him to the bone in the Emperor's mind? Clyden lay weakly on the desk, consumed by self-doubt. He could not understand where exactly their conversation had gone wrong. To Clyden, Amelia's behavior that day had completely exceeded his expectations. She had shown neither dislike nor hatred. But why would she not look at him with special eyes? Clyden remembered that people he had met in the past either tried to please him for some purpose or opposed him for personal gain. But Amelia was neither. She existed entirely outside his understanding, and the feeling that he could not control this unsettled him more and more. In truth, he simply did not want to leave a bad impression in Amelia's heart. Growing increasingly irritated, Clyden turned on Morris and demanded to know whether he had cast the spell properly. Why was Amelia's attitude the same as before, and why was she gentle only toward Morris? Grabbing Morris by the clothes, he mercilessly criticized his formal wear, saying it was covered in pills and fuzz and had stains that would not wash out. What woman could possibly be gentle after seeing that? Morris was completely choked by this and could only stubbornly argue that it was not the point. He urged Clyden to face reality and stop deluding himself. He pointed out that Amelia had not come willingly. Her territory had been facing a financial crisis, and she had no other choice. Even so, she was doing her utmost, terrified that one careless mistake might anger the Emperor and bring disaster upon her entire family. Morris asked Clyden whether, seeing her so frightened and cautious, he truly did not feel any sympathy for her. Then Morris drove the point home by asking whether Clyden absolutely needed the young woman to fall in love with him. In Morris's view, having someone beside him who was immune to the Emperor's smile was actually rare and valuable. In the past, everyone around Clyden had merely flattered him, leaving him unable to trust others. Morris's point was simple. Amelia's attitude was the most genuine one. Clyden should try trusting her. Morris had expected Clyden to explode in anger, but Clyden was unusually quiet and said nothing. This only confused Morris further. After a long silence, Clyden finally admitted in a low voice that Morris was right. If the sincerity Amelia had shown today truly reflected her deepest thoughts, if she genuinely intended to become a perfect made with the resolve to die, then Clyden could not afford to lose either. He had to become a perfect emperor. The scene shifted to the next day. Amelia walked down the corridor, still puzzled by what had happened yesterday. She could not understand why she had acted so impulsively. Had she simply been too tired? After thinking it over, though, she decided she had not done anything overly inappropriate. She took a deep breath and decided not to dwell on yesterday's embarrassment. She needed to pull herself together and get to work in the office. Several maids hurried past, excitedly shouting that a huge crowd had gathered up ahead and even the doors were wide open. Amelia was confused, since she remembered that direction leading only to an unused reception room. Why had so many people gathered there so early in the morning? What had happened? As Amelia stood in the corridor, full of questions, she ran into the chief steward, who was hurrying toward her. Seeing her was like seeing a savior. He quickly told her that the emperor was not in his office, but had gone alone to the empty reception room. Though Amelia had no idea what was happening, she could only comply. But as soon as she approached, she smelled the sharp odor of oil paint. The entrance to the reception room was already packed with people. Gasps of amazement kept erupting from the crowd as they discussed the great masterpiece being created inside. Amelia fought her way through the crowd, explaining that she needed to attend the emperor, but no one intended to make room for her. After enormous effort, she finally squeezed her way to the front. The moment she entered the crowd, Clyden recognized her at once and even called her by name. Before Amelia could react, Clyden grabbed her hand in front of everyone. Looking at her, he quietly reproached her for being late today. But the moment the words left his mouth, Clyden regretted them. Afraid he might make her cry again like yesterday, he hastily and awkwardly tried to explain himself. Seeing the emperor so flustered, Amelia could only lower her head and thank him awkwardly. It turned out that Clyden had gone to all this trouble to sit as a model for a portrait. The painter kept directing him from the side, telling the emperor to raise his hand and gaze out the window. Clyden impatiently asked about the progress, but the painter excitedly cried out that it was perfect. Clyden turned to Amelia with resignation and explained why he had been delayed. Seeing that the time was nearly up, he waved a hand and stopped the painting, telling the painter to go back and prepare again. He then left with Amelia, leaving the painter alone to wildly speculate. Clyden was still brooding over yesterday. Desperate to restore his imperial dignity, he had decided that if he could not receive Amelia's approval, he would regain his confidence from the public's praise. The atmosphere in the morning carriage was unusually stifling. Amelia sat nervously across from him, unable to understand where they were going so early. Clyden broke the silence with a grave expression and coldly named their destination, the Outer Castle. At the words, Outer Castle, Amelia's heart leaped into her throat. Clyden quietly explained that his father, the former Emperor Zegard, now lived there alone. Amelia finally understood. Clyden's unusual behavior was because he was going to see his father. At the abdication ceremony years ago, the father and son had not exchanged a single word. Worried that they might clash, Amelia suggested returning to prepare a proper gift. But Clyden stared directly at her and said that he had already brought the best gift, Amelia herself. Amelia immediately went pale, thinking the emperor intended to give her away. Seeing her reaction, Clyden hurriedly explained that if he met his father alone, they would certainly argue. But with Amelia there, both father and son would restrain themselves in front of an outsider. That was the real reason he had brought her along. The carriage slowly came to a stop before the outer castle gates. Before Amelia could get down, several enormous black wolves suddenly sprang out, surrounding them with low growls. Clyden calmly stepped forward and expertly ordered the wolves to sit. Amelia was relieved, but her hands still clutched the hem of her skirt tightly. Noticing her fear, Clyden asked with faint displeasure whether she thought he could not protect her. Amelia hurriedly lowered her head to apologize, but before she could finish, Clyden suddenly pulled her into his arms. The unexpected intimacy sent her heartbeat completely out of control. Clyden held Amelia tightly as he led her toward the greenhouse, ignoring all eyes around them. The chief steward opened the doors ahead, and the sight before Amelia left her utterly stunned. The enormous greenhouse was filled not only with rare flowers and plants, but also dangerous beasts such as black panthers. Then a cold laugh sounded from deeper within. Former Emperor Zegard was leisurely feeding birds. The moment he spoke, his words were thick with hostility, accusing his son of never visiting unless forced to. Clyden did not yield, mocking his father for spending every day in the company of beasts. Zegard slowly turned around and remarked that the simplest way to deal with disobedient animals was to put a collar around their necks. Clyden immediately shot back, mocking his father for still clinging to his ruling habits after abdication, and asking whether every beast here represented one of the troublesome nobles. Zegard sneered and teased Clyden in return, saying that after only a few days on the throne, he had already tormented those nobles enough. Watching the two of them trade barbs, Amelia was speechless. The father and son had exactly the same cutting way of speaking. After 5 years apart, they began fighting the instant they met. If she had known it would be like this, she really should have brought a gift to ease the tension. Just then, a cat meowed nearby. Looking down, Amelia saw a white cat. At the same time, Zegard's gaze settled on Amelia. He looked her over. Was this the maid who had pushed aside every noble young lady in the empire to remain by Clyden's side? Amelia quickly stepped forward, bowed to Zegard, and introduced herself as Amelia. Before she could finish, Clyden pulled her behind him and coldly corrected his father. She was not that girl, but Amelia Valletta. Zegard was surprised to hear that surname. Clyden, refusing to give ground, asked what was wrong with it. Looking at Clyden, standing in front of her, Amelia felt conflicted. This was not the first time Clyden had protected her. He had done so in the reception room, during the portrait session, and again at the greenhouse entrance when they faced the wolves. One thing after another made Amelia unable to stop herself from wondering, was the Emperor really doing all of this for her? Before she could figure it out, the cat above her suddenly meowed, pulling her back from her thoughts. Zegard snorted and said there was certainly nothing wrong with the daughter of Marquis Valletta. The problem was clearly Clyden himself. Clyden immediately bristled, asking what could possibly be wrong with him. Seeing Amelia struggle with the cat on her head, Clyden told her to throw it away. He even encouraged her to use it to hit whichever beast nearby she disliked. Zegard fumed, emphasizing that it was no ordinary cat, but an extremely rare and precious magical beast. Clyden did not care in the slightest, insisting that it was just a cat. Seeing that his son would not listen to reason, Zegard could do nothing but say that Clyden's arrogance had not changed at all. Zegard then took the initiative to ask Amelia how her father was doing. Amelia respectfully answered that her father was well. Seeing how obedient she was, Zegard could not help trying to poach her. He told Amelia that if she was ever mistreated, she should come to him, because he had far more conscience than his scoundrel of a son. At once, Clyden snapped and shouted for his father to stay away from his maid. Zegard helplessly asked Amelia whether the new emperor usually liked driving people mad. Before Amelia could answer, Clyden defended her first, loudly declaring that Amelia was the most principled person in the world and would never lie just to please him. Amelia was momentarily dazed as she watched Clyden defend her so firmly. Just then, footsteps suddenly echoed through the greenhouse. A graceful, purple-haired young woman entered. She was Rosa, daughter of Duke Brondel. Rosa elegantly greeted Clyden and offered her blessings to the Emperor. Zegard smiled and greeted her as well. Rosa smiled lightly and explained that she had come today to rescue Amelia. Seeing the delicate tension between Clyden and Amelia, Rosa could not help teasing that anyone seeing their interactions for the first time would surely be startled. Zegard praised Rosa lavishly, saying that while all the other noble ladies had fought to become the new emperor's maid, Rosa alone had no such ambition and was willing to remain with an old man who had stepped down from the throne. Rosa looked a little embarrassed by the praise. She then suggested inviting Amelia for tea, giving the father and son who had not met in so long a chance to speak privately. Clyden did not object. Instead, he turned to Amelia and told her that if she wanted to go, she could. With permission granted, Rosa took Amelia out of the greenhouse. Once the doors closed, only Clyden and Zegard remained. The atmosphere instantly fell below freezing. Looking at his son, Zegard abruptly remarked that he never expected to see him standing there alive. Clyden retaliated without courtesy, coldly replying that he was sorry to disappoint him. Zegard broke the silence first, bringing up the mages Clyden had sent to investigate the source of the magical beasts. He believed it was not something the magic tower could solve, but Clyden insisted that this time would be different. Then he abruptly shifted to the situation in the north, pointing out that Duke Brondel was deliberately cutting off support to Valletta territory. Zegard was surprised, having thought that his son wanted to sever aid to Valletta entirely. Instead, Clyden heatedly argued that the daughter of a border marquis had been reduced to wearing worn-out night clothes, which was absurd. He would not tolerate Duke Brondel suppressing Valletta for his own interests. The Duke's greed had to be stopped, but Zegard's attention went elsewhere. He suddenly asked how Clyden knew the girl's night clothes were old. Clyden instantly panicked and hurriedly explained that Amelia was merely frugal, then quickly changed the subject, insisting they were discussing serious political matters. Watching his son, Zegard felt only a headache coming on. His expression turned grave as he asked whether Clyden planned to use Amelia to incite rebellion in the north and plunge the entire empire into chaos. Clyden angrily demanded to know whether his father was insulting his maid. Zegard was not swayed in the least and replied that he was insulting Clyden, complaining that his son drove him mad every day. Clyden grew even more agitated, loudly insisting that Amelia's loyalty was genuine and worth more than 100 daughters of noble families. Zegard immediately shut him down, saying that if an emperor judged loyalty by looking at night clothes, he should give up the crown at once. Unable to win the argument, Clyden hastily changed the subject and asked why Rosa was there, considering Duke Brondel was his sworn enemy. Zegard did not care at all, and instead praised Rosa for becoming more beautiful. Seeing his father's attitude, Clyden recalled their childhood. Because their families had once been close, he and Rosa had often played together. Though he admitted Rosa had changed greatly, it did nothing to change his position. Rosa's transformation had nothing to do with him. Clyden found Rosa's behavior outrageous. She dared to speak of divine blessings in front of him, the man who had killed the divine beast. He even mocked his father, saying that the mighty former emperor was still living under the Brondel family's watch after abdication. Zegard darkened and told his son to mind his manners. He explained that he was old and simply wanted someone to keep him company. But Clyden did not accept that explanation, asking whether his father did not miss his own son. As Clyden became increasingly emotional, Zegard told him to lower his voice. But Clyden had no intention of stopping. He struck at his father's deepest wound, demanding to know why. If he had been a competent emperor, he had failed even to protect Julian. At that name, Zegard was completely enraged and lost control, shouting at Clyden to shut up. He had once had 2 sons. One had been ruthlessly sent to the northern border and left to fend for himself. The other had died in an accident. Now, only these beasts that would never betray him remained at his side. Looking at his father's lonely back, Clyden actually understood why Zegard had become the man he was today. But understanding did not mean he could forgive him. If that man had once stood above all as emperor, then he should have borne the responsibility of protecting everything. Clyden silently swore that he would never compromise like this. Facing a past that could not be undone, he knew there was no point in saying more. Clyden could not be bothered to argue further and turned to leave the oppressive greenhouse. But Zegard spoke again from behind him, reminding him about the first crisis after his accession. Duke Brondel had been frantic then and had even urged Zegard to depose Clyden. Clyden found the nobles both stupid and laughable. Yet Zegard's expression was extremely serious. He warned Clyden that the Duke was far from his only opponent. An emperor had to be like an impartial scale, because ruthless suppression would only backfire. Watching his son leave, Zegard quietly called his name. Meanwhile, Rosa and Amelia sat together drinking tea. Rosa smiled and asked Amelia whether the father and son's way of interacting had frightened her. She said it had taken her years to get used to it. Then a proud white cat approached. Rosa was surprised because the little creature normally ignored everyone except the former emperor. Yet today, it had voluntarily attached itself to Amelia. Holding the cat, Amelia remarked that she had not expected the former emperor to love animals so much. After all, rumors said he deeply hated magical beasts, did they not? Rosa quickly apologized for the rumor. Amelia smiled and explained that people from the north merely found magical beasts unpleasant. Rosa relaxed, then shifted the topic to Amelia's father, Marquis Valletta. She said her father respected him greatly, warmly trying to close the distance between them. She asked whether she could call Amelia by her name. After Amelia agreed, Rosa brought up Clyden's ruthless actions when he ascended the throne. At the time, Clyden had dismissed all of his personal attendants, keeping only the mysterious Amelia. It had caused a massive uproar among the nobles. Rosa sighed. Everyone knew that His Majesty held deep prejudices against the nobility. After all, 5 years ago, he had personally killed a divine beast, and the entire empire had rumored that divine punishment was about to descend. Amelia immediately understood Rosa's implication. Rosa was defending the nobles' fear from back then, suggesting that Clyden should not exclude them because of it. As Duke Brondle's daughter, Rosa naturally had to speak from the noble's perspective. Faced with Rosa's probing, Amelia knew that as a maid, she was in no position to interfere in the contest between such powerful figures. But Rosa persisted, meaningfully remarking that if His Majesty insisted on alienating everyone, he would eventually be left all alone. Amelia did not take the bait. She tossed the matter back, saying that she was merely a working maid and had no opinion on the emperor's decisions. Seeing how guarded Amelia was, Rosa could only smile and explain that she meant no harm. Then Rosa suddenly revealed that Miss Beauregard, who had resigned earlier, had recently caused a great commotion in society. Lucia often cried while calling Amelia's name, yet refused to say why she had resigned, deliberately guiding public opinion against Amelia. Amelia silently drank her tea, inwardly relieved that the truth about Lucia's failed poisoning had not been exposed. Rosa was still unwilling to give up and continued fishing for gossip, but Amelia gave nothing away, saying only that they were mere acquaintances. Unable to draw out any information, Rosa smiled and changed the subject, saying that their families both defended the northern border and should be as close as brothers. She warmly took Amelia's hand and invited her to attend future banquets with her. Amelia politely apologized aloud, but inwardly remained deeply wary. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, the white cat in Amelia's arms suddenly meowed, broke free, and leapt away, ending the false social exchange. Before either woman could react, Clyden hurried in looking for Amelia, calling her name loudly the moment he entered. Rosa hurriedly stepped forward and curtsied, asking with concern how his conversation with the former emperor had gone. Clyden coldly asked whether he was expected to report his itinerary to her. Rosa smiled without changing expression and smoothed things over, saying she was merely so happy to see His Majesty. Watching Rosa easily handle Clyden's sharp tongue, Amelia vaguely felt that there was something unusual about the dynamic between them. Clyden looked Rosa over and abruptly said she had changed quite a bit. Rosa smiled and teased that she was no longer the little girl whose hair he had set on fire. Clyden remained cutting, mocking her for still looking as short as before. Watching them bicker, Amelia became certain that they were childhood friends. Clyden did not want to linger, so he took Amelia and prepared to leave, ordering that the painter be summoned as soon as they returned. Amelia obediently followed him and politely bade Rosa farewell. The moment they left, Rosa's smile vanished. In the carriage, Clyden spent the whole trip arranging the portrait session. He even deliberately ordered the doors left open so a crowd could gather to watch. Seeing that Amelia wanted to say something, Clyden asked what was on her mind. Amelia felt guilty that she had failed to play the role of a proper gift and had not helped him keep up appearances before the former emperor. Clyden hurriedly explained that she had been the best possible gift. If she had not been there, he and his father would have fought today. Amelia was flattered by the direct compliment, while Clyden awkwardly looked away. To break the awkwardness, Clyden asked what she and Rosa had discussed. Certain Rosa had spoken badly of him behind his back. Amelia truthfully said that Rosa had invited her to social banquets. Clyden immediately became wary and asked whether she had accepted. Amelia shook her head. She knew very well that the Brondel family had been withholding military supplies from the north, and Rosa's friendliness was nothing but insincerity. Yet because of her position, she could not reveal such personal resentment before Clyden. But Clyden saw right through her, saying that she had already voiced her true thoughts. Amelia panicked and quickly apologized. Clyden did not mind at all, coldly saying that he thought the same way. The Brondel family wanted to grow close to them. They were dreaming. Amelia relaxed, but still worked up the courage to ask whether His Majesty's relationship with Rosa was anything more than ordinary. After all, their childhood friendship did not look like that of ordinary friends. Clyden only snorted and said that their relationship was as intimate as that between humans and magical beasts. Amelia did not know whether to laugh or cry. Comparing such a beautiful woman to a magical beast truly showed how sharp-tongued they both were. Still, she felt a little envious. She wondered when she would ever be able to speak with Clyden so freely and without restraint. The carriage soon returned to the palace. As Amelia stepped down, she considered what gift she should bring on their next visit to the former emperor. But Clyden said that the next time they came would have to be at least 2 years from now, leaving Amelia stunned. Before she could recover, she suddenly noticed a white figure on top of the carriage. The proud white cat had secretly followed them home the entire way. Seeing the former emperor's beloved cat had run off, Amelia anxiously wanted to look for it. But Clyden did not care and simply pulled her toward the painting room, saying he would have other servants search for it. The painter was moved to tears, for being able to serve the imperial family again was an immense honor to him. Soon, the portrait session was arranged, with a large circle of curious onlookers gathered around. Seeing Clyden's mood improve, Amelia felt somewhat relieved. But she still had something else on her mind. She tried quietly calling Morris's name. To her surprise, Morris really did teleport there out of thin air. It seemed that this summoning spell worked outside the office as well. Looking at Clyden posing for the portrait, Morris could not help complaining about what he was up to now. Amelia smiled and explained that Clyden had deliberately left the doors open because it helped him relieve stress. Morris was surprised that Amelia had understood Clyden's temperament so quickly. After their small talk, Morris asked why she had summoned him. Amelia brought up how Lucia had recently been crying everywhere and even directing attention toward her. Rumors had already spread far and wide. To Amelia's surprise, Morris immediately offered a harsh solution, asking whether she wanted to make Lucia permanently silent. He explained that if Lucia stabbed the man she loved with a knife, the curse of silence could be lifted. Every spell needed a way to undo it, after all. Amelia was terrified by the suggestion. Hearing Morris's frightening proposal, she hastily shook her head and said that was not what she meant. She only hoped that Lucia would stop crying everywhere, so the rumors would not become increasingly unpleasant. Morris looked at her speechlessly and asked whether that was truly all she wanted. After receiving confirmation, he could only agree helplessly. Morris casually snapped his fingers, and the matter was half settled. With that major problem handled, Amelia finally relaxed and prepared to make tea for Clyden and Morris. At the same time, Clyden, who had been posing for ages, finally could not endure it any longer and gave the painter a day off. Just as Clyden was about to come over and rest, he looked up and saw Morris smiling at him. His face immediately darkened. Without any friendliness, he demanded to know what Morris had said to Amelia and whether he had upset her again. Morris looked equally speechless and retorted that it was His Majesty who had caused the trouble. Knowing he was in the wrong, Clyden quickly changed the subject and asked what they had been conspiring about. Morris sat down and truthfully explained that Lucia, the woman who had tried to poison Amelia, had recently been crying everywhere while calling Amelia's name. Clyden was displeased upon hearing that. Morris went on to say that Amelia had asked him for help only because she wanted the woman to stop crying. Clyden was surprised that Amelia was so soft-hearted. Morris shrugged and said Amelia had no interest in any of his harsher proposals. Clyden could only admit that it suited Amelia perfectly. But Clyden soon realized that Amelia rarely went anywhere. Where had she even heard these rumors? Thinking it over, he remembered that he had just returned from seeing the former emperor, where Rosa had also been present. That woman must have been gossiping in front of Amelia. Morris agreed that it was troublesome and reminded Clyden that many people were watching the two of them now, so they needed to be more careful from now on. After they finished talking, Morris teasingly asked Clyden whether he needed healing magic, considering he had just met the hot-tempered former emperor. Clyden stubbornly insisted that he was perfectly fine and that the old man had not hit him at all. But Morris saw through him and teased that Amelia would surely worry if she saw it. Before he could finish, Amelia entered carrying tea, startling both of them. Clyden reacted quickly, shoving Morris aside and loudly telling Amelia that he had prepared a gift for her. Amelia was bewildered by the sudden move. Clyden took out an exquisite little box and explained that it was a reward, thanking her for cooperating with him before the former emperor. He specifically told Amelia not to make a fuss over something so small and to continue acting as she normally did. Amelia hesitantly accepted the box and politely thanked Clyden. He then explained that it contained Tyrant tea, fresh tea leaves that had just arrived from the north. Hearing the word north, Amelia could hardly believe it and quickly asked how he had obtained it. Clyden calmly said that the Imperial Mage Corps had arrived in the north and had sent the tea back along the way. Holding a gift from her homeland, Amelia was overcome with emotion and did not know what to say. Seeing Amelia look as if she might cry, Clyden became completely flustered. He quickly grabbed her and told her not to say anything, afraid her tears would fall the next moment. Morris stepped in to smooth things over, saying that the Northern Border Marquis had asked him to convey his thanks and to thank Clyden for recommending the Mage Corps. Amelia immediately thanked Morris. To ease the awkwardness, Clyden made an excuse and sent Amelia away to tidy the office. As soon as Amelia left, Clyden's face darkened. He quietly asked Morris about the cave. Morris truthfully told him that it had completely collapsed, leaving no trace behind. Upon hearing this, Clyden merely replied that he understood and directly issued a silence order. Morris was surprised and asked whether Clyden intended to stay and work overtime. When Clyden ignored him, Morris activated a teleportation circle and departed. After Morris left, Clyden was alone in the room. But before he could enjoy the quiet, Morris's voice came again, saying that the young Border Marquis had specifically asked him to convey his gratitude to Clyden for the handkerchief. At the words, "young Border Marquis," Clyden froze. It turned out that the heir, Harris, was Amelia's younger brother, 3 years her junior. Clyden finally understood. The man Amelia had given the handkerchief to was her own brother. Thinking of that, Clyden could not help laughing. He decided not to hold that debt against him after all. As Clyden walked alone down the corridor toward his office, he sensed that something was wrong inside the moment he opened the door. Besides a tense Amelia, there was an unwelcome visitor in the room. Nilsson, secretary to the Empress Dowager. He respectfully bowed to Clyden. Clyden's expression instantly darkened. He coldly asked why Nilsson had arrived so quickly. Nilsson hurriedly apologized, claiming he should not have entered the Emperor's office without permission, but that he had received strict orders from the Empress Dowager to deliver her message immediately. Clyden was not swayed, sneering that nothing was ever urgent to that woman before ordering him to leave the letter and get out. But Nilsson said the Empress Dowager had not sent a letter and wanted the message delivered orally. Clyden's patience had run out. He coldly said, "Speak." Nilsson took a deep breath and said that the Empress Dowager was deeply disappointed that His Majesty had visited the former emperor before visiting his own mother. However, if His Majesty personally came to Karan Palace, she would forgive the matter. Before Nilsson could finish, Clyden interrupted and told him to get out once he was done. Watching from the side, Amelia finally realized just how poor Clyden's relationship with the Empress Dowager had become. Nilsson looked troubled, saying that unless he obtained a specific time, he could not report back. Unable to get rid of him, Clyden coldly threw out the words, "I'll go tomorrow." Unexpectedly, Nilsson added one more thing before leaving. The Empress Dowager had specifically instructed that Amelia must be brought along this time. Amelia was completely stunned by the request. Clyden could not help mocking it, saying that his mother had once been fiercely competitive, yet now she had apparently learned to compromise. He added with false sentiment that he never expected his mother to become so weak and that he was moved to tears. The messenger did not dare stay any longer and quickly withdrew to report back. Once the door closed, only the two of them remained. Clyden turned to Amelia and called her name directly, warning her that Karan Palace was no safe place now. It was full of the Empress Dowager's people. She did not need to accompany him to this banquet meant to trap them. Amelia knew that the Empress Dowager came from the Lorgard family, and that Karan Palace was filled with their spies. Even Lucia might be there, but she did not choose to retreat. Looking at Clyden with complete determination, she said that she had duties to fulfill as his maid. Since the Empress Dowager had named her specifically, she should accompany His Majesty all the more. The carriage slowly stopped before Karan Palace. As expected, the place was full of spies planted by the Empress Dowager. Looking at Amelia beside him, Clyden quietly told her that it was not too late to return to the carriage. But Amelia firmly shook her head, saying that since other guests were present, she should remain. Seeing that Amelia had no intention of backing down, Clyden did not know what to say. She looked as though she were heading to a battlefield. Clyden sighed inwardly. Perhaps it was the hardship she had endured in the north that had made her so strong-willed. Since she insisted on facing this with him, he would never allow her to be harmed. The moment they entered Karan Palace, gossip crashed over them from every direction. People whispered that Amelia was merely a lowly maid, yet dared to follow behind the emperor. Every ugly word reached Amelia's ears, but she could only silently endure them. Then Clyden suddenly stopped and called her name, ordering her to walk beside him. Amelia was a little confused, because by custom, a maid could only walk behind her master. But Clyden did not care about such rules. He matter-of-factly said that if she was not within his sight, how would he know whether she had gotten lost? Besides, his maid was very important to him. Amelia could no longer refuse and obediently walked to his side. But before she had taken 2 steps, Clyden called to her again from behind. Leaning closer, he quietly told her to keep up and walk faster, because Karan Palace was full of flies, and he did not want to stay even a moment longer than necessary. As they reached the entrance, movement came from inside. The doors slowly opened, and Nilsson loudly announced the Emperor's arrival. But before Amelia could follow him in, Nilsson held out his hand to stop her, saying that the maid had to wait outside. Clyden was immediately displeased and challenged him at the door. The people inside had demanded that he bring her, so what was the meaning of shutting her outside now? The Empress Dowager Liera's angry voice came from within, saying she had only invited her son inside. Clyden, never one to avoid escalation, sarcastically replied that if Mother was healthy enough to shout like that, then he might as well turn around and go home. Liera shouted from inside for him to get in. Clyden complained that the old woman's hearing was excellent, then leaned close to Amelia and urged her to follow him inside, so she could watch his mother lose her temper. But Amelia did not want to get involved in royal family conflict and quickly said she would wait outside. Clyden did not force her. After settling her, he pushed open the doors and entered alone. Nilsson then led Amelia toward a nearby sitting room. Clyden suddenly turned back and winked at Amelia. Before she could react, Clyden had already turned and entered the hall. Watching him leave, Amelia felt slightly more at ease. The moment Clyden entered the hall, Empress Dowager Liera began complaining that he had taken too long. Clyden looked completely unconcerned and immediately mocked her, saying he had wondered where all the palace maids had gone, only to find they had run off to his mother's quarters. Liera's expression became strained. She sneered that since these spoiled, noble ladies could not attract the emperor's attention, what else could they do besides menial work? Clyden coldly countered that noble ladies became attendants to demonstrate loyalty to the imperial family, did they not? Liera did not care, saying that everyone simply took what they needed. Then she changed the subject and demanded to know which woman he had been looking at outside. Clyden casually brushed her off. Liera did not pursue it, and instead asked after the former emperor. Was that old man not dead yet? Clyden suppressed his anger and answered that his father was in excellent health and could kill several beasts by himself. Liera sighed and complained that she would have to wait a long time before becoming a widow. Clyden felt utterly exhausted by his mother's vicious curse. Looking around the luxurious palace, Clyden asked whether Liera had redecorated. He sneered that she held tea parties every day, so did she have some spell that created money? Liera acted unconcerned and said she had not used the imperial treasury. Clyden's face immediately darkened as he asked whether she had secretly accepted financial support from the Lorgard family. Liera avoided answering and instead remarked that people grew old when they were lonely. Then she put on the guise of a loving mother and said that the emperor needed a stable base of support and that she had done all this to help him build alliances. Clyden did not appreciate it. He coldly warned Liera not to interfere with the empire's finances or play politics in the inner palace, because he was the emperor who ruled this empire now. That statement completely enraged Liera. She slammed her cane down and sneered that he was nothing but a boy who had been trapped in the North for 5 years. Did he really think he had the strength to talk politics now? If he believed blood alone could secure his throne, then he was just as foolish as his father. Clyden could not bear to listen any longer and angrily replied that every person his mother had drawn close was his enemy. Liera found him unreasonable and brought up the scene he had caused at the Administrative Council. She said that if she had not calmed Count Lorgard, that hot-tempered man might have carried out some mad retaliation. Clyden knew perfectly well that nobles only ever cared about their own interests. Taking a step forward, he coldly stated that suppressing those self-important people was precisely what an emperor was supposed to do. Since her advice had failed, Liera changed the subject and asked when Clyden planned to hold his coronation ceremony, since he was finally becoming accustomed to handling state affairs. Clyden only coldly answered that he would do so when the time was right. Liera urged him to act quickly and to show more patience toward the old nobles. Half-jokingly, she said that in a few years, all the old men he hated would be dead anyway. But that was not the kind of empire Clyden wanted to see. Then Liera suddenly lowered her voice and asked when he intended to visit Julian's grave, saying that child might still be waiting for him. At that name, Clyden's face immediately darkened, and he did not say a word. Meanwhile, Amelia was waiting outside the hall when a maid called to her and offered to take her to the sitting room. As Amelia followed, a woman with silver hair and a red dress approached from the opposite direction. Before Amelia could react, the woman threw herself to the floor, groaning in pain. Furious, she began yelling and demanding to know how such a thing could happen. Watching the farce, Amelia finally understood what Clyden had been worried about. The schemes in this inner palace truly were impossible to guard against. Looking at the woman, Amelia thought that if this were the northern forest, she would have driven her away with a rock long ago. But this was the imperial capital, and she had to prove herself to Clyden. Amelia took the initiative, politely asking the woman's name. To her surprise, the woman abruptly turned and tightly seized her wrist, demanding to know how Amelia could not know who she was. The woman arrogantly declared that she was Seraphina, daughter of Count Lorgard, repeating her family name 3 times. Amelia felt a headache coming on. That chant-like introduction sounded more like a curse than a name. Amelia could not be bothered to argue and only coldly told her to let go. Seraphina finally flung her hand away in anger. Amelia found it almost amusing. She had nearly been brainwashed by that ridiculous spell-like introduction. Before Amelia could relax, Seraphina suddenly leaned closer. She demanded to know what methods Amelia had used to seduce Clyden, even suspecting that she had used northern witchcraft. Whispers immediately rose all around them. Amelia looked at the onlookers and noticed several familiar faces among them, noble young ladies who had once served as maids in the palace. Amelia was not flustered. She coldly replied that when His Majesty appointed her, all the people behind Seraphina had been present. If they wanted to know the details, they could simply ask them. Seeing this, Seraphina hastily smiled and tried to smooth things over, saying that what happened in the past was not important. Then Seraphina leaned to Amelia's ear and maliciously reminded her that the trouble ahead was what she truly needed to worry about. What tricks had she used to drive away all the other maids? What had she done to Lucia? Faced with the barrage of accusations, Amelia repeatedly warned herself not to cause trouble here and bring Clyden problems. So she could only lower her head and apologize, saying she had never intended to hurt anyone. But yielding did not bring peace. Seraphina and the other noble ladies became even more brazen, mocking and personally attacking her, asking whether all northerners were this shameless. This time, Amelia had no intention of enduring it. She coldly looked at them and asked whether they truly believed the emperor was so easily deceived. Seraphina was left speechless by that question. Amelia stared coldly at her. She made it perfectly clear that she did not care what others thought of her. But if they wanted to use this matter to cause trouble, they had better think first. They should not speak of His Majesty as though he were a man without judgment. That statement placed a heavy accusation upon them. Seraphina was choked speechless, and her arrogant air vanished at once. As the two sides remained deadlocked, footsteps suddenly sounded in the corridor, followed by someone calling Amelia's name. It was Clyden. With a dark expression, he looked at the scene before him and coldly demanded to know what they were doing. Clyden could not help thinking that if Amelia had displayed her northern strength of tearing magical beasts apart earlier, this farce would never have happened. Amelia immediately lowered her head and apologized for causing a disturbance in the palace. But Clyden had no intention of blaming her. Instead, in front of everyone, he taught her that if she ever encountered this kind of noisy situation again, she should simply strike the one leading it. Seraphina was utterly stunned. Clyden did not even look at her. He only looked at Amelia and reminded her not to forget whose person she was. Amelia immediately understood and answered loudly. Clyden then made it plain. Amelia's honor represented the Emperor's honor. Anyone beside the Emperor must never bow their head to others so easily. Amelia respectfully agreed at once. Clyden then looked coldly at Seraphina and said that the reason he had cleared out the inner palace was to guard against people like them. Seraphina hurriedly invoked her family name in an attempt to pressure him, but Clyden did not care. He took a step toward her, frightening her into immediate silence. Yet before one wave had settled, another arose. Empress Dowager Liera suddenly ordered that Amelia be brought in for questioning. The moment he entered, Clyden darkly asked the Empress Dowager why. After claiming she had no interest in Amelia, she was now so eager to summon her. The Empress Dowager answered as though she had every right, saying that this girl had not caused a moment's peace since entering the palace. What was wrong with an elder asking her a few questions? Amelia stepped forward and respectfully greeted the Empress Dowager. But Liera's first words were malicious. With a cold smile, she said that Clyden's defense of Amelia had actually sentenced her to death. The Emperor's public favoritism had made Amelia the enemy of every woman. She would likely find it impossible to move through high society. Even if she had survived the magical beast territory in the north, she might not survive this palace, which devoured people without leaving even bones behind. In the face of the threat hidden within those words, Amelia remained extraordinarily calm. She said that as the Emperor's maid, she would only fulfill her duties faithfully. Instead of becoming angry at Amelia's answer, the Empress Dowager invited her to visit and chat more often in the future, complaining that the young women outside were too noisy. Clyden coldly interjected, asking whether the Empress Dowager thought Amelia had that much free time. Liera told him to stop meddling, insisting on hearing Amelia's answer directly. Amelia handled it flawlessly. She first thanked the Empress Dowager for her favor, then said that serving the Emperor already required all her strength and hoped the Empress Dowager would understand her loyalty. Clyden was secretly pleased by her answer and immediately took the opportunity to lead her from the room. The Empress Dowager was left alone to sigh. Watching them depart, she murmured that her son had truly brought back an extraordinary girl from that place of exile. Just then, Nilsson pushed open the door and respectfully reported that the noble young ladies outside were crying and begging to see her. Annoyed, the Empress Dowager waved them away and ordered the troublesome young ladies to go home and reflect instead of causing problems in her palace. She could not help recalling Clyden's warning, not to interfere with the Empire's finances or play politics in the inner palace, because he was the Emperor who ruled the Empire now. Seeing her son's firm attitude, the Empress Dowager was not angry. Instead, she felt that he had indeed matured considerably. When the two returned to the study, Amelia looked at the exhausted Clyden and felt that the atmosphere with the Empress Dowager had been as oppressive as a blizzard. To ease the tension, Amelia offered to make tea so Clyden could rest properly. As Amelia was about to prepare tea, Morris suddenly teleported in from thin air. His mysterious arrivals left even Clyden speechless. Clyden complained that Morris's habit of appearing whenever Amelia called made him seem like Amelia's personal mage. Where was the dignity of the Empire's chief archmage? It turned out that Amelia wanted Morris to check whether the new tea had been poisoned. In the depths of the palace, one could never be too cautious. Morris inspected it carefully and confirmed that the tea was harmless. Only then did Amelia breathe a sigh of relief. Amelia gave Morris a gentle smile. Seeing her smile so happily at someone else, Clyden immediately felt sour inside. How wonderful it would be if she smiled only at him. Yet outwardly, he had to pretend nothing was wrong. Why could Amelia not smile only at him? While he was feeling depressed, Amelia came over carrying tea. She said it could warm not only the body, but also the heart, and hoped it would help him relax. Though Clyden said such a thing could not possibly be true, he obediently took a sip. As soon as he finished drinking, Amelia gave him an incomparably gentle smile. Clyden was completely smitten. His petty discomfort instantly vanished, and all he could think was, "She smiled at me." But before he could enjoy it for long, something suddenly flew past. Amelia swayed and cried out. Her foot slipped, and she was about to fall. Fortunately, Clyden reacted quickly and caught her firmly in his arms. The sudden intimate contact caught them both off guard, and the atmosphere instantly became delicate. Before either of them could recover, Morris suddenly spoke up. "Your Majesty, isn't that Sakuruda?" he asked in surprise, pointing into the distance. A white cat was lying on the ground. Clyden's expression immediately darkened. How could the Emperor of the Empire lose out to a mere cat? Amelia picked up the white cat, unable to hide her affection, and gently asked what they should do with it. Clyden watched silently from the side, feeling strangely downcast. So this was what she looked like when she was truly happy. Amelia suddenly came to her senses and, a little embarrassed, asked Clyden if she could return the cat to the head attendant, so he could take it back to the outer castle. Clyden waved the suggestion away. If the Empress Dowager learned that something from the palace had been sent outside, she would surely make trouble over it again. He decided to send someone to summon its owner instead, so Amelia could spend a little more time with the cat. After Amelia walked away holding it, Clyden turned to Morris and asked what kind of cat it was. Morris explained that it was exceptionally rare, but Clyden looked disdainful. Rare or not, it was still only a cat. Just then, an attendant entered with an urgent letter. Clyden's face changed the instant he read it. The mages he had previously sent north had somehow disappeared. Morris felt deeply embarrassed and awkwardly apologized to Clyden, cursing those idiots for being unable even to find their way home. Trying to save face, Morris explained that life in the magic tower was suffocating, and mages often ran away under the pretense of seeking freedom. Amelia quietly repeated the word freedom to herself, lost in thought. Morris snorted and said that once they had suffered enough, they would crawl back crying, and then they would never dare disturb them again. Amelia asked anxiously whether this happened often. Clyden coldly asked Morris whether he intended to capture and execute the runaway mages. At once, Morris began acting pitiful, crying and begging Clyden to show mercy. Clyden's head began to ache from the noise. He warned Morris that if those people caused trouble, Morris himself would be responsible for cleaning up the mess. Morris hurriedly agreed, and Clyden threw him out. The next morning, the chief steward came to Amelia with an invitation. But Amelia was resolute. She directly refused Seraphina's invitation to a tea party, saying she did not need such a vacation. The chief steward was not surprised by her answer. He gravely brought up Seraphina and warned that her invitation was not made with good intentions, especially considering Lucia's earlier misfortune. The chief steward sighed and persuaded Amelia that refusing outright was not a good idea. After all, she knew nothing about the capital's social circles. Amelia, however, believed that since it was a social event, it was a private matter. If she simply went away on holiday and left no one to take over her work, that would be irresponsible. The chief steward helplessly said he understood, but seriously reminded her that as long as she remained by the emperor's side, she could not avoid such social occasions forever. To put Amelia at ease, he offered to serve the emperor in her place that day. Amelia had no choice but to agree. Later, Amelia pushed open the study doors as usual, ready to greet the emperor. But the moment the door opened, Clyden was already standing behind it with a dark expression, bluntly asking when she was going to meet Seraphina. Amelia could only honestly reply that the exact time had not yet been decided. Upon hearing this, Clyden immediately decided that they needed to prepare as well and loudly summoned the chief steward. The chief steward hurried forward and reported that everything was ready. Although the carriage was still on its way, all the other arrangements were proceeding according to plan. Clyden nodded in satisfaction and directly ordered Amelia to follow him. Amelia followed in confusion. Seeing Clyden's fierce expression, she could not help feeling as though he were preparing for battle. Instead, he led her into a lavish room. The door opened, and an extravagantly dressed tailor was already waiting inside. The tailor enthusiastically greeted the emperor, then invited Amelia to stand in the middle of the room. Only when Amelia noticed the measuring tape around the tailor's wrist did she realize that Clyden had specifically hired a tailor to make her a custom formal dress. And it was not just the tailor. The court painter hurried in as well, repeatedly apologizing for being late. Amelia was completely stunned. Why had they even invited a painter? Soon, a crowd gathered around her and began intensely debating whether sapphires or opals would suit her better. Unable to bear it any longer, Amelia quietly asked what exactly they were doing. Clyden looked at her seriously and said that what they were doing was very important because Amelia was about to go on holiday. The chief steward also explained that all of this was for her vacation. The time had been set for tomorrow afternoon, and Clyden had specifically changed the meeting place to the Rose Palace. Only then did Amelia understand. Clyden was helping her prepare for the tea party. Although she understood Clyden's intentions, Amelia still thought the grand preparations before her were excessive. She softly suggested that she would only be there for a little while tomorrow afternoon, so her usual clothes would be enough. The moment she said that, Clyden's face darkened. He coldly asked her what she had just said. The chief steward grew so anxious that he nearly jumped in place, loudly reminding Amelia that the social world was a battlefield for her. Going without an extravagant formal dress was like going to die empty-handed without a weapon. Clyden also looked at Amelia sternly and reminded her not to forget that she was the emperor's maid. Her dignity was the dignity of the imperial family. Under their combined pressure, Amelia could only obediently yield and promise that she would remember it well. Dark clouds suddenly filled the sky, and rolling thunder boomed over the Rose Palace, foretelling that this tea party would not be peaceful. Just then, Seraphina descended in high heels, a faint sneer on her face. Sunlight shone upon the magnificent Rose Palace, surrounded by blooming crimson roses. Seraphina proudly made her way toward the tea party with her companions. They whispered in amazement that they had never even been qualified to approach this place before. Hearing them, Seraphina's heart filled with jealousy and anger. She had never expected that her first time entering the Rose Palace would be because of a lowly maid from the north. This was the sacred place where the imperial family held banquets. It was normally heavily guarded, and ordinary people could not even get near it. Yet that maid named Amelia had reserved the entire garden of the Rose Palace. Proud Seraphina could not accept it. She gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly. How could a lowly servant have such privileges? Her companions chattered excitedly, insisting on following her in to see the place. Seraphina kept silent on the surface, but she had already made her plans. She had originally intended to summon that maid to Karan Palace and use luxuries the provincial girl had never seen to crush her spirit. Just thinking of Amelia's name made Seraphina grit her teeth. She swore that today she would make the maid cry and crawl back to her northern home. But when she arrived at the meeting place in full force, she found that things were completely different from what she had expected. Seraphina furiously demanded to know why the meeting place had been changed to the reception room. What she found even more unbearable was that a high-ranking attendant who served the emperor was lowering himself to run errands for a mere maid, while that maid had not even shown her face. The attendant merely replied in a businesslike manner that Miss Amelia was still preparing. He would lead Seraphina to the reception room first, and no one other than Seraphina herself was permitted to enter today. Seraphina forcefully suppressed her displeasure and explained that these people were her companions. But the attendant gave her no face at all, coldly repeating the rules. Seraphina's face completely darkened. Behind her, her companions complained bitterly that they had dressed carefully for the tea party and had even starved themselves all day just to fit into their gowns. Their complaints gave Seraphina a headache. She could only suppress her anger and tell them to return to the carriage and wait. She gritted her teeth and promised that after she went inside and dealt with that maid, she would come out and share every detail with them. Then the attendant brought Seraphina into the reception room and politely asked her to wait there. The moment Seraphina entered the reception room, a massive portrait on the wall stunned her. The woman in the painting was Amelia, holding the white cat in her arms. Seraphina could not understand it. Why would such a solemn place as the imperial palace display a portrait of a maid? While she was still puzzled, an attendant entered carrying tea. Seraphina immediately asked where Amelia was. The attendant politely replied that Miss Amelia would arrive shortly, then turned and left. Before Seraphina could recover, the tea set on the table shocked her again. This exquisite pink tea set was not something an ordinary person could afford to use. It was an imperial treasure passed down through generations. Serafina stared at the tea set, remembering how she had only ever seen it from afar at banquets when she was young. She had never imagined that she would be drinking tea from it today. Her heart sank even further. Just what kind of extraordinary person was this maid named Amelia? Yet after waiting and waiting, Amelia did not appear, and Serafina's patience gradually ran out. Then the door slowly opened, and a woman in a gorgeous formal gown entered. Serafina turned to look and froze on the spot. The person walking in was Amelia from the portrait. Serafina was utterly dumbfounded. She had assumed Amelia was merely an ordinary maid, but Amelia's entrance alone was enough to intimidate her. Looking closer, Serafina saw that Amelia's appearance and attire were exactly like those in the portrait. What shocked her even more was the lavish jewelry Amelia wore. Before the tea party, Clyden had personally selected a set of sapphires from the Imperial collection for Amelia. Although he said her taste was merely acceptable, Clyden clearly intended to give Amelia enough splendor for the occasion. He generously declared that the Imperial family would cover the expense. Since Amelia was not yet a member of the Imperial family, he could not simply give her the Imperial heirlooms, so he would have a new set made specifically for her. Amelia could only listen helplessly. Clyden carefully looked Amelia over and asked whether the hairstylist had finished everything. After receiving an affirmative answer, he still felt that something was missing. Amelia grew nervous under his gaze. Clyden turned to the chief steward and asked whether the roses he had ordered picked from the Rose Palace had arrived. The chief steward hurriedly presented a basket of blue roses. Clyden stepped forward, personally selected one, and placed it beside Amelia's ear. Looking at the refined young woman before him, Clyden finally said with satisfaction that she was perfect now. The scene returned to the tea party. Amelia had finally arrived and apologetically explained to Serafina that picking the roses had delayed her. The moment Serafina spoke, her words were full of hostility. She demanded to know why Amelia was allowed to wear roses from the Rose Palace. Amelia remained calm and passed the question to the stylist, saying that she knew nothing about it. This response made Serafina even more dissatisfied. With a cold smile, she pressed on, saying the tea party was far too excessive. Not only was the room absurdly extravagant, but Amelia's attire was not at all appropriate for simply drinking tea. Amelia was actually helpless as well. She said she also felt that the preparations were a little too grand and hoped Serafina would understand. As their conversation reached a stalemate, an attendant entered carrying tea and pastries. Serafina instinctively turned toward the tray. At the sight of it, she froze again. Looking at the person who had entered carrying it, Serafina could hardly believe her eyes. She covered her mouth, and her body even began to tremble slightly. Serafina recognized the pastries at once. They were limited edition sweets, personally made by the Empire's finest pastry chef, delicacies ordinary people could not even hope to see. Yet Amelia, seated beside her, sighed upon seeing them. Serafina found that amusing. Assuming Amelia simply did not understand their value, she could not resist boasting that the pastries were extraordinarily valuable and that one bite would leave anyone astonished. But Amelia helplessly replied, "Of course I know how valuable they are. His Majesty has been rewarding me with them every day lately, so I'm already tired of eating them." Serafina could no longer keep up her act. Her face darkened as she demanded to know where Amelia could possibly have eaten such fine pastries. She even mocked the Valletta territory, saying it had nothing except magical beasts. In the face of that provocation, Amelia remained calm. She explained that the people of her territory had always defended the front lines against magical beasts, preserving the Empire's safety. But Serafina refused to listen. Taking a sip of tea, she sneered that her own father was protecting the Empire as well, and that their statuses could not possibly be compared. Amelia no longer wished to waste words with her and directly asked why Serafina had invited her out today. Serafina suddenly set down her teacup and said she had come specifically to apologize. She brought up the prank she had played before the Emperor last time. Seeing Serafina take the initiative to lower herself, Amelia thought that despite her bad temper, Serafina might not be bad at heart, and generously accepted her apology. Serafina immediately put on a smiling face, sweetly thanking Amelia and praising her generosity. In truth, however, she had already cursed Amelia 100 times in her heart. She was jealous that Amelia could eat pastries rewarded by the Emperor every day and even were fresh roses from the Rose Palace everywhere, as though showing them off. Seizing the opportunity, Seraphina smiled and asked whether, since they were now friends, she could ask a little secret. Though Amelia was wary, she reluctantly agreed. Seraphina immediately got to the point and asked whether the enormous portrait on the wall had been specially commissioned by the emperor. Amelia did not conceal it and admitted that the painter who painted the emperor's portrait had also painted her while he was at it. Amelia recalled her earlier conversation with Clyden. She had complained that preparing such a large portrait and such grand displays for a simple tea party was too excessive. But Clyden had righteously replied that since she was his maid, she had to be worthy of that level of dignity. Amelia had found it quite helpless. Seraphina, seated across from her, was even more shaken upon hearing that the emperor had specifically ordered the painter to create the portrait. What methods had this woman used to wrap the emperor around her finger? Suspecting that Duke Brondel's influence might be behind it, Seraphina secretly vowed to uncover the truth and drive Amelia away for good. Noticing that the atmosphere had grown strange, Amelia took the initiative to change the subject. Pointing to the white cat sleeping nearby, she introduced it as Sakaruta, saying she had merely been lucky enough to encounter it by chance. The moment Seraphina heard the cat's name, she was stunned. Sakaruta was a sacred beast revered across the continent of Apron. How could it possibly appear here so casually? Seeing her reaction, Amelia explained awkwardly that before coming to the palace, she had never encountered such things. Then she turned and affectionately called the sacred beast Kitty. This infuriated Seraphina. She abruptly stood and sternly demanded to know how Amelia dared call a noble sacred beast by such a name meant for a stray cat. Just as Amelia was about to explain, Seraphina refused to listen. She coldly cut Amelia off and warned her not to flaunt the emperor's favor everywhere. She even said something particularly cruel, declaring that Amelia's behavior was disgusting. Amelia tried to explain that things were not as Seraphina believed, but Seraphina would not hear it. She only felt that Amelia was being hypocritical to the extreme. With a cold smile, Seraphina pressed her further, asking whether Amelia intended to pretend to be innocent again and blame everything on the emperor. Seraphina wanted to hear exactly why the emperor would treat a maid so well. Amelia knew perfectly well that Clyden had personally warned her that, as the emperor's maid, her dignity represented that of the imperial family, and she must never disgrace him. Faced with Seraphina's relentless accusations, Amelia did not retreat. She said that she could not reveal too many details, but everything she did was only to serve the emperor loyally. Amelia hoped Seraphina would understand, but Seraphina had already been grinding her teeth in hatred. She could not forgive Amelia for what had happened before, nor could she accept that this woman had taken Lucia's place. To Seraphina, Amelia's explanation was nothing more than provocation and boasting. But Seraphina quickly suppressed her anger and put on a reasonable smile, saying that she had simply misunderstood. She took the initiative to ask whether she could pet the sacred beast too. Although Amelia hesitated, she said it would be fine as long as Sakaruta did not object. Who could have expected that Seraphina had no intention of gently holding the cat at all? While no one was paying attention, she grabbed the tablecloth and yanked it. Instantly, the pastries and red tea flew everywhere. Seraphina deliberately shouted that the sacred beast's claws had caught on the tablecloth. Red tea spilled all over Amelia, and the exquisite tea set shattered. The cups broke into pieces on the floor, yet Seraphina immediately turned the blame on Amelia, loudly accusing her of breaking an imperial treasure. Amelia was utterly bewildered by this shameless reversal of blame. Seeing the porcelain shards all over the floor, Amelia worried that Sakaruta might be hurt and hurriedly reached out to pick him up. But before she could touch the cat, Seraphina suddenly screamed. Clutching her right hand tightly, Seraphina shouted that Amelia had ordered the cat to attack her. Hearing the commotion, attendants rushed over. Seraphina began crying dramatically, insisting that she wanted to leave at once. Amelia finally saw through her completely. Seraphina had never come to apologize. Still sobbing, Seraphina demanded that the attendants contact her family and have Count Lorigard send knights to escort her home. But the attendant expressionlessly refused, saying that the emperor had long since issued a gag order. Nothing that happened in the Rose Palace was to leave it. Seraphina immediately panicked, shouting that an imperial treasure had been destroyed and that she could not let the matter rest. Seeing Serafina refuse to let go of the matter, Amelia initially wanted to take the blame to calm things down. But she suddenly recalled Clyden's words. The Emperor's maid represented the dignity of the imperial family and must never bow her head lightly to anyone. Amelia suddenly understood. She thought this must be the Emperor's test for her. So she took control of the situation instead, telling Serafina to stop wasting her efforts and hurry home to clean herself up. Serafina was caught completely off guard. When her scheme failed, she began throwing a tantrum, pointing at the cat and shouting that it was deliberately threatening her. She even cursed at the attendants nearby, insisting that everyone was in league and conspiring to bully her in the imperial palace. Then Serafina still refused to stop. Leaning toward Rosa, she whispered a threat, saying that she would keep a close eye on this place and see how it ended. Faced with the blatant threat, Rosa did not even raise her eyelids. She simply replied coldly, "As you wish." The scene shifted back to several hours earlier. Amelia had been preparing to leave, and the chief steward had kindly wished her a pleasant holiday. Just as she was about to depart, Morris suddenly teleported in. The moment he saw Amelia, he eagerly went up to her. Clyden's face darkened at once. Why did this man have to come and cause trouble at precisely this time? Amelia did not think much of it. After reminding Morris to take good care of the Emperor, she prepared to leave for the tea party. But Clyden suddenly stopped her and coldly gave her an instruction. "If anyone dares cause you trouble, crush them. I will support you from behind." Amelia could only obediently agree to the forceful instruction. But Morris could not stand it and complained that no one said such things to a lady. It sounded more like sending a son out to get into a street fight. Clyden stubbornly refused to admit it, insisting that he was merely offering his maid sincere encouragement. Morris did not bother arguing and instead asked an important question. Where exactly was Amelia's tea party being held? Clyden told Morris that Amelia was going to meet the eldest daughter of the Lorgard family. Morris understood immediately. No wonder Clyden had been so tense. That young lady was famously difficult to deal with. Morris teasingly asked how Clyden intended to settle things if Amelia really started fighting her. Instead of worrying, Clyden looked delighted and said that if anyone dared cause trouble for his maid, he would welcome it. Morris was utterly speechless at Clyden's protective attitude. He teased Clyden, asking why he did not simply accompany Amelia if he was so worried. Clyden stubbornly claimed that he was only taking a walk and had happened to pass by. Then Clyden began boasting that Amelia looked very beautiful when dressed up and that he was quite satisfied with his investment. Seeing his proud expression, Morris felt oddly uneasy. The way Clyden kept saying "my maid" sounded somehow wrong. In Morris's eyes, Clyden was extremely narcissistic, arrogant, and selfish. Especially whenever Clyden called Amelia "my maid," Morris could not help feeling that something was off. Clyden continued complaining to himself that Amelia was too stiff and proper. She had only dressed up a little today, yet she looked excessively beautiful. It was practically deception. Morris listened with a dark expression, wondering whether that was supposed to be a compliment. Clyden righteously asked whether even an emperor was not allowed to say a few things about his own maid. Morris did not bother arguing and simply said, "Say whatever you like, Your Majesty." Clyden then began praising Amelia again, saying that she was too responsible. She had specifically summoned Morris today so that someone could continue assisting him while she was gone. Hearing this, Morris suddenly froze. Looking at Clyden's proud expression, an absurd thought crossed his mind. Could it be that? Morris tentatively asked. "Your Majesty, you do not happen to like Amelia, do you?" The moment the words came out, Clyden froze completely. Clyden's face darkened entirely as he called Morris insane. He took a deep breath, stood up, and walked to the window, trying to hide his inner turmoil. Then Clyden stubbornly tried to argue that Amelia was actually rather annoying most of the time. Before Morris could react, Clyden suddenly leaned close, his voice filled with icy threat. He warned Morris that he had heard something he should not have heard. As Clyden's expression grew increasingly frightening, Morris's instinct for survival took over. He hastily changed his story and said he had only been joking. Only then did Clyden let him go with a blank expression. But Morris loved gossip too much to let it go. He leaned closer and asked what exactly Amelia did that Clyden found so annoying. He was rewarded with a cold glare. Clyden could not be bothered to speak to him any further. So he turned and prepared to leave, stubbornly saying that he was only going for a stroll in the garden. Morris saw through him at once and teased him with a wicked smile, asking whether he was going to protect his maid. Before he could finish, Clyden suddenly stopped walking. An argument could be heard from the reception room. Morris intended to urge Clyden to stop it quickly, since Amelia would show no mercy if she started fighting. But Clyden did not listen at all. Instead, a glint of excitement flashed through his eyes. He even stood nearby and cheered Amelia on, as though he wanted the situation to grow as chaotic as possible. Seeing Amelia use the cat as a weapon, Clyden did not find it ridiculous in the slightest. Instead, he laughed and praised her, thinking her tactic of borrowing another's strength was brilliant. Morris anxiously stamped his feet beside him, reminding Clyden that this was not a duel arena where they had come to watch a show. But Clyden would not listen. He only found Amelia's usual blank-faced demeanor and her current fierce behavior increasingly fascinating. Morris was still wondering where the red tea in Clyden's hand had come from. Clyden suddenly gestured for him to be quiet, because the real show was about to begin. Sure enough, Serafina began crying and demanding to leave immediately. It seemed that Amelia had given her quite a hard time. Even Morris was stunned. Not only was Clyden not angry, he even stepped forward to take responsibility for Amelia. His shameless favoritism could not have been more obvious, leaving Morris speechless. Seeing Amelia's cold and proud appearance, Clyden did not find anything wrong with it. Instead, he became even more captivated by this side of her that no one else knew. At last, Clyden entered with a grim face to see what all the commotion was about. The moment Serafina saw the Emperor himself, she immediately began crying and falsely accusing Amelia first. The attendant quickly reported what had happened, saying that Serafina insisted Amelia had ordered the cat in the painting to attack her. Clyden turned to Amelia for confirmation. Amelia was unusually calm and exposed Serafina's lie before everyone, stating that Serafina had attempted to steal the late Empress's teacup and Amelia had merely stopped her. Seeing that her scheme had been completely exposed, Serafina shamelessly turned the accusation around, claiming that Amelia had broken an imperial treasure and ought to be punished. She smugly wanted the Emperor to condemn Amelia, but Clyden's response left her completely dumbfounded. Looking at the perfectly intact teacup before her, Serafina was stunned. She could not understand how the imperial treasure that had clearly shattered moments earlier had suddenly returned to normal. In response to her excuses, Clyden's expression turned ice cold as he asked whether she was questioning the Emperor's judgment. That terrified Serafina, and she could only stammer out desperate explanations. As the standoff continued, Amelia suddenly noticed movement nearby. Morris had arrived in time and used magic to completely restore the shattered teacup. Serafina now had no evidence left for her accusation. Clyden directly turned his attention to Serafina and coldly stated that there was only one liar in this room. Did she know what happened to those who deceived the Emperor? With the matter escalating completely, Serafina finally panicked. She hurriedly lowered her head and begged Amelia for mercy, hoping Amelia would let her off. But Amelia did not accept that at all. She only coldly asked why she should accept such an apology. Amelia said she could not feel any sincerity whatsoever, so there was clearly nothing to discuss. Clyden immediately took advantage of the situation and issued an expulsion order to Serafina, warning that punishment would follow. Seeing that the Emperor was serious this time, Serafina immediately confessed that she had deliberately pulled the tablecloth. Crying, she apologized to Amelia and begged her to spare the innocent attendants. Only then did Amelia finally relent, finding an excuse to have them taken away. Clyden coldly told them to get out as well. The farce finally came to an end, leaving only the three of them in the room. Amelia turned to Morris and apologized to him while hiccuping. At that moment, Clyden suddenly grabbed Amelia and pulled her straight into his arms. The unexpected intimacy left them both at a loss, and the atmosphere became delicate once more. Morris watched from the side and thought that he had guessed correctly after all. Clyden was truly a madman who said one thing and meant another. Amelia quickly thanked Morris for helping her in time. To conceal his embarrassment, Clyden deliberately coughed twice and changed the subject, asking whether Amelia intended to reveal the truth about the cat in the painting. Amelia honestly admitted that she really had considered doing so. Seeing Clyden angrily head outside, Morris hurriedly asked where he was going. Without turning back, Clyden shouted that he was merely going for a walk. Left alone with Morris, Amelia was still curious about what magic he had used to restore the shattered teacup. While eating pastries, Morris helplessly reminded her that magic was not what she should be worried about right now. Amelia remained completely confused, so Morris had to spell it out. The Emperor was currently sulking nearby because Amelia had not thanked him first. Looking at Amelia, Morris sighed inwardly. These two were becoming increasingly hopeless when it came to love. Yet Amelia was still reflecting on herself, thinking that if Morris had not helped, Clyden would have lost face again today. As his maid, she felt she had failed in her duties. Morris quickly comforted her, saying that Clyden had personally chosen her, so she was already more than qualified. Clyden was extremely particular, after all. Then Morris curiously asked what Amelia believed a true maid should be like. Amelia answered with a serious expression that the Emperor needed an ultimate maid capable of fighting 100 enemies alone and defending his dignity at all times. Hearing that absurd answer, Morris was completely speechless and decided to give up trying to understand her way of thinking. But Morris was more interested in gossip. With a mischievous smile, he leaned over and quietly asked what it felt like to be held in the Emperor's arms. The sudden question stunned Amelia, leaving her flustered and at a loss. She could only laugh awkwardly, make an excuse, and flee in embarrassment. Watching Amelia run away, Morris could not help sighing that, in every sense, the girl was indeed becoming more and more like a qualified maid. The next day, everyone met in the office. Morris greeted everyone first, and Amelia politely greeted the two men as well. Clyden, however, only gave a cold response. Morris found this unusual coldness strange. Clyden had not seized the chance to make a cutting remark today. Amelia stepped forward and asked whether the Emperor wanted a cup of tea. Clyden did not refuse and directly requested his usual time and tea. As Amelia busied herself preparing it, Clyden's eyes never left her. He felt unsettled. After he had held Amelia yesterday, did she truly not care at all? Amelia brought over the brewed tea as usual. Clyden pointed to the right side of the desk and told her to place the cup there, saying that he still had documents to review. Amelia was about to hand over the cup, just as Clyden reached out to take it, and the distance between them suddenly narrowed. Amelia's movement paused slightly. Clyden froze as well, his hand suspended in midair, unsure whether to withdraw it or not. Seeing Amelia hesitate, Clyden could not stop his thoughts from running wild. Was she hesitating over whether to get closer to him? Did she care about him too? But he quickly dismissed the idea, convinced that he was simply imagining things. Just then, the white cat that had caused trouble yesterday suddenly ran in. Seeing the culprit, Clyden immediately became irritated. Morris came closer as well and instantly recognized that the cat was an extraordinary breed. Amelia happily picked up the white cat and warmly asked Morris whether he wanted to hold it. Watching the cat get close to Morris, Clyden began feeling sour again. What if the cat touched Morris's filthy robe and then ran back into Amelia's arms? The more Clyden thought about it, the angrier he became. He even regretted not simply burning Morris's robe with fire when they had met that morning. Morris curiously asked the cat's name. Amelia explained a little embarrassedly that it was just a nickname she had casually made up. When Amelia said someone would soon come to take the cat away, Morris deliberately sighed with regret. Though Amelia said she was not sad about it, anyone could see how reluctant she was to part with the cat. Standing behind them, Clyden watched them chat so happily and found everything increasingly irritating. He began resenting both the cat and Morris. But seeing Amelia smile so brightly, he could not help wondering whether she liked soft, fluffy things. That suddenly reminded him of yesterday. When he had held Amelia in his arms, the feeling had indeed been rather special. At the thought, he could not stand himself anymore. He slammed his hand on the desk, stood up, and shouted that it was absolutely impossible. The sudden commotion startled both Amelia and Morris. To hide his embarrassment, Clyden immediately took it out on Morris, demanding to know why he was there. Morris found it completely unreasonable and could not help complaining that Clyden was far too petty. Clyden directly issued an order. Amelia was to find the chief steward and have every mage in the magic tower fitted with new robes, while all their old robes were to be burned. This time, Morris was completely dumbfounded. Although Amelia found the order strange, she obediently left while holding the cat. The moment she was gone, Clyden turned to Morris and coldly told him to get out as well. Morris teasingly asked whether Clyden was abusing his authority because Morris had called him petty in front of Amelia. Clyden did not respond. He only repeated coldly that Morris should leave immediately. Morris could only withdraw helplessly. Just then, someone announced that Marquis Ruin was requesting an audience. Clyden composed himself and ordered him admitted. Marlois entered carrying an exquisite carved wooden box and respectfully bowed to His Majesty. Clyden asked about the item he had brought back. Marlois explained that it contained a case of Omilad seeds, enough to plant an entire small territory. As soon as the ship arrived, they would be sent north. The Omilad plant originally came from the kingdom of Rokeso and was extremely hardy, capable of growing well even in cold climates. Not only was the crop easy to cultivate, it was also the key to solving the North's food shortage. That was why Clyden had previously instructed Marlois to handle the matter personally. Just as he was about to leave, Marlois suddenly changed the subject and inquired about Amelia's whereabouts. Clyden immediately became alert and demanded to know why he was asking about Amelia. Smiling, Marlois explained that he was merely curious whether she had already returned north. Clyden coldly threw out the words, "Absolutely not," then immediately ordered him to leave. Marlois did not press the matter and respectfully withdrew. Not long afterward, Amelia returned after completing her errand and reported to Clyden that she had conveyed his order to the chief steward. Clyden casually mentioned that Marlois had asked about her earlier. Amelia was surprised and could not help asking a few more questions. This immediately overturned Clyden's jar of jealousy, and he domineeringly warned her not to be curious about other men. She was to keep her mind only on him. Before the atmosphere could ease, an attendant delivered an urgent letter from the outer castle, specifically requesting that Amelia send the cat over. The moment Clyden heard it, he exploded and refused without even thinking. Amelia was stunned by his reaction. But after calming down, Clyden still told her the news. Though Amelia was disappointed, she could only obediently accept the order. Seeing her aggrieved expression, Clyden found himself amused. It was ridiculous that he had become so angry over a cat. In the end, he compromised and allowed her to spend one final day with it. As the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, Clyden directly dismissed her, saying there was no more work for today and telling Amelia to leave first. Amelia did not think much of it. She respectfully bowed and said she would come again tomorrow. After Amelia left, Clyden sat alone in the empty room. The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. He quietly called Morris's name. Morris appeared in an instant and helplessly asked why Clyden had summoned him again so suddenly. Clyden hesitated before asking under what circumstances a woman would deliberately avoid a man. Morris immediately found that amusing. He analyzed that either she disliked the man had done something bad, or had behaved differently than usual. Upon hearing differently than usual, Clyden immediately recalled pulling Amelia into his arms yesterday. Clyden panicked completely, convinced that Amelia must be disappointed in him. Morris could barely stand to watch Clyden struggle like this, and almost wanted to run away. Clyden continued doubting himself frantically, thinking that he had been far too impulsive during the day. Not only had he failed to restrain himself, but he had even enjoyed that contact. This was bad. Amelia must hate him now. Meanwhile, Amelia was tossing and turning in bed. When Clyden suddenly reached out during the day, she had instinctively avoided him. It had merely been a physical reflex. She had not meant to avoid him at all. Yet for some reason, the scene of Clyden embracing her at the Rose Palace suddenly surfaced in her mind again. That gentle, reassuring feeling remained vivid even now. Thinking of it, Amelia rolled about in bed, ashamed that, as a maid, she could harbor such feelings for His Majesty the Emperor. It was completely improper. The moment to send away the white cat finally arrived. Amelia looked at the empty cage, her heart full of loneliness and reluctance. Just as she sadly turned away, Clyden suddenly called to her and signaled for the chief steward beside him to open a box. The instant the box opened, Amelia froze completely. Inside lay a fluffy little dog. The chief steward smiled and asked whether she wanted to hold it. Amelia looked toward him in disbelief. At that moment, Clyden gave an awkward cough. The normally lofty emperor actually bent down and quietly apologized to Amelia for his earlier offense. When he mentioned the incident at the tea party, Amelia froze on the spot. Clyden hurriedly looked away and admitted that his previous action had indeed been somewhat out of control. Unexpectedly, Amelia seriously nodded in agreement. Clyden maintained a smile on the surface, but inside he was so embarrassed that he wanted to disappear. Amelia quickly bowed and promised that she would strictly observe her proper duties as a maid in the future. Then she curiously pointed to the little dog on the table and asked what it meant. But Clyden's answer instantly made the atmosphere extremely suggestive. Looking at Amelia seriously, he said, "If you want to hug something in the future, just come hug mine." Amelia froze in place, even wondering whether she had misheard him. Seeing Amelia panic, Clyden hurriedly and flusteredly explained that he meant the fluffy little dog, absolutely not himself. He specifically told Amelia to bring the little creature everywhere she went, and when she was sad, she could squeeze it to vent her frustrations. Amelia obediently accepted the gift and promised that she would treasure it. When Clyden asked what she would name the dog, Amelia immediately called it Roundy. Clyden instantly bristled, protesting that his incarnation could not possibly be given such a childish name. Learning that the little dog represented His Majesty the Emperor, Amelia did not know whether to laugh or cry, and could only promise to go back and think of a more dignified name. The chief steward watched with a helpless expression. Was it really appropriate to give Amelia an incarnation of the Emperor to knead and squeeze as she pleased? After Amelia left, Clyden could not help telling the chief steward that the girl was innocent and deeply affectionate. But as the Emperor's personal maid, being too gentle sometimes made her vulnerable to being taken advantage of. And the chief steward was actually worried about something else as well. The next morning, in a palace corridor, Amelia tightly held the little dog and hid in a corner, sadly wiping away tears. The chief steward approached and softly comforted her, telling her not to grieve too deeply over the white cat being sent away. After all, the cat had never belonged in the palace. Amelia nodded through her tears. She understood that and believed the white cat would be properly cared for. The chief steward told her that His Majesty had specifically given her the fluffy little dog to comfort her. Amelia's heart filled with gratitude toward Clyden, but her tears would not stop. A little embarrassed, she wiped them away and asked the chief steward whether he could obtain some Play's tea for her. The chief steward was slightly taken aback. Such coarse tea was of very low quality, and the luxurious imperial palace had none in storage. Amelia urgently explained that she needed this tea to refresh herself. There would be heavy work tomorrow, and she had to recover quickly. Seeing how strong yet stubborn she was, the chief steward could only agree helplessly, promising to have the tea delivered to her before nightfall. Amelia repeatedly thanked him. The chief steward told her to go back and rest first, then casually asked whether the fluffy little dog pleased her as much as the white cat had. Amelia admitted that she loved animals dearly, and strangely enough, little animals always seemed especially attached to her as well. The chief steward felt relieved upon hearing that, and told her not to overthink things and to return early for some rest. Watching Amelia walk away, the chief steward could not help quietly sighing. People said northerners were cold and dull, but this young woman was clearly sensitive and gentle. The next morning in the emperor's office, Amelia came to greet him as usual, still tightly holding the little dog in her arms. Clyden asked with concern whether her mood had improved today. Amelia apologized somewhat awkwardly, saying that she was fine now and was sorry for making His Majesty worry. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that the fluffy puppy in her arms was trembling slightly. Seeing this, Clyden quickly waved his hand, signaling that she need not take it to heart. Glancing at the untouched cup of tea on the table, Clyden asked in confusion, "Why haven't you had any tea today?" Amelia softly explained that she wanted to try a different flavor today. Clyden did not object. After telling her to rest in the study, he left to attend to official business. Once the study door closed, Amelia was left alone. She hurriedly took out the Play's tea the chief steward had sent over and eagerly brewed herself a cup. As the warm tea slid down her throat, Amelia felt more than half of her exhaustion melt away. Looking at the fluffy puppy in her arms, she could not help sighing quietly. She truly did not know how to face this avatar of the Emperor. Whenever she thought of Clyden's meticulous care for her, her thoughts became a tangled mess once more. Amelia looked around, then called Morris's name in a low voice. A portal instantly tore open in midair, and Morris stepped out. He had intended to bow to the Emperor, only to discover that Clyden was not in the room. Morris asked Amelia, in confusion, why she had summoned him so urgently. But when his gaze fell on what she held in her arms, the puppy immediately captured his attention. Amelia sighed helplessly and explained that it was His Majesty's avatar, a gift personally given to her by His Majesty. Moreover, His Majesty had ordered that she keep it by her side at all times. Morris froze at this absurd demand. As Amelia sipped her tea, she innocently asked whether she could stop carrying the little fellow around once it grew a bit bigger. Morris could hardly believe his ears and repeatedly asked whether this was truly His Majesty's order. After Amelia confirmed it, his expression grew extraordinarily complicated. Amelia looked at him earnestly and begged him to help her think of a solution. Seeing how serious Amelia looked, Morris assumed she hated being watched and was about to comfort her. But Amelia hurriedly shook her head, saying she was only troubled over choosing a name, and had even stayed up all night because of it. Morris did not know whether to laugh or cry. How hard could it be to name a dog? Amelia sighed and explained that His Majesty wanted a name that sounded imposing and frightening, but all she could think of were names like Roundy, Little Nose, or even Burnt Bread. Hearing those bizarre suggestions, Morris silently complained to himself that this girl had absolutely no talent for naming things. Then his expression turned serious as he asked her how many friends she thought His Majesty had. Amelia hesitated before answering that it seemed His Majesty did not have any friends at all. Still, at least Morris was by his side. At those words, Morris immediately lost his temper. "He has no friends at all," he shouted. With a sigh, he hinted that the reason His Majesty had suddenly gotten a pet was entirely because of someone. Morris then changed the subject, asking whether she knew what breed the puppy was. He mysteriously told her that she would not need to carry it around forever. Within 3 or 4 months, he said, the puppy would grow as big as she was. Amelia stood there in stunned silence. Morris went on to explain that it was actually a specially bred ferocious guard dog. As His Majesty's avatar, it had been left at her side to protect her. Looking at the soft, adorable little creature in her arms, Amelia finally understood. No wonder His Majesty insisted on giving it an imposing name. Morris sighed helplessly to himself. This girl had clearly misunderstood again. He could only continue explaining that this kind of dog would protect its owner with its life, which showed just how much His Majesty cared about her. To his surprise, Amelia remained perfectly calm and asked Morris whether she looked like a fool. Of course, she knew His Majesty's feelings. Now, it was Morris's turn to be completely speechless, because he realized that although Amelia claimed to understand, she had not grasped the true meaning behind it at all. Amelia felt somewhat guilty, believing herself too weak to meet His Majesty's expectations. As Morris wondered how to bring these two hopeless people together, he suddenly noticed the tea in her hands. Upon learning that it was Play's tea for relieving dog fur allergies, Morris immediately stomped his feet and shouted that drinking that tea for too long would make a person stupid. Amelia cheerfully said that she would control the dosage. Morris could not help complaining that she had already become stupid. She could have asked him, a great mage, for help, yet she insisted on enduring it alone. Amelia answered very seriously that she did not want to use magic so casually for something like this. Hearing that, Morris completely lost his temper and could only sigh helplessly. Watching these two people who were so utterly clueless about love, he was practically going mad. But seeing Amelia's confused expression, he eventually gave in. Claiming stubbornly that he was merely practicing magic, he casually cast a spell and cured her allergy. Amelia was overjoyed. She apologized to him again and again, then happily lifted the little creature in her arms and called it Roundy. Just then, Clyden suddenly pushed open the door and walked in. In a sour tone, he demanded to know why they were so happy, then coldly asked who Roundy was. The two were startled and hurriedly bowed. Amelia rushed to explain that the puppy was not called Roundy. Clyden continued coldly, asking what its name was then. With a grave expression, Amelia answered, Snakely 3. She then enthusiastically explained that Snakely had been the fiercest warhorse in her old territory. Not only had it looked magnificent when it ran, but had also died heroically during the monster tide of that year. Hearing the weighty history behind the name, both Clyden and Morris stood frozen. After a long silence, Clyden could only compromise helplessly and admit that Roundy was a pretty good name after all. Amelia was delighted and happily announced that the little fellow would be called Roundy from then on. She then curiously asked Clyden where he had gone. Clyden proudly said that he had just gone to see the newly completed portrait and was very pleased with it. He simply could not understand why the painter had been even more excited than he was. Morris could not help exposing the truth, saying the painter had merely been moved by his own work. Clyden immediately shouted back in irritation. Clyden's expression suddenly changed, and he directly ordered Morris to leave. Morris was so angry that he nearly jumped up and down, but Clyden still forcibly drove him out. Before leaving, Morris did not forget to provoke him, saying that as long as Amelia needed him, he would return any time. This made Clyden even angrier. He declared that he would teach Morris a proper lesson next time. After Morris left, Amelia nervously said that she already knew Roundy's origins and promised Clyden that she would treasure this avatar. Upon hearing that, Clyden's mood instantly brightened. He deliberately instructed her to bring the little fellow to him every day. With Clyden suddenly standing so close to her, Amelia shyly agreed. Several hours later, Clyden was busy handling official documents in his study when an attendant suddenly entered to report that a visitor wished to see him. Clyden immediately grew impatient and demanded to know why the attendant had not turned the visitor away as instructed. Before the attendant could explain, the person outside had already entered. It was Rosa. She elegantly bowed and greeted Clyden. Rosa immediately invoked the former emperor's name, saying that she had come on his orders. No matter how unwilling Clyden was, he could not simply throw her out. Rosa then noticed Amelia nearby and stepped forward to greet her with false warmth. To avoid disturbing their conversation, Amelia made an excuse and turned to prepare tea. Clyden gave a cold laugh, sarcastically remarking that he had not expected the former emperor to send Rosa personally. Rosa remained unruffled and immediately turned her attention to Amelia. She questioned whether the matter of the returned order had been His Majesty's decision or whether the maid had acted on her own. Amelia, who was pouring tea, froze instantly. Clyden's expression darkened completely as he directly ordered Rosa to leave. Rosa repeatedly claimed that she had come on orders, but Clyden refused to indulge her. He exposed her attempt to use the former emperor as a shield. Seeing how firm Clyden's attitude was, Rosa turned toward Amelia and deliberately revealed that the former emperor wanted Amelia to visit him in person. To protect Amelia, Clyden immediately ordered her to leave the room first. After she was gone, Rosa mockingly said that Clyden was overly guarded, even making a joke about the dog. Clyden could not be bothered to waste words on her and coldly ordered her to leave again. But Rosa would not let it go. She threatened to report to the former emperor that Amelia had disobeyed orders because she was busy caring for a dog. Clyden bluntly retorted that he had refused only because he did not want Amelia to encounter someone like Rosa at the outer castle. Hearing that, Rosa keenly sensed that something was off. The former emperor had merely summoned a maid, yet Clyden acted as if he needed to accompany her personally. Such obvious protectiveness could not be ignored. Clyden said nothing, only stared at her coldly. Rosa immediately changed the subject and curiously asked why Clyden kept the dog. Instead of answering, Clyden coldly demanded that she first explain the former emperor's true reason for summoning Amelia. Clyden then warned her without any courtesy that if anyone dared touch his person, he would show no mercy. That was the real reason he kept the dog. He fixed Rosa with an icy stare and continued pressing her for an answer. Only then did Rosa reluctantly reveal the truth with a strained smile. The former emperor had long seen through Clyden's feelings and knew that if Amelia were summoned, Clyden would certainly refuse. Rosa went on to say that all of high society was now watching Amelia. Everyone was secretly wondering whether this impoverished young noblewoman from the north truly had the ability to captivate His Majesty, or whether she was merely a pawn in His Majesty's hand. Clyden was entirely unmoved. Instead, he coldly asked Rosa what she herself thought. Rosa froze for a moment, but quickly resumed her elegant smile and innocently asked, "What thoughts could I possibly have?" Smiling, Rosa threatened Clyden by saying that she would truthfully report everything she had seen today to the former emperor. Clyden merely sneered and asked what exactly she had seen. Rosa left behind the remark, "His Majesty is still in his rebellious phase," before elegantly taking her leave. As soon as she stepped out of the study, Rosa encountered Amelia waiting outside. Looking at this utterly ordinary woman before her, Rosa could not understand why Clyden protected her so fiercely. Rosa took the initiative to approach Amelia, saying that she had actually come specifically to see her. Her eyes then fell on the puppy in Amelia's arms. She hypocritically praised it as adorable and reached out to pet it. Before Amelia could stop her, the puppy opened its mouth and bit Rosa hard. Seeing Rosa get bitten, Amelia hurriedly asked whether she was all right. Though in considerable pain, Rosa forced a smile for the sake of her dignity and said that the puppy was probably just teething. Rosa then took out an exquisite box and handed it to Amelia, saying that it was a special meeting gift for her. When the box was opened, it contained a very beautiful blue gemstone brooch. Rosa deliberately emphasized that their families were allied, adding that the gift was not expensive and asking Amelia not to refuse it. Amelia looked at the brooch before politely thanking Rosa first, but she then tactfully declined the gift. Amelia explained that, since she was currently His Majesty's maid, she had to be cautious in all things. She suggested accepting it after she had finished her work and returned north, saying that she trusted Rosa would understand her circumstances. Those words left Rosa with nothing to say. Though rejected, Rosa still smiled and said that their families were allies, after all. Just then, Amelia noticed that Roundy's drool had dirted the gift box and hurriedly reached out to take it and wipe it clean. Rosa took the box back in passing, then suddenly leaned close to Amelia's ear. In a low voice, she sneered, "I never thought that His Majesty, with you as his watchdog already, would keep another dog as well." Those words made Amelia feel terribly uncomfortable, as though she had been treated like a dog. Rosa was about to leave, saying that their next meeting would surely be more pleasant. Amelia suddenly spoke up to correct her, stressing that Roundy was a dog His Majesty had specially given to her. Then Amelia smiled and saw Rosa off, wishing her a safe journey. This left Rosa embarrassed. She could only force a smile, offer an apology, and turn to leave. After seeing Rosa off, Amelia returned to the study. The moment Clyden saw her, he anxiously asked why she had taken so long and told her to explain everything that had happened. Amelia honestly reported that Rosa had given her a gift, but she had refused it. Clyden was somewhat surprised and asked how Rosa had reacted. Amelia replied that Rosa had said she understood her situation. Clyden did not believe that Rosa would give up so easily and told Amelia to tell him the truth. Only then did Amelia reveal that she had told Rosa that Roundy was a watchdog specially given to her by His Majesty. Upon hearing that, Clyden burst out laughing and praised Amelia for doing well. Then, with a smug expression, he said that he had never given anyone else a gift. After all, being allowed to see his face was already an enormous honor. Looking at the narcissistic Clyden, Amelia silently complained to herself that it was no wonder he had no friends. To prepare for the upcoming coronation ceremony, Clyden had no choice but to stay in the study all night handling official business. The mountain of documents made him extremely irritable. Seeing this, the chief steward quietly reminded Amelia that His Majesty was in a terrible mood and that it was best to remain quiet and not provoke him. Just then, there was suddenly a knock at the door. Manhwa pushed it open and entered. He politely asked Amelia to pour him a glass of water and prepare one for Clyden as well. Hearing Manhwa's voice, Clyden slowly raised his head and coldly called his name. Amelia approached with the tea, and Manhwa casually took it from her. Clyden stared at them coldly, his expression frighteningly dark, and asked what exactly they were doing.